Chapter 38 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Caroline Amelia Stephen. Chapter 38. Charles IX, 1560 to 1574. Francis II was succeeded by his next brother, Charles IX. He was a boy of 10 years old at Francis's death, and there was some question as to who should be regent for him till he was old enough to govern for himself. It had been settled by the French laws that the king was of age, that is, old enough to govern, when he was 14. Other people were not considered of age till they were much older. A gentleman's son not till he was 21, and a poor man at 25. There were 4 years still to come before Charles would be of age, and his mother, Catherine de' Medici, was declared regent. She was still inclined to be the friend of the Guises. She was in the same difficulties as before as to which side to take between the Roman Catholics and the Huguenots. She was afraid of either party becoming so strong that it would be able to take away the power from her, and so, for the time, she changed about, always turning against anyone who seemed growing especially powerful in the country. The King of Navarre and his brother Condé were set free after Francis's death, and the States General of Orléans were opened directly afterward. Many complaints were made of different matters that were going wrong in the country, and when the council was over an edict or order of the government was sent out, explaining what was to be done in order to set right all that was wrong or in confusion. But some powerful people disliked the edict, and after all, it was never carried out. Many meetings were held at this time to consider the difficult question of the Huguenots. Many laws were made about them, one that they might never have public services or preach, and another afterward that they might preach in the open country but not in towns. Once a few of the most distinguished Huguenot teachers met together with some of the chief Roman Catholic clergy and discussed their different beliefs. The little king came to hear them, though some people said he ought not to be allowed to listen to Huguenots. There were long speeches and explanations made on both sides, but of course neither party succeeded in persuading the other. There were many disturbances and quarrels in Paris, usually begun by the Roman Catholics, but carried on very cruelly on both sides. At last came one quarrel worse than usual, which brought on the beginning of the first of the civil wars about religion, which lasted so long in France. The Duke of Guise, who had been into Germany, was on his way home, and was passing through a little town named Vassy, when he heard bells ringing, and, asking what it meant, was told that the Huguenots were holding a service. He had before this been angry with the people of Vassy, and he came this way with an army on purpose to be revenged on them. Their service was being carried on in a barn, to which Guise, biting his beard, as he always did when angry, led his soldiers, who were all delighted at the idea of an attack on the Huguenots, and made them fire in at the windows. The Huguenots tried to shut the door, but could not. Guise's soldiers rushed in, their swords drawn, crying out, "Kill! Kill!" The Huguenots tried to defend themselves with stones, but their enemies were too strong for them. Some of them climbed onto the roof, and if they were not seen and shot down by the soldiers, escaped. Others were driven out of the barn and forced to pass between two lines of soldiers, who drove them on with cuts from their swords. 60 people altogether were killed, and 200 severely wounded. The Duchess of Guise, who was outside of the town and heard the cries of the Huguenots, sent a message asking her husband to spare at least the women, after which none of them were killed, but the attack lasted for an hour. The Duke of Guise made himself hated all through France by this horrible cruelty. He always said, indeed, that he had tried to stop his soldiers, and that he had never intended that any Huguenot should be put to death. This he repeated on his deathbed, and it is possible that it may be true. But at any rate, we do not hear of his punishing any of his soldiers, or doing anything afterward to help the people of Vassy, and it seems most likely that he planned his attack beforehand, and was glad of the opportunity of showing his friends that he was still the worst enemy of the Protestants, and strong enough to do them serious harm. That year the war began. Both parties found friends abroad to help them. The Spanish king sent men to the Roman Catholics, Queen Elizabeth of England to the Protestants. The Huguenots were successful at first, and took more than 200 towns in Normandy and the other provinces in the north of France. The first of these towns, and one of the most important, was Orléans, the same from which Jeanne d'Arc drove the English in the reign of Charles VII. The brother of the Prince of Condé had taken one of the gates and sent to Condé to come quickly and make himself master of the town. The prince, who was about 18 miles away, at once set off, galloping at full speed with 2,000 horsemen behind him. They went so fast that knapsacks, horses, and riders rolled on the ground, but the others only shouted with laughter and rode on without staying to pick them up. The people, who saw this body of soldiers sweeping by like a whirlwind and behaving in this strange way, were much surprised, and asked if they were going to a battle of fools. But in spite of this cheerful beginning, the Huguenots did not find the war answer as well for them as they had hoped. The people of the country did not really agree with them, and when the Roman Catholics came to take back the towns that had been won by the Huguenots, they found no difficulty. The war was carried on most cruelly by the Roman Catholics. The Huguenots, whenever they made themselves masters of a town, ruined the churches, broke down the images, burned the pictures, destroyed bridges, statues, and other ornaments of the town. But the Roman Catholics did worse, for they turned all their anger against men and women. The townspeople were put to death in the street. The peasants were chased fiercely through the country. Some were tried before a court of justice and hanged, or broken on the wheel, one of the most cruel of punishments. The leaders of the Huguenots were the Prince of Condé and Coligny, who was now made Admiral of France. Those of the Roman Catholics, the Constable Montmorency, the Duke of Guise, and the man whom Guise had once wished to put to death, Antony, King of Navarre, the brother of Condé, who now left the Huguenots and became a Roman Catholic and a friend of Guise. The Huguenot Coligny had been very unwilling to begin the war, but was persuaded to it by his wife, a Huguenot herself, who could not bear to see how the Roman Catholics ill-treated her friends, not even keeping the promises that had been made about Protestant services and sermons. Toward the end of the year in which the war began, the King of Navarre, while fighting outside a town named Rouen, was so severely wounded that he died a few days afterward. His wife, Jeanne, was a Huguenot, and had brought up her only son, who now became King of Navarre, in the same faith. He was at this time a boy of 9 years old, and was afterward to become one of the greatest kings of France. Shortly after this, there was a great battle, the first in this war. The Roman Catholics were the stronger in foot soldiers, the Huguenots in horse soldiers, and the battle was long and for some time equal, but it was won at last by the Roman Catholics. The general on each side was taken prisoner, the Prince of Condé by the Roman Catholics, the Constable Montmorency by the Huguenots. This was the Battle of Dreux. Before the end of the year, the Duke of Guise was murdered by a Huguenot enemy as he was making ready to attack Orléans. It was toward evening when the murderer followed him and 2 gentlemen who were riding with him, and standing close to him fired 3 pistol shots at the Duke of Guise and rode away. Guise fell forward on his horse's back, and his companions carried him to a castle near at hand. They tried every means to cure him, but in vain, and he died, leaving a son to succeed him, who afterward became almost as famous as his father. Francis of Guise had a splendid burial in Paris, while the murderer, who was caught and tried, was put to death in the most cruel manner. The chief men on both sides were now either killed or in prison. The Huguenot prisoners were won over by Catherine, and agreed to make a treaty with her. Peace was made, and it was settled that the Protestants might hold services in the house of any baron or nobleman, but public services only in certain towns in France, and, as these towns were a good way apart, some of the peasants would have had to travel for 50 or 60 miles from their homes to reach one of them, and traveling in those times, when the war had only just stopped, was neither safe nor easy. Coligny told Condé that in agreeing to this peace he had ruined more Protestant churches than the war would have destroyed in 10 years. The young Charles was by this time 14, and was then declared to be grown up and able to govern for himself. Catherine was no longer regent, but she was always her son's chief adviser, and was usually able to persuade him to do as she wished. Charles and his mother took a journey round France, in the course of which they paid a visit to one of Charles's sisters, the young Queen of Spain, and made friends with the Duke of Alva, a terrible Spanish general, who was going into the Netherlands to punish the people for being Protestants, and for trying to set themselves free from the Spanish king. He probably gave Charles advice which was very cruel concerning the Huguenots. A second war began 3 years afterward, and lasted for 6 months. Another peace was made, and a third war broke out. It was impossible that there should be peace between two sets of people so nearly equally strong and hating each other so much. 2 great battles were fought in this third war. In one of them the Prince of Condé was killed. He had been hurt the day before by a fall from his horse, and in the course of the battle had his leg broken by the kick of a horse, but he would not leave the field. He cried out to his friends, "This is the moment we have wished for. Remember how Louis of Condé entered into battle for Christ and his country," and then charged down upon his enemies with 300 horsemen behind him. At first the enemy gave way before him, but his body of followers was so small that the Roman Catholics soon closed round them, and Condé's horse was killed, and fell with the prince underneath it. Condé at last gave himself up to a Roman Catholic gentleman, but no sooner had he done so than another French captain came up, saw who he was, and shot him dead. This was the Battle of Jarnac. The Roman Catholics hoped that the Huguenots would lose all their spirit now that Condé was dead, but they were disappointed. The Queen of Navarre, widow of Antony, arrived at the headquarters of the Huguenots, bringing 2 boys, both named Henry, one the son of Condé, the other her own son, the young King of Navarre. She made a speech to the soldiers, and called on them to take her son for their chief. They agreed with loud shouts of joy, and the young Henry, who was about 15 years old, took an oath never to desert the cause of the Huguenots. One more battle was fought, in which the Protestants were again defeated, and lost a great number of men. It was at a place called Moncontour. Coligny was wounded, but carried in a litter, was able to lead the retreat and to make plans for the future. One of his chief enemies, looking on at the slow march which none of the Roman Catholics dared to disturb, said in despair at the courage of the Huguenots, "We must make peace." Catherine thought the same. It was the Protestants who were not willing to make peace, but the arrangements that at last were made were better for the Huguenots than those of either of the 2 other peaces there had already been in the war. The Protestants were allowed to hold services. They were to have employment and offices like the Roman Catholics, and they had 4 strong towns given up to them as an assurance that the king would keep his word. This was the end of the first division of the war. The king, Charles IX, was now about 20 years old. He was a weak, delicate, young man, and though he had strong, violent feelings, and was always ready to insist upon having his own way, his mother, Catherine de' Medici, was usually able to persuade him to do what she wished, and make him think that what she proposed was really his own idea. She loved his next brother Henry, a boy of 16, much better than Charles, and had put him at the head of the army against the Huguenots, while she never would allow the king to join in the war at all, so that Henry gained all the glory of the two last victories which the Roman Catholics had won. Charles was angry with his mother and brother, and began for the first time to think of making friends with his chief Huguenot subjects. The Admiral Coligny was invited to court, and talked to the young king of the great deeds that might be done in the Netherlands by helping the people there who were rising up against Philip II, King of Spain. Philip was the enemy of all Protestants, and he was also the enemy of France, and Coligny wished that Charles should send him with an army to fight on the side of the Netherlanders. The king and his Huguenot lords would then be friends, and all the Huguenots of France, pleased at seeing their king help men who believed much the same as they did, would become Charles's loyal subjects. Charles himself was pleased at the idea, for he had always wished to have some opportunity of making himself famous as a soldier. Catherine was much vexed when she found that Coligny was becoming so great a friend of the king's. She was afraid that he would try to set her son against her, and she determined that she must in some way get rid of the admiral. She consulted with the young Duke of Guise and his relations, and with her own favorite son Henry, Duke of Anjou. A man was hired who shot at the admiral from a window as he was walking from the Louvre to his own house reading a paper. The ball shot off one of the fingers of his right hand and went into his left arm. Coligny had presence of mind enough to point with his wounded hand to the window from which the shot had come, and while some of his friends helped him to his house, and others went to tell the king what had happened, the rest rushed to the house where the murderer had been hidden, beat open the door, and searched for him everywhere, but in vain. They found the gun still smoking, but no other sign of him. He had had a horse waiting at the door, upon which he had made his escape, and he was never caught. The king was much distressed when he heard of this. He went to see the admiral as he lay in bed, swore to punish the enemies who had plotted against him, and was very angry with the Guises, whom he rightly suspected of having had something to do with the matter. But Catherine had in her mind a still more wicked plan than that of putting the admiral to death, and the Guises and her son Henry agreed to it. It was nothing less than what had been proposed but not carried out once before, on a particular night to put to death all the Huguenots in Paris and in the other chief towns of France. She thought that in this way she should get rid at least of some of her enemies, and that if the Protestants resisted and some of the Roman Catholic lords, even the Guises, were killed in the struggle, she should get rid of still more. The king was told that the Huguenots had made a plot to rise up against the government, and that it was necessary to put the admiral at least to death to prevent them from doing so. His mother had told him this again and again, till the weak young man, who might have known how deceitful and treacherous she was, believed her, fell into a state of terror, and was anxious to have the deed done at once. That afternoon he had been with the admiral, talking to him as a son might to a father, while Catherine stood in the room watching, and longing to stop their conversation. At last Coligny made the king stoop down to him, and said some words in a low tone that Catherine could not hear. Then she had been able to bear it no longer, and had called away her son, saying the admiral was too ill to be allowed to talk any more. After so much friendliness between them, Charles was naturally much shocked at the idea of this good man being murdered in his bed, and for some time refused his mother and brother leave to touch him. But one evening, when they had been talking to him for some time in the same way, he suddenly changed his mind, crying out in a sort of wild passion that since they thought it good, the admiral should die, but that every Huguenot in France should die too, lest one should be left to reproach him afterward. Sunday, the 24th of August, St. Bartholomew's Day, was the one fixed upon. A bell was to ring at midnight, and then the massacre or killing was to begin. The king spent the day working at a blacksmith's forge, which he had set up to amuse himself. Catherine, Henry of Anjou, and the Guises made everything ready for their horrible plan. The night came. The king drew back at the thought of what was to happen, and wished to stop everything, but the queen urged him on. She was so much afraid of his changing his mind again, that she made Guise set out from the palace 2 hours earlier than had been arranged. When the clock struck 10, the horrible work began all over Paris. The Roman Catholics rushed in upon the helpless Protestants, many of whom were asleep in their beds, and killed them by stabbing, shooting, or beating out their brains. Men, women, and children were dragged through the streets and thrown into the river. Houses were burned, bells rang to call together more and more enemies against the unfortunate Protestants. Even children were so much excited by the dreadful sights to be seen in the streets that they went to hunt for Protestant babies and did their best to put them to death. The murderers went to Coligny's house, where Guise stayed in the courtyard and sent in one of his servants, who found the admiral asleep. Coligny woke, asked what was wanted, and got out of his bed as calmly as usual. For a moment the murderer was afraid and hung back, but a friend came up, and together they attacked the admiral, killed him, and threw his body out of the window to the Duke of Guise, who was waiting below. Some Huguenots had escaped by getting on horseback before the murderers reached their part of the town and fleeing from the city. None of those who stayed were left alive. It is said that when day came, the king himself stood at the window of his palace, firing a long gun at the fleeing Huguenots and shouting, "Kill, kill." This unfortunate young man seems to have been in a state almost like madness at this time, and was not so much to blame for what had happened as his mother, his brother, and the Guises, though it is sad to think that they never could have done as they did if he had gone on refusing his leave or had given warning to the admiral. About 2,000 people were killed on one day and night. Orders had been sent to the governors of the other chief towns of France to put to death all the Huguenots, as had been done in Paris. A few governors bravely refused, saying they were soldiers, not murderers. Many others obeyed. But after all, Catherine was disappointed. The Huguenots, though so many had died, were not crushed yet. There was still another war, and by the peace at the end of it, the Huguenots gained more freedom than they had ever had before in France. Charles IX died 2 years after the massacre of St. Bartholomew, in deep distress at the thoughts of that dreadful night and day, which were always in his mind. His last words were that he was glad he left no male child to be king after him. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 39. Henry III, 1574 to 1589. When Charles was dead, his next brother Henry, who had been Duke of Anjou, became king. He was Catherine's favorite son, and she had managed only a few months before to have him chosen King of Poland. Messengers were now sent to tell him of his brother's death and call him back to France. Catherine hoped it might be arranged that her fourth and youngest son, who was now just growing up, should be King of Poland in Henry's place. It had been foretold to her, when she was young, that all her sons should be kings, and as this had now come true with 3 of them, she was anxious to see it fulfilled for the last. However, Far from wishing for any other king, the Poles refused to let Henry go. They were in danger from their enemies, the Turks, and wanted their king to stay and protect them. But Henry liked France better than Poland, and soon managed to leave the Polish capital by night, taking with him some precious jewels belonging to the crown, and made his way into Austria. The Poles, when they found that he was gone, sent messengers to try to stop him, but in vain. They had to give it up at last and choose another king. He was probably a better man than Henry. He could hardly have been a worse. Henry went on into Italy, and there spent his time in amusing himself, showing that it was no wish to begin his duties as king that had made him hurry away from the Poles. He did not arrive in France for 3 months, and meanwhile his mother governed in his name. The question about religion in France was as far as ever from being settled. War followed war, and each time that peace was made, the Huguenots had rather more promised to them than before, but the promises were usually not kept, or kept only in the parts of France where the Huguenots were the stronger. The natural leaders on the Huguenot side were the 2 young princes whom Jane of Navarre had presented to the people after her husband died, her own son, Henry of Navarre, and his cousin, Henry of Condé. They were now young men. Henry of Navarre, the elder of the 2, was 21, almost as old as the new king of France. He had at first agreed to live at the court with his wife, who was the king's sister, amusing himself and seeming to be good friends with Charles while he lived, and afterward with Henry. But he felt more and more clearly that this was not the right place for him. He remembered his mother's teaching, and the death of the Admiral Coligny, his friend, and at last he resolved to leave the court forever. He made ready secretly, so that the king might not find out what he had planned, and stop him in any way. He succeeded in escaping one night, and riding to a place many miles away, he gathered his friends round him, and put himself at the head of the Huguenots. There were some people in France who did not care much about the difference between Protestants and Roman Catholics, who, though they were Roman Catholics themselves, were chiefly anxious that France should be at peace, and that the Pope should lose all his unlawful power in the country. This body of people joined themselves with the Huguenots, who thus became much stronger than they had been before. At the head of the Roman Catholic party was the king, who hated the Huguenots, and who was always, after he had arrived in France, doing different strange things to show his subjects how good a Roman Catholic he was. One of his strange habits was to walk through the streets with a scourge, singing hymns and beating himself till his shoulders bled. This was done by many Roman Catholics of the time as a penance or punishment which they gave themselves for their sins, and it was thought to be a very good deed and pleasing to God. The people were therefore pleased to see the king doing it. At other times he amused himself with balls and entertainments or childish games. He spent a great deal of time in playing with some little dogs of a particular kind of which he was very fond. The other leader of the Roman Catholics was Henry of Guise, the son of the Duke of Guise, who had been so powerful in the reigns of Charles IX and Francis II. Henry of Guise was now just grown up, and was as clever and fond of power as his father had been. He despised the king, and had great hopes of being able to make himself the most powerful man in the country, and perhaps, if Henry died without sons, succeeding him on the throne. He and his Roman Catholic friends arranged what they called a league, and tried to persuade all the Roman Catholics in the country to belong to it. They were all to join themselves together in a league or body of friends, and all to make certain promises. One chief promise was to defend the Roman Catholic faith, another to obey the person who should be chosen by the league to be their head, another to help each other against anyone who might attack or resist them, whoever it might be. The king was the person secretly meant by this, though his name was not mentioned, but every one who belonged to the League knew that if ever there was a war between the king and the Guises, they would be expected to help the Guises. Many people took an oath to join the League and be faithful to it forever. As soon as it was made, Guise, at the head of it, went to war with the Protestants. Both sides had asked King Henry to call together the States General and see if they could make any arrangement for settling the religious dispute. He agreed, being in want of money, and hoping to persuade the deputies to give him some, and the states met together at Blois. The Huguenots would not attend, nor send any deputies, and the Roman Catholics who came were not very friendly to the king. He had hoped that they would propose to him some severe means of keeping the Huguenots quiet, but there was among the deputies one wise and good man, who, though a Roman Catholic himself, persuaded many of the others that it was better there should be two ways of thinking about religion in the country than that the civil wars which had lasted so long should go on. All the deputies agreed in refusing money to the king, who put an end to the sitting of the states in great disappointment, and everything went on as it had done before. The leaders of the League were also disappointed at finding that they had not more friends, for they had hoped that all the deputies would join with them in wishing to persecute the Huguenots. One of the troubles of Henry III was that his brother, who was now called Duke of Anjou, as he had been himself, was his enemy, and might at any time join the Huguenots against him. The Duke had always been a friend to the Huguenot leaders, and he had hopes at one time of marrying Elizabeth, Queen of England. At another time he had thought of being King of the Netherlands. He marched into the Netherlands, pretended he was going to help the people there in their struggle against Philip II, but he really only tried to make himself master of a few towns and keep them for his own, leaving the rest of the country to help itself as best it might. He did not manage to take the towns and went back again into France, where he soon afterward died, to the relief of his brother. Henry had now no near relation to be king after him, no brother and no son. The two people for whom he cared most in the world were two favorites, to whom he gave all kinds of posts and honors, and for whom he collected together money by taxing his people almost more than they could bear. They had both been made dukes, and the king arranged that they should marry two of the sisters of the queen, in order that they might be grander than any of the other lords. But the person who would now be king after Henry III was his enemy, the Huguenot Henry of Navarre, who was showing himself to be a wiser and a greater man than he had at first seemed likely to be. He had learned much from his troubles, and had become thoughtful and prudent, as well as brave and active. After the massacre of St. Bartholomew, when he was living at the French court and had married the king's sister, he had been persuaded to become a Roman Catholic, and had been so till he had gone to put himself at the head of the Huguenot army. He had then declared himself a Huguenot, but he had always treated the Roman Catholics with great kindness, and many people thought that he did not really much prefer one religion to the other. The king wrote to him to ask whether, now that he seemed likely soon to become King of France, he would not become a Roman Catholic. He positively refused. The Roman Catholics were much distressed at the idea of having a Huguenot king when Henry should die. Though he was only 23, he was so weak and delicate that his subjects always thought and spoke of him as likely to die at any time. No such thing had ever been known as a Protestant king of France, and people said that such a thing could not lawfully be. They all became eager again to join the League, which had been put an end to by one of the treaties between Henry and his subjects. The oath was again sent all over the country, and those who swore it again became bound to help the Duke of Guise and his friends against any one in France who should resist them. The King of Spain, Philip II, made a treaty with the Duke of Guise, and promised to send him help. But he was really more anxious that there should be war in France than that either party should succeed in conquering the other. He wanted the French to be busy fighting, so as not to attend to him, while he went to attack the English with the Invincible Armada, which he did just at this time. There is no need for me to say how he failed. Henry III was frightened when he saw Guise so strong, and made a treaty with him, promising to join him against the Huguenots. When Henry of Navarre heard of this, he sat up all one night, thinking of the danger in which the Huguenots were, and trying to invent some means of safety or help for them. In the morning he found that half his mustache had turned white from trouble and thought. After this began a war called the War of the Three Henrys. These were King Henry III, Henry of Navarre, and Henry, Duke of Guise. The King of Navarre and the Duke of Guise were real enemies. King Henry was on the side of neither. He was afraid of Guise, and he hated the Huguenots. He called himself the friend of the League, but always drew back from giving it any real help. He had, however, made an edict, that is, an order or command, that the Huguenots should be forbidden to hold services in France, that all their ministers and all Huguenots who refused to become Roman Catholics should leave the country within 6 months. Hundreds of poor people left their homes and fled out of France, men, women, and children taking with them what goods they could carry. Many of the king's ministers warned him in vain of the folly and wickedness of thus driving away his subjects. Henry of Navarre had asked for help from the Protestants of Germany, and a body of soldiers were on their way to him at this time, but Guise and his army were between the Huguenots and their friends, and they found it impossible to join. Henry of Navarre met the royal army, commanded by one of the king's two favorites, a brave, rash young man. A battle was fought, in which Henry's grave old Huguenots, who began the fight by kneeling down and saying a prayer and sang a hymn as they marched against their enemies, soon had the better of the young duke's brave but thoughtless soldiers, who had most of them never been in battle before. The duke was killed. This was the first victory of the King of Navarre. It made the Protestants hopeful for the time, but no good came to them from it. Soon afterward the Duke of Guise marched against the army of German Protestants, and fought a great battle against them, in which they were completely beaten and so much discouraged that those of them who were left alive went home at once. The people of the country rose up against them as they passed, and put to death any who strayed away from the main body. The French Protestants were thus left with no hope except in the courage of their leader, and in the dislike which they knew the king had for the Duke of Guise. Guise's friends admired him more than ever after his victory over the Germans, and it was always in his mind that perhaps some day he might manage to make himself king instead of Henry III, whom everybody despised. Even if he were not really king, he had hopes of being able to take for himself all the real power in the country, and while he was called constable or admiral, or was supposed merely to hold some other great office, to be able to make King Henry to do whatever he wished. He had made a treaty with the King of Spain, who promised help, but did not give him much, being very busy about his own affairs. Guise resolved to go to Paris and see how the people would receive him. He told his friends of his plan, but it was not known by the king or the queen's mother Catherine, who was still alive, or by the common people in Paris. He arrived with very few followers, and at first rode through the street with his face hidden in his cloak, so that no one knew him. But at last one of his friends pulled off his hat as if in joke, and told him it was time to show himself. He was then known at once, and all the people came rushing into the streets to look at him. They treated him as a hero, a conqueror, almost a saint. They pressed round to touch him. They tried to kiss his cloak. Ladies threw down flowers upon him from high windows, and cries of "Long live Guise" rolled from street to street. The Duke went to the house of old Queen Catherine, and she took him to see the king. Henry was not at all delighted at the way in which Guise had been received, and had serious thoughts of having him murdered when he came to the palace, but was persuaded by his ministers not to do what would have been both so wrong and so foolish. The next day the king brought some troops into Paris, at which all the citizens rose up in defense of Guise, and built what they called barricades across the streets. These were made by stretching chains across a street and piling up behind them barrels, sand, paving stones, and whatever would make a firm wall. Behind each barricade stood men ready with muskets. Others at the windows of the houses were also armed, ready to fire into the streets. Women were also at the windows, armed like the men. This day was called the Day of the Barricades. After all, the town was not attacked. The king went away from Paris, and left the Duke of Guise there in triumph. It is said that when the king left Paris, he swore never to come back there, but by a breach, that is, through a hole in the wall made in battle. The king was so weak and uncertain that there did not seem much chance of his ever coming back to his capital. Though he now looked upon the Duke of Guise as his worst enemy, he would not join with the King of Navarre against him. In fact, he did all that Guise wished, being afraid to refuse him anything. The States General were called together at Blois, the town where the king was staying. No deputies dared to go there who were not members of the League and friends of Guise, and they hoped to have everything their own way and make the king agree to whatever they liked. They made him agree to so much that at last he could bear it no longer, and not having courage or strength to resist the Duke of Guise openly, he resolved to murder him, and so free himself from the man he now hated and feared more than anyone else. Some of his friends, whose help he first asked, refused to commit the murder for him, saying they were not executioners, but others were found at last who were willing to undertake the business. The Duke had many warnings sent him by his friends, but he took no notice of them. The day before Christmas Day, he went as usual to the king's castle, where a council was to be held. A message came asking the Duke to go into a private room to speak to the king. As soon as he was in the room, the murderers fell upon him, stabbed him, and in spite of his struggles succeeded in killing him before his brother and some other friends, who, from their council chamber, heard sounds of what was going on, could come to his help. The brother was also thrown into prison and afterward put to death. King Henry came to look at the body of his dead enemy, and was full of pride and pleasure at his success. He went to tell the news to his mother Catherine, who was ill in bed, and she was much surprised to hear of the death of the man who had been the most important person in France. She warned Henry to take care that, now he had killed the King of Paris, as Guise was called, he did not himself become the king of nothing. Catherine died soon after this, cared for by no one, not even her son, for whom she had done so much, though she had turned even against him at the end of her life. When Guise was dead, Henry III did the only thing that could now be of use to him, and made peace with the King of Navarre. Together, they were too strong for the party of the League, who now had for their leader a brother of the Duke of Guise. The two kings marched toward Paris, where they believed most of the townspeople would be ready to take their side. Some of the towns of France gave themselves up to the king, others to the Duke of Guise. But the enemies of the king used the same means against him that he had used against others. Many of the French monks, especially a particular order called the Jesuits, who had lately become of great importance in France, taught that it might at times be right to do wrong things, that good might come of it, in particular that it might be a duty to kill bad people. A friar who had heard this teaching, and who was known to his friends as half mad, had made up his mind to kill the king. He asked advice from a priest, who said the idea was a good one, and encouraged him in it. He walked to the camp of the king, which was outside Paris, at a village called St. Cloud, and was allowed to go into his presence with a letter which he pretended he wished to deliver. While the king was reading it, the friar went close up to him, saying that he wished to speak to him alone, and suddenly stabbed him with a long knife, which he had brought in, hidden in his coat sleeve. The king cried out, "Ah, bad monk, he has killed me," drew the knife from his own body, and struck the murderer in the face. The courtiers rushed upon him and killed him. It was thought at first that the king's wound was not dangerous, but soon it became worse and worse. Henry III died that evening, 8 months after the murder of the Duke of Guise. Of all the bad kings of France, he may be said to have been the worst. He was both wicked and weak, and his reign came at a time when his wickedness and weakness were able to do more mischief in the country than might have come from them at a less disturbed time. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 40. Henry IV, 1589 to 1610. When Henry III was dying, he sent for the King of Navarre, and in his last hour called upon all his subjects who were with him to take an oath to Henry, declaring that he should be their next king. They all took the oath, but as soon as the king was dead, it became clear that many of them had no thoughts of keeping their promise. When Henry went into the room where the dead body of the king was lying, he found the courtiers and servants of Henry III all standing together in groups, with their fists clenched, and talking to each other in low voices, their sentences often ending with, "Sooner die 1,000 deaths." This was not encouraging for him, and what happened afterwards had all the same meaning. In Paris, the people were filled with joy on hearing of the death of the king. Nothing was heard in the streets but songs and laughter. Fireworks were set off, and the citizens made feasts for each other in the streets. Clement, the murderer, was spoken of as a saint. Pictures and busts of him were put up in the houses of many Parisians, and even in the churches and on altars. The people who showed so much delight were all friends of the Guises, who felt that now the death of the great duke was revenged. Henry III, being no longer king, the next thing that the Guises were anxious about was to prevent Henry of Navarre from succeeding him. The head of the family was now a brother of Henry of Guise, called the Duke of Mayenne. Guise had left a son who was still a child, so young as to be of no importance to his party. Mayenne had some hopes that one of his family might be chosen as king of the Roman Catholics instead of the heretic Henry, and there are many other people who hoped the same thing for themselves or for their friends. The King of Spain, for one, said he had a right to the crown because he had married the sister of the 3 last kings, and the Duke, who had married another sister of the same kings, also claimed the crown, but was said to have less right to it than Philip, because his wife was the younger sister of Philip's wife. The Guises chose one of the relations who was old and weak and would do nothing but what pleased them, and called him King Charles X. The King of Spain thought it best for the present to join with the Guises and help them as much as possible, so as to defeat completely the King of Navarre, after which he hoped to be able to arrange everything with the Roman Catholics in his own way. Therefore he sent men and money to the Duke of Mayenne. From this time, the people who were friends of both the Leaguers and Philip of Spain were said to belong to the Union, because the two parties were joined or united together. Many Frenchmen who cared for their country more than either the old or the new religion took the side of Henry, because his enemies were the friends of the Spaniards, and they did not like to think of Philip even proposing to be king of France. Some of the Roman Catholic nobles, really wishing to make friends with Henry, sent to ask him again to become Roman Catholic, or if he would not do so at once, to allow himself to be taught by some of the Roman Catholic nobles, and see whether he would not come to agree with them as to which was the right religion. Henry replied that they could not expect him to change so suddenly, but that he would, at some future time, hold a council on the subject, and consider what it was best to do, and that he would always treat the Roman Catholics well. Some years later, Henry made up his mind to change his religion and become a Roman Catholic, as so many of his subjects wished. He was too proud to do it as soon as his subjects chose to ask it of him, but he saw by degrees, as the civil war went on for year after year, that he should never come to be king, and there would never be peace in France by any other means. There were plenty of reasons to be given for this change. The war was the worst thing that there could be for France. No one could live happily or prosperously in the country while it lasted. The poor people were suffering a great deal, and Henry, while he was taken up with the fighting, was not able to do anything for the help of any of his subjects, and while he had no power over the Roman Catholics, was not able to help the Protestants. But what is wrong can never be made right, however much good may come of it, and it is wrong for a man to say he believes what he does not believe, and to pretend to think good what he really thinks bad. Nothing can ever make such conduct right, and many of the greatest and best men who have lived have died and suffered pain and trouble of every sort, rather than make a change such as Henry made. But it is by no means certain what Henry did really believe, and whether it were much more untrue for him to call himself a Roman Catholic than to call himself a Protestant. He would have been a greater, and no doubt a better man than he was, if he thought more about serious matters, made up his mind what he believed, and told the truth about it honestly and openly. But as it was, I do not think that what he did was really so bad as it at first seems to be. It should be said that several of his Protestant friends and ministers advised him to turn Roman Catholic for his good and the good of the country. In Henry IV, good and bad qualities were joined together as they are in every other man, but there was far more good in him than there had been for many reigns in the French kings. He had been brought up in a way most unlike that in which young princes are usually treated. He ran about with the village boys, bareheaded and barefooted, always out of doors, both in summer and winter. When he grew strong enough, he used sometimes to work in the fields, as if he'd been one of them, and to feed on the coarse bread which they ate. He learned to be bold, active, and vigorous, and grew up strong and healthy. All this was of great use to him when his wars began, and he and his army had to go through many hardships and difficulties. Henry was lively, gay, and very kind and friendly to his soldiers and servants, talking to them, finding out what they wanted, and whether there was anything he could do for them. Everyone who met him was delighted with his manners, rich and poor alike. His first idea, when he found he must resist the Union by war, was to make himself master of Paris. But this he found he was not strong enough to do. The Duke of Mayenne had called together an army of his friends who were meeting in the capital, and Henry, who had been encamped with his soldiers outside the walls, was obliged to give up all hope for the present of winning Paris, and led his men into the north of Paris, hoping that Mayenne would follow him there. He was disappointed, however, when Mayenne arrived with a much larger army than Henry had expected. A great battle was fought between them at a place named Arques, where Henry and his chief general had themselves worked as engineers, blocking up roads by which they could be attacked, and putting up defences on all sides. Their men, seeing them at work themselves, had helped them eagerly. At the beginning of the battle, both armies were partly successful, but at last Henry's soldiers began to give way. Henry, in despair, cried out, "Are there not 50 gentlemen to be found in France, ready to die for their king?" He then turned to the Protestant minister of the camp, and bade him sing the psalm. The psalm was one which was always sung by the Huguenots in battle, and which had been heard when they won some of their most famous victories. When the Huguenots heard this, and all the soldiers saw Henry at their head, all their usual courage came back, and as Mayenne sent no help to his troops, Henry soon saw his enemies driven backward, and at last quite out of the camp. Mayenne was not strong enough to attack him again. The fighting went on at times all through the end of that year and the beginning of the next. The next year was fought the battle which, of all those gained by Henry, is one of which people thought and talked most, and where he won the most glory for himself. It was at Ivry, which is like Arques in the north part of France. The king, as usual, had fewer men than his enemies. Still, he was on this day as cheerful and gay as was usual with him in times of danger, and he went about among his men talking to them, and saying all he could to raise their spirits, and give them hope for the battle. There is a story told of him about this day, which shows some of the good qualities for which he was so much beloved by his subjects. He had with him a German officer named Schomberg, commanding a body of cavalry. A few days before, this officer had asked the king for money for the troops, and Henry, who had but little money to spare, and was vexed at being asked for more, hastily answered that no man of honour ever asked for money on the eve of battle. On the day of the battle, Henry remembered his speech, which he knew to have been unjust as well as unkind, and going to Schomberg's tent, he said to him, "Monsieur de Schomberg, I offended you the other day. This may be the last day of my life, and I do not wish to carry away with me the honour of a gentleman. I know your courage and your merit. Forgive me and embrace me." The colonel answered, "Sire, it is true that your majesty wounded me the other day, and now you kill me, for the honour you do me obliges me to die in your service." A king who knew when he had been wrong, still more who would own to it, was something to which the French in those days had long been unused. Just before the fight began, the king made a short speech to his men. He told them, if their flags should be lost in the battle, to follow the white plume of peacock's feathers in his helmet. His horse was adorned in the same way, that they might be easily seen and known by both friends and enemies. The battle was fierce and short. It ended in the victory of King Henry, who escaped unhurt, though he had plunged so far into the thickest of the fight that, for about a quarter of an hour, no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Henry received kindly all the French who submitted to him. "Give quarter to the French," he said to his men. "Save the French nobles, and down with the foreigners." Soon after the battle, Henry marched to Paris. His great wish was to make himself master of the capital, but he soon found that he was still much too weak to have any chance against so strong a city. The people of Paris, who had always been friendly to the Guises, were now much bitter enemies to Henry IV, so much so that some of them would rather have given themselves up to Spain than submit to him, and would rather have had Philip II, one of the most cruel, hard-hearted men that ever lived, to reign over them than the heretic king. Philip seriously hoped at one time to make himself King of France, for now the king, whom the Guises had made for themselves, and called Charles X, was dead. Henry besieged the city closely, and soon the people began to suffer terribly from hunger. When they had used all the food that they had stored up in the town, they began to eat cats, dogs, asses, rats, and at last almost anything that could be swallowed, even little balls of clay and slate mixed with water. It is said that the only thing to be had cheap in Paris was the sermons, for the clergy of the League preached constantly, probably about the virtues of the Guises and all the Roman Catholics, and the sins of Henry. The Spanish ambassador who was in Paris gave away food and money and did all he could to prevent the people from yielding themselves up to Henry. Once, when a crowd of people gathered together outside his palace, and he threw them out some coins, they all cried with one voice, "No more money! Give us bread!" After this he had great cauldrons set up at the corners of the streets, and gave away horse and donkey flesh, and broth made of oats and bran. But even such food as this was used up at last. 6,000 of the old and weak people of Paris were driven out of the town, and Henry allowed them to pass through his army and escape in safety. The Duke of Mayenne, to whom letter after letter was sent from Paris, made many promises of help, and at last the King of Spain sent orders to his general in the Netherlands to go with a large army to the help of the Leaguers. This he did just as the Parisians were coming to the end of the very last food that they could by any means provide. He marched up with a large army in the rear of Henry, who, knowing that he could not hope to resist successfully, broke up his camp. And one morning the people of Paris found their enemies gone, their city saved, and countless strings of wagons, bringing in provisions by every road. It is said that 100,000 people died of hunger in this siege. For another year Henry lived in the same kind of way, marching about in the north part of France, taking here and there a town or losing one, and making himself more and more beloved of the people of the country, and by all his friends, for his courage, kindness, and generosity. Meanwhile his enemies quarrelled among themselves. They did not know whom to set up for their king, now that the man that they'd called Charles X was dead. Their quarrelling made people more and more inclined to wish for Henry to be their king, and it seemed as if, were he only a Roman Catholic, the greater number of the French people would be on his side. He asked advice of many of his friends, in particular of one who was a Protestant, the Duke of Sully, of whom I shall speak in the next chapter. They advised him to make the change, thinking that he would never be king at all until he did so. He made up his mind at last, had the Roman Catholic religion fully explained to him by one of his archbishops, wrote a declaration that he believed in the Roman Catholic faith, and the next Sunday heard Mass and was solemnly received into the church by one of the archbishops. The next year he was crowned at Chartres, and from that time was treated by both friends and enemies as the rightful king of France. End of chapter 40. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst.
Chapter 41 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 41. Henry IV. Continued. 1598 to 1610. As soon as Henry was on the throne as Roman Catholic king, one town after another gave itself up to him. Toward the end of the year even Paris came over to his side, and he went to hear Mass, which is the Roman Catholic service in Notre Dame, or Our Lady, one of the most beautiful churches in Paris. This was a great event, and the people in the streets looked on with much interest and cries of "Long live the King!" The Spanish troops went away out of the capital the same day. Henry saw them pass out by one of the gates with such pleasure that he could hardly control himself. "I am beside myself," he said to someone who came to talk to him of business at his palace. "I do not know what you are saying or what I am answering." From this time Henry's reign may be said to have begun. His life of constant fighting was now over, and though he still had other wars before him, yet they did not after this take up all his time so that he could think of nothing else. The towns all over France gradually surrendered to him, and he made peace separately with each of his chief enemies, making them all presents of money or land, or giving them anything else they specially wanted, so that they might be his friends for the future. But with the Spanish king Henry knew he could never be friends. There had been no declared war between them, but Philip had helped Henry's subjects against him privately ever since the death of Henry III, and now would never treat Henry as a king, but was trying to make some plan by which his own daughter might be Queen of France. Henry saw that his reign would never be peaceful till Philip's interference was stopped, and nothing would put an end to it but war. He therefore declared war against Spain, and it began at once. It lasted for 3 years, and then peace was made, with an agreement that the Spaniards should give back to the French all that they had won in the war, so that, on the whole, Henry had been successful. He had had much to do and to think of besides the war. There were continual troubles still in France between the Protestants and Roman Catholics, though, now that the king was a sincere friend of both, there was no more fear of such troubles and horrors as there had been under Catherine de' Medici and her sons. King Henry was always trying to make the Roman Catholics his friends, by giving them places and favours of all kinds, and to the Huguenots, who he knew were his friends already, he gave less. This made the Huguenots very angry, and they said that he was ungrateful to his old friends and servants, who had stood by him in his troubles, and helped him to win his crown. They did not see how great his difficulties were, and perhaps did not enough consider how important it was for them that he should please the Roman Catholics, so as to be able to keep himself on the throne and help the Huguenots as he was doing. They could never have expected such a friend in another Roman Catholic king. Still, what they said seems to have a great deal of truth in it. Kind and charming in his manners to everyone, both friends and enemies, the king cared little for anyone who was not close at hand, and if his friends were away from him or died, soon quit thinking about them. He treated all his old enemies very generously, as soon as they seemed to wish to be his friends. The Duke of Mayenne, who had been the head of them all, came over to Henry's side soon after the Pope had sent his absolution, or solemn forgiveness, to the king for having been a heretic. He had refused to grant this for some time, and when he did grant it, many of the Catholics at once came over to Henry, the Duke of Mayenne among them. The first time that the king met with the duke he was walking in a park with his chief minister, the Duke of Sully. Mayenne came up, and, falling on one knee, promised fidelity to Henry. Henry received him very kindly, and asked him to come and see some new improvements which he had made in the park. He then set off walking so fast that Mayenne, who was fat and lame, could hardly keep up with him. He puffed and panted, till at last the king stopped and asked if he was going too fast. Mayenne answered that he was almost dead, at which Henry clapped him on the shoulder and said cheerfully, "That, my friend, is all the vengeance I shall ever take upon you," and so sent him away. Of all the king's friends, old or new, the most important for himself and France was the minister with whom he had been walking when this meeting with Mayenne happened, the Duke of Sully. This great man was a Protestant. He had been a servant of Henry in the old times of trouble and war, and he stayed with him after he had become king, and after the change of religion which made many of his Protestant friends leave him. Sully's family was Bethune. He was made Duke of Sully by the king, and it is the name by which he is usually known. He was a proud man, harsh and vain, but a faithful friend of Henry, working always for his good and the welfare of France. Industrious and honest. In particular, he understood more about money than any other Frenchman of that time. Henry was so poor before he was crowned king that he sometimes had to invite himself to dinner with one of his officers because he had no food in his larder. After he was master of Paris and of the royal treasure, it was not very much better. The people of the country had been made poor by the wars, and were not able to pay as much as usual of the taxes upon which the king depended for money. But still they paid quite enough for Henry to have been tolerably well off, if the money have ever reached him. But a great deal of it never did. The people who were employed to collect it, and who ought to have paid it into the royal treasury, often kept it for themselves, or sometimes it was collected so carelessly that there was not near so much as there ought to have been. Sully put a stop both to the carelessness and the dishonesty. He took great pains himself to find out how much money ought to come from each tax in a certain time, and then made the men who collected it show him accounts of how much had been paid, and of what they had done with it. Some had no accounts to show, and some had very incomplete ones. Sully turned out of their places all the men who seemed to have been acting dishonestly, and some of them who had grown very rich by stealing the king's money were tried in a court of law and fined, that is, made to pay a large sum of money, so that the king got back part of what, by right, belonged to him. Sully next made fresh rules about the payment of the taxes, and saw that they were carried out, and as he was perfectly honest himself, Henry soon began to find his treasury filling again, and each year, as the people grew richer and richer in the long peace, Henry had more and more money to spend. The king and the minister were not always quite agreed as to the best way of spending this money. Sully thought nothing so important as a good army of soldiers. He knew that Henry still had many enemies, and was always expecting that some day another war would break out, and the king would want to gather together a large army. Sully kept a large store of treasure set aside for this particular purpose. Henry also looked upon his soldiers as very important, but he cared for many other matters as well, which Sully looked upon as waste or even worse. He was vexed when Henry spent in building, hunting, or gambling the money which he had gathered together with so much difficulty. He was not pleased either if the king spent it in encouraging manufactures, that is, the making of all kinds of goods, or on agriculture, which means improving the land for growing seed of all kinds, though everyone now agrees with Henry that these ways of using money were much for the good of the country. Sully, besides being so useful as a minister, was a real friend to Henry. The king would consult with him about what he was going to do, and Sully gave him much good advice, and was sometimes able to prevent him from doing things which would have brought great trouble upon him, if not upon his people. When Henry became a Roman Catholic, he promised his old Huguenot friends that he would always protect the Huguenots and their religion. When he found that they were growing angry at his not seeming to care about them, and that they felt he was breaking his word with them, he resolved to do something which should show his friendship. He made an edict, or royal order, which is known as the Edict of Nantes, and which was meant to settle the question that had never been settled yet, of how the Protestants were to be treated in France, how far they might worship in their own way without being disturbed by their neighbours, and whether they might be employed like Roman Catholics in the business of the country. Treaties had often been made to settle all these matters, but they had never been observed for more than a short time, and often, in parts of the country where the Roman Catholics were strong, they had not been observed at all. The king's edict was to last as a law for ever, and it really did last for nearly 90 years, so that the Protestants had time to feel its good results. The decree gave the Huguenots a right to have services undisturbed in most of the towns of France, and also in the private houses of many of the chief nobles, where the people who lived in the country far from a town might hear the Huguenot service. They were allowed, like the Catholics, to send their children to any schools or colleges they wished, or might, if they liked, set up schools or colleges for themselves, and they might hold offices in this state. The Huguenots, from this time, were able to live comfortably in the country. Many families who would have been driven over to England or other Protestant countries, if some change had not been made in the laws about Protestants, now settled down in France, and as they were especially honest, prudent, and industrious, they soon became some of the most prosperous of Henry's subjects, and France grew richer through their industry. Henry's reign lasted for about 12 years after the Edict of Nantes, and they were years of peace for him, and of prosperity and quiet for France. Henry, with Sully to advise him, made improvements of all kinds in the country. Edicts were made on every subject that had to do with land, about marshes to be drained, forests to be cut down, lakes to be made, rivers which were to have their courses improved, or bridges built over them. Many new grains and plants were brought into France and grown there. Among other things Henry was specially interested in was the mulberry tree, which some of his subjects, after much difficulty, had succeeded in transplanting to France. The mulberry is a tree on which silkworms find their food, and when the trees became flourishing, silkworms were brought to live upon them, so that silk might be produced cheaply in France. Still, Henry was not able to give himself up entirely to these peaceful matters. He had had at one time to go to war with a prince who had a small country at the southeast corner of France, the Duke of Savoy, who was rash enough to quarrel with Henry. The king and Sully marched against him with a strong army, and were successful, as might have been expected. At another time one of his chief generals and oldest friends, the Marshal of Biron, made a league with the Spaniards and plotted against Henry. The plot was betrayed to the king by one of the men who had taken part in it, and he found to his great sorrow that Biron had shared in the plot. Henry sent for Biron to come to court, and when he arrived, for he did not dare refuse to obey, the king asked him questions about what he had done, and tried to persuade him to confess his guilt, by which he might have saved his life. But Biron refused to confess that he had done wrong, and was at last arrested by the king's orders and thrown into prison. He was tried, and there proved to be no doubt of his having been a traitor to the king. Among other things, he had secretly been the friend of the Duke of Savoy, when he was leading the king's army against him, and had sent him word of how many men the king had, which way they were coming, and as many of Henry's secrets as he himself knew. Biron was condemned to death to his great surprise, for he had never believed that the king would make up his mind to agree to it. He was studying the stars to try and read the future when the officer came to tell him his sentence, and he was beheaded a few hours later. Henry was much distressed at this sad end of a man who had been one of his most trusted friends, and, if it had not been for Sully, would probably have spared his life, though there seems no doubt that he deserved death. The peaceful years of Henry's reign passed by with no events of much importance to the country, except the marriage of the king and the birth of a son, at which all the people of France were much delighted. He had been married before, but had agreed so ill with his wife that they had been separated and broken off their marriage. The king was not much more fortunate in his second wife. She was an Italian princess of the same family as Catherine de Mercédie, ugly, grave, and sulky. She brought some of her own countrymen with her, and cared for them much more than for the king and his friends. Henry was a friend of Queen Elizabeth of England, and they used to make plans together for resisting the power of Spain, and making some arrangement by which all the Protestant countries of Europe could join together and resist the Roman Catholics. For though Henry was a Roman Catholic king, he was always on the side of the Protestants out of his own country. Sully used to go from France to England, carrying messages from Henry, and bringing back Elizabeth's answers. She had helped Henry both with men and money in his wars, and though there had been quarrels between them, their friendship lasted till the death of Elizabeth, which happened 7 years before that of Henry. Toward the end of Henry's reign, the King of Spain, finding he was not able to conquer the people of the Netherlands, who had been fighting against him for so many years, made a truce with them for 12 years, by which they really gained all they had been fighting for. The only country in which disputes were still going on between the Roman Catholics and Protestants was Germany. The Duke of a small duchy died, and a great dispute arose as to who should be his heir. 2 Protestant princes were on one side, the Emperor, who was a Roman Catholic, on the other. It was so important to Henry to have friends ruling the provinces which made up this duchy, that he prepared a large army to lead to the help of the Protestant princes, and made great preparation for leaving the country himself for some time. The queen was named regent, with a council of 15 of the wisest men in the country to help her. She had never been crowned since she came into France, and she was very anxious that this should be done before Henry left Paris. The king had been persuaded to agree. At this time Henry, in spite of all the success which he had won, was gloomy and unhappy. He knew that he had enemies all round him. His wife was his enemy, and many of those people who seemed to be his friends were really the friends of the King of Spain, and were longing for some opportunity for getting rid of the king, who would never let France become in any way subject to Spain. During Henry's reign it had several times happened that men had tried to murder him. He had always escaped hitherto without being even hurt, but at this particular time, when he was about to start on this war to help the Protestant princes, he considered himself in special danger, and was anxious to leave Paris as soon as possible. The coronation passed off safely, and the king was to start in 6 days. The next day he was unwell, and said that he should stay at home, but his servant advised him to go out, saying that the air would refresh him. He at last made up his mind to go and pay a visit to Sully, who was ill, and he set off to drive to his house in an open carriage. He was sitting between 2 of his friends reading a letter which one of them had shown him, when the carriage was stopped for a moment by a block in the street. While it stood still, a man who had been following it for some time sprang upon the wheel and plunged his knife twice into the king's body. Henry cried out, "I am wounded," and then fell backward dead. One of his friends threw a cloak over him, called out that he was only wounded, and told the coachman to drive back to the palace. The murderer, whose name was Ravaillac, was at once taken prisoner, and soon afterwards executed. He seems to have been half a madman, who had been in Paris for some time waiting for the chance of killing Henry, and telling several people what he meant to do. Of these only one lady had tried to warn the king, and she was not believed. It is probable that many of those who seemed to be Henry's friends knew of the plot, and did what they could to make it succeed. Certainly many of the courtiers and ministers were glad when they heard the news. The common people and all those of Henry's subjects who loved their country and hated Spain were deeply grieved, and felt that the loss of their king was one that never could be replaced. In this they were right. No king of France has done so much for his country since, and the plans which Henry would have carried out had he lived, had now no one to care for them, and were heard of no more. The Protestants had now no such friend as Henry. This king is probably, of all the kings of France, the one whose memory has been the most loved by his people. End of chapter 41. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway, the 31st of March, 2012.
Chapter 42 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 42. Louis XIII, 1610 to 1643. When Henry IV died, the Queen, Marie de Medici, made no pretense of being sorry for her husband's loss. The only thing of which she thought was how to make herself regent during her son's childhood. the eldest son of Henry IV, who now became Louis XIII, was a child of 9 years old. It was natural that Mary should be regent, because Henry had already settled that she should govern for him while he was away on the war which he was just about to begin when he lost his life. But he had meant her to have a council of some of the wisest men of the country to help and advise her, and now she hoped to have all the power for herself, unchecked by anyone. Most of the great lords at the court were her friends, and they had most of them been the enemies of Henry, and by their help she was able that very day to persuade the Parliament of Paris to say that she alone should be regent of the kingdom. The Parliament of Paris was a body of men whose business was to judge and do justice, and who therefore were not the proper people to settle such a question as the regency. However, the Queen, with the great lords to help her, was too strong to be disobeyed, and the Parliament did as she wished, and the people obeyed the Parliament as if it had done nothing but what was right and usual. 2 hours after Henry had been murdered, Marie was regent of France. The Duke of Sully was ill in his own house when messengers came to tell him that the king was dangerously wounded. He set off at once in great grief and distress to the king's palace, the Louvre. He was met on the way by different friends who all begged him to turn back and go home, telling him the king was dead, and that if he went on, he himself would soon be dead as well. Sully consented at last to turn back. The next day, however, he went to the court, saw the Queen and the little Dauphin, and promised to serve them faithfully as he had served Henry. This promise, however, he was not able to keep. He found it impossible to work with Marie's friends, who were dishonest and foolish, took what they could find for themselves, and let everything else fall into confusion. He left public life altogether, and went to live at one of his castles, where he spent the 30 years of his life that were still to come. Marie had one almost certain way of persuading the lords of France to be her friends, and that was making them handsome presents. She gave to each of them what he most wished for, to one a fortune, to another a rich wife, to a third a province to rule over, to a fourth a place in the government, to the fifth a title. The great riches that Sully had laid up for Henry IV to use in his wars against Spain began to dwindle away, as the Queen took from them whatever she wanted to satisfy her great lords. The army that Henry had prepared for war in Germany was broken up. A small part of it was sent to attack the town which he had wished to take, and succeeded in driving away the Roman Catholics, who were masters there, but after this they did no more. A kind of peace was made. The French soldiers came back to France, and nothing more was done about the matter for some years. So the 4 years of the Queen's regency passed by, and when Louis was 13, she had him declared of age, and his reign began. Marie had really as much power after this as before, for while her son was still so young, he did everything that she wished. The States General were called together soon after Louis began to reign, and after this they did not meet again for more than 170 years. At this meeting the deputies did nothing of great importance. They disputed with each other for some time, chiefly about the different means by which money might be procured for the government, for the people of France were in a state of great distress, which was partly brought on by the high taxes they were called upon to pay, because the king had no other means of finding money for himself. The deputies thus described the state of the peasants in the country. "Your poor people are but skin and bone, worn out, downtrodden, more dead than alive. We beseech you to do something to settle the disorders of the taxes." However, nothing was settled to relieve them. The deputies drew up their list of complaints, and as soon as it was done, the king closed the States General by shutting up the hall in which they usually met, and saying there was to be no more discussion there. The king promised, as kings always did, to consider the complaints, but, as so often happened, nothing ever came of his considering. It seems curious that the people of France can have been satisfied for so many 100 years to have no better arrangement for expressing their wishes about the government of the country than the States General, from which they hardly ever gained the things they wanted. The wishes of the people were a matter which the government of France scarcely considered at all. The kings were bent on gaining more and more power for themselves, which they did with great success under the reigns of Louis XIII. And his son. Marie de Medici, the Queen Mother, was much inclined to be the friend of Spain, and now that Henry was no longer there to object to it, she determined to keep an agreement which she had already made with the Spanish court, that 2 of her children should marry 2 of the children of the Spanish king. Her eldest daughter, Elizabeth, still quite a child, was sent into Spain, and a little Spanish princess, Anne of Austria, was brought into France, and married soon afterward to Louis XIII. The king's wife, when she became a woman, was an important person in the government of the country, and brought France into many troubles. Louis cared very little about his wife, but he was the sort of person who likes always to have some favorite with him, and who, when once he has a favorite, is apt to listen to him in everything and give up his own way to do only what his favorite advises. Troubles soon rose between him and his mother, who was not able to keep the power for herself as she had hoped to do. She joined in plots against her son and his friends, and at last he sent her away from Paris altogether, and exiled her to a distant part of France. It was of great importance for the country that Louis should choose his favorite well. In this he did not succeed at first. 1 or 2 of his favorites were men who could do no good to him or the country. But at last he had the good fortune to find and the good sense to value a man who is now considered as one of the greatest statesmen there has ever been in France or any other country, who brought France to great power and glory, carried out much of what Henry IV had wished to do for the good of the country, and by his wisdom and strength prevented Louis from receiving any harm from the great war which disturbed all Europe in his reign. His name was Richelieu. He was bishop of a small town at the time of the meeting of the States General, and he was chosen then to take to the king the list of complaints from the clergy. Afterward he became a great friend of the Queen Mother's. The Pope made him a cardinal, and he became a member of the king's council, and at last chief minister. In Germany the questions between the Protestants and Roman Catholics had never yet been settled. The Emperor was Roman Catholic, and many of the princes of different parts of the country were Protestants. A good many of them joined themselves into a band against the Emperor. The struggle which then began lasted for 30 years, and is known as the 30 Years' War. For some time the Germans fought only among themselves, and no other nation took part in the war, except the Spaniards, who were always friends of the Emperor, though the Emperor of Germany was no longer King of Spain as well as he had been in the time of Charles V. Many of the chief men in France were secretly friends of the Spanish king, and they were inclined to persuade Louis to let France join the Roman Catholic side, and help in making the Emperor more powerful than ever in Germany. Cardinal Richelieu thought differently. He said that Louis, though he kept down the Protestants at home, ought to help them abroad, so as to make the Emperor and Spanish king less powerful instead of more, and to have the Protestant princes of Germany for his friends. Richelieu arranged a league or agreement of friendship between several of the nations in the north of Europe, who were all enemies of the Spanish. The English, the French, the Dutch, the princes of North Germany, the Danes, the Swedes, all belonged to it, and the King of Denmark was chosen to be their leader. In Italy, too, at the other end of Europe, Richelieu was able to help the enemies of Spain, and though there was not open war at first between the two countries, this was the beginning of a struggle which lasted through all of Richelieu's life. There were many difficulties in Richelieu's way, beside the difficulties of the war which he hoped to persuade Louis to carry on against the Spaniards. One was that he never felt sure that the king would go on trusting him and being his friend. He had many enemies at court, and some of them were the most important people, next to the king, in the whole country. The mother of Louis was one of these, his wife another, his brother a third. They were all friends of the Spaniards, and all hated Richelieu. They made plots to murder him, and were always trying to turn the weak king against him. Another difficulty was that the French were not at peace among themselves. The Huguenots, among whom were the best and bravest men of the country, were not satisfied, and at the beginning of Louis's reign there had been many small wars against them, which had always ended in the same way, by a peace being made in which different favors for which they wished were promised and never given to them. One of the most important Huguenot towns was called La Rochelle. This is a town on the west coast of France, about 2/3 of the way down, with a fine harbor protected by some small islands a little way from the shore. It had always been a kind of headquarters of the Huguenots, and they had been much vexed at a royal fort having been built on purpose to keep the town quiet, and to make it easy for the king to send troops to, and prevent any rising up against him by the townspeople. This fort was called Fort Louis, and was full of royal troops. The people of La Rochelle believed Richelieu to be the enemy of the Huguenots, and so he had shown himself to be in France. Though out of France, he was persuading the king to take their side against their enemy, the King of Spain. They rose up against him, and called upon the English to help them. At this time the English, who had been friends of the French, were suddenly persuaded by the Spaniards to turn against them. The English proposed to join with the people of La Rochelle and help them to free the town from Richelieu and the French government. They secretly hoped that they would be able to take it for themselves, but they soon found that the town had no idea of surrendering to them. The Huguenots, though they were very angry with the French government, had not forgotten that they were Frenchmen, and would have no foreigners in their town. An Englishman, the Duke of Buckingham, brought a fleet down the coast of France and came near to Rochelle, but was never able to give any help to the townspeople. Richelieu gathered together a large army and came to besiege the town. For a year he and his army lay outside the walls, the soldiers continually working to prevent any food from passing in. They made forts outside the part of the town that was turned toward the land, and with great labor and difficulty they made a mole, or heap of earth like a wall, running almost across the mouth of the harbor, so that no ships could pass into La Rochelle. Thus the people of Rochelle were entirely shut out from all help. The English tried to make their way through the mole with food, and invented a contrivance for blowing up some part of the wall, but it was of no use. Their contrivance failed, and the English sailed away and left the town to itself. Richelieu had the king with him outside the walls, but after some months Louis grew tired and went away to another part of the country. Richelieu knew that he was always in danger while the king was away from him, for Louis always listened to those of his friends who were near at hand, and he was among people who were enemies to the great minister. But the siege of Rochelle was too important to be left, and Richelieu stayed there with his army. The 6,000 men in the town resisted with wonderful courage. Their governor was a man named Guiton, who, when he was chosen to be their leader, laid his dagger on the table and said it should run into the heart of the first man who spoke of giving up the town. He encouraged the people to hope even when the English sailed away and left them. They began to suffer terribly from hunger. They ate grass and shellfish which they found on the beach at low water. They turned all the old and weak people out of the town, and refused to open their gates to them again, though they were attacked by the enemy. At last the English fleet appeared once more, and tried again to break the mole, but the French ships beat them back. They made up their minds that they could do nothing, and began to make a treaty with the French. When the people of Rochelle heard this, they gave themselves up in despair and submitted to Richelieu. When he came into town, the soldiers were horrified to see the streets filled with corpses that those who still lived had not the strength to bury. One morning, while the siege still lasted, the sentinels had been found at their post, dead from hunger. Rochelle, when it had surrendered, was not unkindly treated by Richelieu and Louis, though from this time the townsmen lost such powers as they had had before of governing themselves. They were made completely subject to the king, and Rochelle has never been a town of any importance since. Many of the Huguenot sailors who had lived there in great numbers left France altogether and settled in Holland. After the siege of Rochelle was thus ended, Richelieu made the king begin to take part openly in the 30 Years' War. I have not space here to give an account of the events of that war, not even of the events in it which had to do with France. I will say only that Louis went first into Italy, where he distinguished himself by his courage in crossing the Alps in the middle of winter, and succeeded in driving away the Spaniards from the particular town they were then trying to take. He then came back into France, and Richelieu spent some years secretly preparing troops and money for the war. The French declared open war 7 years after the siege of Rochelle, and they carried it on all the rest of Richelieu's life, which lasted for 7 years more. During this time one event happened in France which was a great joy to all the people of France. The Queen, after having been married to Louis since they were both children, at last had a child born, a son, who afterward became the famous Louis XIV. Before the birth of this child, it had always been feared that whenever Louis died, his brother, a very bad young man, would become king in his place. But now the country was saved from him, and from all question as to who should succeed. The war was, on the whole, good for France. The power of the Emperor of Germany was much weakened, so that France had less to fear from him. The French won for themselves many places in Spain and Italy, and Richelieu had persuaded the king to distrust those members of his family and court who were always secretly speaking and acting in favor of Spain. Many plots were made against the life of Richelieu, but they were all discovered, and the enemies who had made them punished. Richelieu's last journey was with the king and the royal army, who were marching toward Spain to attack their great enemy in his own country. He was ill, but traveled in great splendor, and had so many servants and attendants with him that he was obliged to keep some way behind Louis, as there would not have been room in many of the small towns through which they passed to receive the followers of both at once. A young favorite of Louis, named Cinq-Mars, had a plan at this time to murder Richelieu, and tried to persuade the king to join in it. Louis, who had grown tired of his great minister, was at one time inclined to agree, and Richelieu, hearing of what was going on, kept away from Louis's camp for some time. At last Louis found out that Cinq-Mars had been making a treaty with Spain against him and his friends. Richelieu's enemies were also the enemies of their country. They were tried, found guilty of treason, and put to death. The king wrote to Richelieu, who was in a town some little way off. "I love you more than ever, whatever false stories people may tell." The war against Spain went on well, though both the king and Richelieu went back to Paris soon after the discovery of this plot. Richelieu was carried most of the way in a litter. He grew worse, and did not live many months longer. On the last day of his life, he asked his doctors how much longer he had to live. Most of them, wishing to please him, told him that perhaps he might still recover, that God would not let a man die who was so necessary to France. But one of them had the courage to tell the truth, and answered, "In 24 hours you will be cured, or dead." "That is what I call speaking," said Richelieu. "I understand you." He died calmly and quietly, after having received a last visit from the king, to whom he gave advice about the government of the country. Louis himself died a few months later. During the whole of this reign, Richelieu had been the really important person in the kingdom. Louis himself was a weak and rather foolish man, and what he did was always decided for him by the advice of his friends and ministers. He had enough good sense to know that Richelieu was the man to whom the affairs of France might most safely be trusted. Richelieu had done other things for France besides governing the country well and defending it against its enemies. He had encouraged poets to make poems and authors to write books. He had set up what is called the French Academy, a body of men supposed to be made up of the best writers in France, who settle what is good and what is bad in French writings, and give prizes for what they consider the best. I do not know that the Academy is really of much use, but it was supposed that it would improve the writings of Frenchmen, and the French were pleased at its being founded. It exists to this day. Richelieu did more than almost any other Frenchman to weaken the great lords, who had before his time had a good deal of power in the country, and to make the king so strong that he would be able to do what he pleased without caring for his subjects' wishes. The French, having no parliament to find fault with what their kings did in a peaceable way, had no means of getting what they wished except rising up against them in a rebellion. But Richelieu was too strong for anyone to dare to do this in his time, and so Louis XIII became more and more powerful the longer he lived, and his power passed on to his son and increased with him still more. This was not a good thing for the French people, and came to a bad end at last. Richelieu was not loved by the people of the country. Though they did not understand that he was doing harm by adding to the king's strength, they disliked him for laying on heavy taxes, and being cruel and unfeeling to them in many ways. There was a feeling of joy through the whole country when he died. End of chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cebes. French History for English Children by Caroline Emilia Stephan. Chapter 43. When Louis XIII died in 1643, his son Louis was only 4 years old. This child, who became king while he was hardly old enough to know anything about it, had such a reign as no king of France or England has ever had before or since. It lasted for 72 years. When it began, Charles I was king of England, and when it ended, George I had just come to the throne. During all that happened in England in those 72 years, the war between Charles I and his people, Charles' execution, the reign of Cromwell as protector, the return of Charles II to be king, the whole of his reign, the reign of his brother James II, and the disturbances that were caused by his being a Roman Catholic, the revolution by which he was driven out of the country, and William III made king. During the reign of William III and during the reign of Anne, Louis XIV still governed the French people, and his long reign was full of great events. It had in it 5 wars, some long and all important. Many great men lived in it, who not only made themselves remembered by what they did and wrote, but made everyone admire the time in which they lived, and speak of it as an age by itself. Though all French men at that time admired the king so greatly and believed so firmly that everything good in the country came from him, that the age of great men was called after him, and not after the names of any of the people who really made it famous, and is known as the age of Louis XIV. When Louis XIII died, he directed by his will that his wife, Anne of Austria, should be regent of France, and that she should have a council made up of men whom he chose for the purpose, to help her to govern. Anne, until then, had no power in the country, but she was ambitious, and now that she had an opportunity of making herself the most important person in the kingdom, she did not lose a chance, but managed to persuade the Parliament of Paris to declare that she should be regent alone, so that the Council of Regency never had any power in the country at all. The chief friend of the queen was the man who soon afterward became the chief minister of France, and who had been a friend and a helper of Richelieu's in the last reign. His name was Mazarin, and the Pope had lately made him a cardinal. Anne of Austria had so strong an affection for Mazarin that some people believe that after Louis XIII died, she was secretly married to him. The first business to which the Queen and Mazarin had to attend was the carrying on of the war which had been begun under Louis XIII. It was the 30 Years' War, which was now coming very near to an end. An army had lately been sent against the Spaniards, under the command of a very young general, who was descended from a warlike family, and who, Richelieu had hoped, would distinguish himself as his forefathers had done. This was the eldest son of the Prince of Condé, who was only 22 years old, and who was sent with an army and two of the best French generals to help him by their advice and experience, into the north part of France, where he found a large Spanish army attacking a French town called Rocroi, pleasing themselves with the thought that, now Richelieu and the French king were dead, they had nothing to fear. Condé and his advisers heard that a fresh body of men were on their way to join with those who were already there, so that their numbers would be much increased the next day, and they decided at once to begin the battle. They marched upon the Spaniards, and after a long struggle the French were successful, the Spaniards were completely defeated, and Rocroi was saved. The French people were so much delighted at this victory that it made them satisfied and pleased with their rulers, Queen Anne and Mazarin, who at this time became first minister. The young prince who had gained the battle also became a great favorite with the people, and he grew up, as they expected, to be a brilliant soldier, though a few years later, when his father died and he had become Prince of Condé, he gave a great deal of trouble in the country by his ambition and his restless, warlike spirit. After the Battle of Rocroi, there were 5 more years of war with the Spaniards, and several other great victories were won by Condé and by another young general, the Count of Turenne, who was as calm and prudent as Condé was brilliant and rash, and who knew more about the rules of war than almost any general of the time, besides being famed for his honesty and virtues of all kinds. At last, after many meetings between the ministers of the different nations, a peace was arranged and signed, called the Peace of Westphalia, which put an end to the 30 Years' War in the year 1648. It did not stop all the fighting that had been going on, for the war between France and Spain still continued. But the emperor made peace with everyone, and the Spaniards made a treaty with the Dutch, ending the war that had been going on between them since the time of Philip II. By this peace the French gained the province of Alsace on the eastern side of France, and not only did they grow stronger, but the emperor, the enemy, grew weaker, for the German princes succeeded in freeing themselves from his great power, and in making him promise to ask their advice henceforward about any matters which he had before settled for himself, so that his power has much lessened, and Louis XIV had one strong enemy the less to fear. The French, having been successful in several great battles, were more feared and respected in Europe than they had been before the war. At exactly the same time as the signing of the Peace of Westphalia, there began a civil war in France which lasted for 5 years. Toward the end of that time it was carried on for every absurd reasons, and sometimes almost as a joke, but it caused the death of many Frenchmen, and almost everyone who took part in it disgraced himself more or less. It was called the War of the Fronde, or the Sling, because the people fighting in it on one side were compared by their enemies to boys playing in the streets with slings and stones, who run away as soon as a watchman appears, and begin their play again when his back is turned. This absurd name pleased the people to whom it was given, and the war took its name from them. These wars of the Fronde are very difficult to understand, for the sides were constantly changing, and the questions which were being disputed were changing too. The first war began between the government, that is, the Queen Regent with her minister Cardinal Mazarin, and the Parliament. The government wanted to impose certain taxes, which the Parliament said were not lawful. Then the Queen had one of the chief men of the Parliament arrested and put in prison, which made all his friends extremely angry. The people rose all through Paris and put up barricades in the streets, as they had done in the time of the Duke of Guise. They refused to take down the barricades till Broussel, the councillor who had been arrested, was set free again. The Queen agreed at last, very unwillingly. She let him go, but she prepared troops to be revenged upon the Parliament. She soon after escaped out of Paris, taking the little king with her. After this the Parliament tried to make peace with her, but she refused to promise what they wished, and both sides began to look for new allies to carry on the war. The Prince of Condé came to the help of the Queen, and several great nobles who hated Mazarin were persuaded to take the side of the Parliament. These men had no real interest in the questions which the war was to decide. They made a joke of the war. They appeared in their gay clothes, with plumes flying in their hats, with their sisters and wives by their sides. There were feasting and singing always going on at the headquarters of the army, the Hôtel de Ville, but very little business was done there. As soon as these gay soldiers were attacked by Condé, they gave way at once, and a peace was made the year after the first disturbance had begun. No one was satisfied by the peace. The Parliament were displeased because no promises had been made to them about many of the questions which they considered of great importance, and their friends, the nobles and great lords, because they had not received any of the places and honors for which they had asked, and which were what they had really been fighting for. This war was called the Old Fronde, and very soon after its end a second war, the New Fronde, began. In this struggle the Parliament took no part. The nobles fought against the court, and this time the Prince of Condé was on their side. He offended the Queen so much that she had him arrested and put into prison. But he was soon afterwards set free, and he, the Count of Turenne, and many of the other great nobles, made a treaty with the Spaniards, the enemies of France, who were to attack it from the north side, where they were settled in the Netherlands. When the court was in this great danger, the Count of Turenne was persuaded to come back to the side of the Queen, and he led the royal army against the Frondeurs, with Condé for their general. A great battle was fought outside Paris, and Condé was near being both defeated and killed. But his friends inside the town came to his help, and the people of Paris, when he was once inside the walls, took his side warmly. After a time the Frondeurs turned against Condé again. He left France for a time, and his enemy Mazarin also went away, thinking that peace would perhaps be made more easily without him. After this, the Fronde soon came to an end. Its chief leaders were sent into exile. Condé was condemned to death, which, as he was not in France, did him no harm. The king and his court came back to Paris, and after a time Mazarin came back as well, and was received as a friend by the people who before had hated him so much. Before the end of the Fronde, the young king had been declared to be of age and able to govern for himself, being 13 years old. His mother still had as much real power as when she was regent, and the king did not interfere in public matters for some time to come. The war of the Fronde had done nothing to make the royal power less than it had been in France. Under Henry IV and under Richelieu, the French kings had been continually growing more and more powerful. Richelieu had made it a great object to subdue all the nobles who were strong enough to be dangerous enemies to the crown. He had succeeded so well that Louis XIV had no trouble with any of them, except perhaps the Prince of Condé, all through his reign. He never held any States Generals, and we have seen how little the Parliament was able to do to prevent the court from having everything their own way. In this reign France had a very strong army, and the successful wars of Louis against the most powerful countries in Europe gave him much strength and fame at home. Few people had yet found out that Louis XIV was likely to be a remarkable man. He was a solemn, silent boy, and was thought dull and stupid, except by those who knew him best. Mazarin took care that he should be taught as little as possible. He wished the king to take no interest in the affairs of the country, that he might keep them in his own hands. Still, he knew something of the character of Louis. He said of him once, "He will set off late, but will go further than others." And another time that he had stuff in him to make 4 kings and an honest man. While the Fronde was going on through his childhood, Louis was brought up to look upon the Parliament as his chief enemy. When he heard of a victory won by the French army, he cried out, "How vexed the Parliament will be!" And one of the first acts of which we hear after his coming of age is going into the chamber where the Parliament were discussing whether or not some new taxes for which he wished should be imposed, and the commands which he had given about them obeyed. The king, who had been at Vincennes hunting, heard of what they were doing, came to the Parliament in his hunting dress and his great boots, with all his lords about him, dressed in the same way, and made the members a short speech, commanding them to obey his edicts instantly, and to assemble no more. This was an example of the way in which he was prepared to treat anyone who seemed likely to resist his power. The war with Spain went on for several years after this, but at last a peace was made by which it was settled that Louis should marry the daughter of the King of Spain, the Princess Maria Theresa. There was some chance that this princess or her children might some day come to rule in Spain, for her father was old and ill and had only one delicate little son. The King of Spain made Maria Theresa give up her right to the crown for herself before she married, but he could not prevent her children from succeeding her brother if he had none of his own. The only difficulty was that Louis himself loved another lady, but he was persuaded by his mother and Mazarin to give her up. The Treaty of the Pyrenees was the second in the reign of Louis XIV. Very soon after it was ended, Cardinal Mazarin died. He was not so great a man as Richelieu, but he was more successful, and many of Richelieu's wise plans first showed their result under him. He had managed the affairs of the country well in all that had to do with foreign matters, though he had paid little attention to what went on at home. Before he died, he gave Louis much advice about carrying on the government, in particular telling him never to trust to a minister. The young king had probably already settled this. After Mazarin's death, he called together his ministers, his chancellor, and the other chief men in the government. He told them that he would henceforward have no first minister, that they must come to him to receive orders and do nothing without his leave. They were so much surprised that at first they did not believe he could be in earnest, and thought that after a short trial he would find the work too hard for him and give it up. But on the contrary, he continued through the whole of his life to do the governing of the country entirely by himself, and his ministers, as time went on, had continually less and less power left to them, for he liked best the men who behaved most humbly, and most fully owned him as their master. One of the first things that happened after Louis began to reign in this way was the disgrace of one of his ministers, whose duty it was to manage the money of the government, and who had been thinking more of his own good while he did it than of that of the country. The name of this man was Fouquet. He used to make up false accounts, saying that he had received less money and spent more than was really the case, and then kept for himself the money which he pretended not to have received. Someone pointed this out to the king, who naturally resolved that Fouquet should soon be removed from his place. He had many friends, for he was gay, brilliant, and clever, and many men of that time, if they knew of his dishonesty, would not have thought much the worse of him for it. The king said nothing of his purpose of punishing Fouquet, or even of having found out his crimes. Fouquet gave a magnificent party at his country house, to which he invited Louis. He had spent on his country house some of the enormous riches which he had gathered together. The estate had cost more than 300,000 pounds. It had been adorned with buildings, canals, fountains, gardens, and every kind of ornament. The house had its walls and ceilings painted by one of the greatest French artists of the time, and Fouquet had sent to Italy to buy 3 shiploads of statues to ornament the castle and the gardens. He received the king with the greatest splendor possible, and at each fresh sign of his riches and grandeur, Louis secretly became more angry with him, and more determined to ruin a man who seemed likely to make himself so great a person in the kingdom. A few weeks after the entertainment, Fouquet was arrested and tried for his life, for there were found in his papers all the arrangements for a plot against the king, orders for making cannonballs, oaths to Fouquet which the captain were to take, and other such writings. Fouquet's life was spared, but he was shut up in prison for the rest of his life, which lasted 19 years, and was never even allowed to see his friends till a few months before his death. After this, Louis began to be feared by his subjects, and his power was firmly established over them. There are still more than 50 years of his reign to come, which must be left for another chapter. End of chapter 43.
Chapter 44 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 44. Louis XIV, continued, 1643 to 1715. Many great men lived in the reign of Louis, who is sometimes called the Great, and one of the chief of these was beginning to be known at the time to which I have now come in this history. He was the writer of the best and most amusing French plays that have ever been written, and his name was Jean Molière. The king, who was fond of books of all kinds, and also had a great love for the theatre, protected and helped Molière, who often had quarrels with the great lords and courtiers to be found in the palace of Louis. Molière used to bring them all into his plays and make fun of them, or point out their faults in a way which made them very angry, but which was both amusing and useful to the people of France, and was done so cleverly that it is nearly as much pleasure to read his plays now as it was when they were written. At the same time lived Racine, who wrote plays of a different kind, usually very sad, and always graceful and touching, and written in beautiful language, and La Fontaine, who wrote fables about birds and beasts and all kinds of animals, which most people have read who know any French at all, and Bossuet, who was a bishop and used to preach some of the most eloquent sermons that ever were heard, and, in particular, used to make what were then called funeral orations over famous persons who died, which were long speeches giving an account of their lives, of what they had done, and what sort of people they had been. At the same time, too, lived Madame de Sévigné, who used to write such charming and amusing letters to her daughter, that volumes full of them have been printed, and are read with great pleasure and interest now, and many other men and women, too many to mention, who wrote different kinds of prose or poetry, or both. There were also great painters, who painted the insides of houses and churches, besides making beautiful pictures, and architects who built the houses and churches, and also palaces and halls and arches, and engineers who made roads and canals, and many people, both men and women, who set up schools of different kinds and taught children there. There has never been a reign in which more famous people have lived, and the king encouraged them all, and treated them very kindly, in return for which they all looked up to him as the greatest man living, and did in his honor whatever they could do best, so that he became even more famous through them than he would have been by his own actions. After the death of Mazarin, Louis had one minister who served him for many years well and faithfully, and pleased him by being humble and obedient, and not taking too much upon himself. His name was Colbert, and he did many things which were of great importance for France. For one thing, he managed to build a navy, that is, a set of ships of war. France had never had a navy before, but it was very useful in the wars that were soon to come. I have not space to tell of all the improvements that Colbert made, and all the others that he tried to make. He always had great difficulty in making Louis give him the money he wanted for carrying on the business of the country, for the king spent it very fast in his various great wars, or, when he happened to be at peace, in buildings and feasts, and giving it to his friends, which he did foolishly and thoughtlessly, without considering, in spite of all that Colbert could say, the misery of some of his poor subjects who had to pay the taxes from which he gained his wealth. Not very long after Fouquet's disgrace, there was a war between the French and the Spaniards about some of the countries belonging to the Spanish princess whom Louis had married. Her father, the King of Spain, died, and her little brother became king. Louis said that certain parts of the Spanish kingdom ought now to belong to her, and he had in his mind secret hopes that he or his sons might some day be kings over Spain itself. For the young king was so weak and delicate that it did not seem as if he were likely to marry and have any children, and it was supposed that he might die at any time. He did, however, live for more than 30 years, though the ideas that he would have no child, and that a French prince would succeed him on the throne, both came true. The Spaniards refused to give up to the French queen the provinces which Louis said ought to be hers. Indeed, no one but the king thought that she had any right to them at all. Louis marched into the part of the Netherlands which belonged to Spain, and took some towns there. He had very easy work, for the Spaniards hardly resisted him, so the war did not last long. Peace was made next year, and Louis kept most of the places he had won in the Netherlands. At about this time, he had a new minister named Louvois, who had a great deal of influence over him, and often used it to persuade him to go to war with some of his neighbors. Louis was fond of war. He liked to appear grand and strong to everyone in Europe, and his generals usually won victories and triumphs for him whenever a war gave them the opportunity. Louis had schemes of making himself the greatest king that had ever been known. More than a king, he wished to be emperor as well, and have the greater part of Europe under his rule. The English king of that time, Charles II, was his friend. Charles was secretly a Roman Catholic, and so was inclined to like the French king, and Louis gave him money and advice and help against his own subjects, and made him more a friend than ever. But there was one man in Europe who was growing up to be a bitter enemy to Louis. This was the young Prince of Orange, one of the chief men at that time in Holland, and the grandson of the great William of Orange, who had been at the head of the Dutch in their long struggle against the Spaniards. The Dutch were Protestants, and their country being small and not very strong, they were in great danger from the French, and were always more or less expecting to be attacked by them. They now began to consult with some of the Protestant countries of Europe as to how they might make a league against France. Louis made a treaty with the English, who promised to help him, and then declared war against the Dutch. This war lasted for 6 years, and is a very remarkable one. Louis gained great glory by it, and a good deal of land, yet on the whole, the Dutch showed that they were able to resist him, and he then first found out what a dangerous enemy William of Orange might come to be. Louis marched into Holland through Germany and crossed the Rhine, which was thought a very wonderful and glorious event, though there was not really much difficulty about it. But many poems have been written in its honor, and the people of Paris came to have an idea that a great feat had been performed. Some of them thought that the whole army swam over the river with their enemies firing at them as they went. The Dutch, seeing Louis in their country and not being able to resist him, were much alarmed. It was proposed, as the only way of stopping the French army, that the whole country around Amsterdam, the capital of Holland, should be flooded, so that it should be impossible for an army to pass. Holland is so low that the sea would naturally flow over the north part of it if the water were not kept out by great walls or banks called dikes, built on purpose by the Dutch. In these dikes are gates called sluices, and when these sluices are opened, the water comes rushing through them and covers the country inside. Of course the sluices are usually kept shut, but it was now proposed to open them. There was a little town near Amsterdam where the chief sluices were. One of the French generals was told to take 4,000 men and march toward this town. Instead of 4,000, he took rather less than 2,000, being short of food. When he got near the town, he stopped, and sent on a body of 150 soldiers toward Amsterdam. Even these did not go all the way. They stopped in a town which they took on their road, and only 4 of them went on to Muiden, where the sluices were. The people, thinking that all the army was behind them, fled away, and these 4 soldiers had Muiden in their power. However, the Dutch soon found out that no one else was at hand. They came back to Muiden, made the soldiers tipsy, and sent them out of the town, and from that time guarded it carefully. After this, the sluices were opened, and Amsterdam was soon an island in the middle of a sea of water, underneath which were country houses, gardens, fields, all given up by the Dutch for the sake of resisting Louis. They had some idea, if he should still prove too strong for them, of flooding the whole country, and all going off in a body on board their ships to find themselves a new home in America. But this did not prove to be necessary. William of Orange found friends to help him in Europe, and a league was made against the French king. When winter came, and Louis went back to France, his subjects resolved to give him some name to show him how much they admired him for the success he had so far gained against the Dutch. After some disputing, they settled that he should be called Louis le Grand, or the Great, and by this name he is known in history. Most of the countries of Europe, Protestant and Roman Catholic alike, now joined together against Louis, for they were all growing afraid of his great power. Germany, Spain, and Denmark came to the help of Holland, and the war went on for year after year. One great misfortune for the French was that their great general, the Count of Turenne, was killed by a cannon shot while he was fighting in Germany. All the best and wisest people in France were grieved at his death. Peace was made at last between all the different countries that had been at war, but it was a peace that was not to last long. William knew that he and Louis XIV must always be deadly enemies, but for the time they ceased fighting. This is called the Peace of Nimeguen, from the name of the Dutch town where the treaty was signed. When this war was over, Louis had a few years of quiet. One of his chief friends at this time was a lady called Madame de Maintenon. She had at one time been governess to some of his children, and he gradually came to admire and respect her so much that he asked her advice about everything, and at last, after the Queen's death, ended by marrying her privately. She was never called Queen, or treated as one, but was still considered as a private person, though she really was the wife of the king. In many ways the advice she gave him was very good and useful. She made him attend to serious matters and think more about religion than he had ever done before, but she was partly the reason for his doing what is usually considered as one of the worst actions of his life, at once wrong and foolish, which happened between the war with the Dutch and the next war 10 years afterward. Since the time of Richelieu, the Huguenots in France had been left tolerably quiet. The Edict of Nantes, which Henry had made on purpose to protect them and make it possible for them to live comfortably in France, had been more or less observed. They had churches of their own, they held their services as often as they liked, and they were able to hold places in the government and offices of different kinds. The Huguenots had for many years past been very loyal. They never rose up against the king or gave any trouble of any kind in the country, for they were among the best of Louis's subjects, specially sober, honest, and industrious. But Louis had always had a great dislike to them. He looked upon them as enemies to France, and the priests and Madame de Maintenon encouraged him in these feelings, and told him it was his duty to try to put a stop to heresy. He showed his dislike more and more plainly. He never appointed Huguenots to offices or places. Money was collected on purpose to bribe the Huguenots to change their religion, and at last Louvois, his minister, invented a horrible plan of quartering soldiers on, that is, sending them to live in the houses of, the Protestants who refused to change their religion. A body of soldiers would be sent to some village, and 5 or 6 men to the cottage of each Huguenot family. The peasants had to give them lodging, find them food, for which they often did not pay, and bear the rude, rough way in which the soldiers treated them. The peasants, who became Roman Catholics, had no soldiers sent to them, and so great was the cruelty of these men, who were told to make themselves as unpleasant as possible to their hosts, that more people were persuaded to change, or pretend to change, their religion by this plan than by any other that has been tried. Great lists of people who had changed were sent week by week to the king, and at last his ministers and Roman Catholic friends succeeded in persuading him that there really were scarcely any Protestants left in the country. He now did what he had long wished to do. He revoked, or called back, the Edict of Nantes. It ceased to be a law in France, and all the help and protection it had given to the Huguenots was gone. They were never to meet for worship. All the Protestant pastors or clergymen must leave the country in a fortnight. All children must be brought up as Roman Catholics, and, under pain of terrible punishments, no Huguenot who was not a pastor was to escape out of France. It was soon seen how great a mistake had been made when it was said that there were not many Huguenots left in France. In spite of the order that they should stay, thousands of them left their homes, and, facing every difficulty and danger, they fled away from their native country and escaped into England or Holland or Germany, where they might carry on their own religion undisturbed. They had terrible adventures. The king's soldiers were always on the watch to stop them, turn them back, carry them off to prison and to cruel punishment. The ports were watched all round the coast, and it was almost impossible to find boats to carry them across the sea. Families had to separate so as to have a better chance of escaping safely. Husbands and wives, parents and children, brothers and sisters, often said goodbye for the last time before they set off on their separate journeys and never saw each other again. One would escape safely, and another be taken prisoner, or sometimes both would be taken prisoners and sent to the galleys, or kept in prison for many years, perhaps their lifetimes. Roman Catholics, who helped the Protestants to escape, were punished as if they had been Protestants themselves, and many Roman Catholics suffered in this way. The galleys were great boats, on which were fixed benches, where the unfortunate galley slaves spent the whole of the day and night chained to their seats and rowing from place to place, with an officer watching to see that they never stopped their work, and to flog anyone he chose as he walked up and down the deck, with a great whip in his hand. Many Huguenots were condemned to this for life, and died on the galleys. But the Protestants ran the risk of all these horrors sooner than stay in a country where they were forbidden to worship God as they thought right, and where their children were taken from them and brought up to believe a false religion. They found fishing boats and other small vessels in which they crossed the sea, sometimes hidden underneath a cargo of coal, or of whatever made the lading of the boat. They were most kindly received in all the countries to which they fled, and were very useful visitors, for they carried their industrious habits and their skill in all kinds of work to the countries that received them, where their hosts were eager to learn what they had to teach. In London they set up places for making silk. In Holland they taught the making of cloths and paper. Some of them settled in Berlin, which was then a small and unimportant town, but which soon became so rich by their industry and the wealth which it brought, that it has now become one of the principal cities of Europe, being the capital of Prussia and of the German Empire. Thus other countries gained as much as France lost by the folly and cruelty of Louis in driving the best of his subjects from their homes. The king had now reigned for 40 years, but as he had 30 years still before him, at the time when he revoked the Edict of Nantes, and as there still remains a good deal to be said about him, I will finish his reign in another chapter. End of chapter 44.
Chapter 45 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicholas Longhurst. Louis XIV. Concluded, 1643-1715. The cruelty of Louis to the Protestants had made him enemies in all the countries of Europe. Many of his neighbours had been afraid of his great power for some time, and had been trying to make up a league to join together against him. But now all the Protestants were so angry with him that some of those who had been inclined to take his side went over to the league, and Louis saw that he was in great danger, and that war might begin against him at any moment. His chief enemies were the Emperor of Germany, several of the German princes, and William of Orange. The English, for the present, were on his side, as James II, a Roman Catholic, was now reigning over them, and was the friend of Louis. His enemies called their league the League of Augsburg, from the name of a German town where it had been chiefly arranged between them. And the war which began about 3 years after the persecution of the Huguenots is called the War of the League of Augsburg. It lasted for 9 years, and Louis won several great battles and took several large towns with great difficulty, yet it was not on the whole successful for him. Very soon after it began, there was a revolution in England. The people drove away James II, the Roman Catholic king, and invited William of Orange, his son-in-law, to come and rule over them. He went, became King of England, and had all the strength of the English to help him in his war against Louis. At the same time, having all the affairs of England to attend to, he could not spend so much of his time in fighting the French as he otherwise might have done. Every summer he went over to the continent to take part in the war. His armies were made up of Englishmen, Dutchmen, and a great number of the French Huguenots who had been driven from their country by Louis. Their great wish was to go back again to France and be settled there as before, and they believed that no one could bring them back but William. They hoped that if they helped him conquer his enemy Louis, he would make Louis agree to their going back to France and living there undisturbed. But this hope was never fulfilled. The Huguenots who joined the English army spent their lives in England, Many of them married English people, and their children and grandchildren became as much Englishmen as any of their neighbours. Louis had a very strong army with which to resist other countries of Europe. He also had with him an engineer named Vauban, who knew more about defending and besieging towns than any other man of that time. He used to build towers and walls round a town, and make it so strong that it was almost impossible for anyone else to take it. Or on the other hand, he could arrange guns so well, and make trenches and siege works of different kinds so skillfully, that very few towns could resist when he besieged them. This man was of the greatest use to Louis all through his wars. He could also make canals and bridges, and he wrote a very useful book on the state of France. While the war was going on, Louis had tried to make difficulties for William by helping his enemy James II, who had come for shelter to the French court when he was turned off the throne of England. Louis gave him a fleet and an army, and sent him to Ireland, where he fought the Battle of the Boyne against William III and his Protestant army, and was entirely beaten. So he fled back to France again. Louis then let him live at Versailles, a palace which had been built in his reign just outside of Paris, and treated him with great kindness. William's wife, Mary, died in the course of the war, and as it was supposed that many of the English cared for William only because he was her husband, Louis thought that now would be a good time for James to try once again whether he could find any friends in his old kingdom. A plot was arranged in England, and James was sent off with some ships and a brave, skilful captain to command them, to cross the Channel and land if possible in England. But it was of no use. The English fleet was watching, and James had to come back to France once more. He stayed there for the rest of his life. In this war, William and his friends hardly ever won a victory. William himself gained only one in the whole course of his life, and that was in Ireland, at the Battle of the Boyne. Year after year he went to the Netherlands, or to Germany, or wherever the war was going on, fought a great battle, or tried to take or defend a town, and was beaten. Yet after 9 years of fighting, Louis was willing to agree to the terms of peace which William proposed. These terms were that he should acknowledge William as King of England, and give up to the English and Dutch and Germans all the towns and country he'd taken from them during the war. A peace was made at Ryswick in Holland, which was, on the whole, good for the allies of the League of Augsburg, and bad for France and Louis. But it is said that the reason Louis agreed to it was that he wanted to give all his thoughts and strength to the question of who should be the next King of Spain, about which he was very anxious. Before the peace was settled, William III tried to persuade Louis to give leave to the Huguenots who had been driven away from France to come back to their own homes and settle there again, but the French king would not hear of it. There are so many wars and treaties of peace in this reign that I have made a little table of them at the end of this chapter, for it is impossible that anyone can remember them by merely reading their names once. By seeing a list of them all together, one comes to understand what an extraordinary reign this was, on account both of its length and of the number of events which happened in it. We have now come to the end of the 17th century. The Peace of Ryswick was signed 3 years before 1700. All that comes after this happened in the last century, in the latter part of which people now, no older than our own grandfathers, were born. During all this war of the League of Augsburg, the people of France had suffered terribly. 2 or 3 men in the country were bold enough to write books in which they gave an account of all the misery they saw about them. Louis XV had such complete power in France that there were not many of his subjects who dared to tell him the truth, and he never called together the States General, so that he did not even have the lists of complaints which they would have drawn up, and which might have given him some idea of the state of his subjects. This is the way in which one of the great writers of that time, Fenelon, who was tutor to the king's grandson, and afterwards a bishop, describes France as it was then. "The whole of France is one great hospital with no food in it. The people who once loved you so well," his book is a kind of letter addressed to Louis, "are now losing their trust in you, their friendship, and even their respect for you. You are obliged either to leave their rebellions unpunished, or to massacre people whom you have driven to despair, and who are dying every day of illnesses brought on by famine. The land is almost uncultivated. The cities and the country have lost their inhabitants. Commerce has come to an end, and trade brings in no riches." The letter goes on to say that Louis ought to make peace, even on bad terms, for the war that he was carrying on was an unjust one, in which he was thinking only of his own glory, and that his first duty was to attend to his people's happiness. It is not certain that the king ever saw this letter, but it gives us some idea of what the state of the country must have been, and other people wrote books saying the same sort of thing, which were published and read by everyone, though they do not seem to have had any special effect on Louis. In the year 1700, the King of Spain, Charles II, died, after having been for 32 years so weak and delicate that it had been supposed every year that he must die before the end of it. He had been married 3 times, but had never had any children, so it was not certain who would be king after him. In Spain, the king could make a will if he had no child, leaving the crown to anyone he chose, so that there was a great interest to know what Charles would determine. He had no brothers, but 2 sisters, and each of his sisters had a grandson. One of these sisters had been the wife of Louis XIV, so her grandson was his grandson as well, and what Louis naturally wished was that this young man, whose name was Philip, should be King of Spain, in which case Louis himself would really govern both kingdoms, for Philip was young, and would have done as his grandfather desired him. But Charles II liked the grandson of his other sister better than Philip, and all said that he should leave the kingdom to him. This was a child of 7 years old, a little prince of Bavaria called Joseph Ferdinand. There was one other person who thought that he had a right to be king, and this was Charles, son of the Emperor of Germany, who was not so near a relation as either of the others, but who had the wife of Charles II for his friend. The poor King of Spain spent the last year or 2 of his life in the greatest distress, trying in vain to make up his mind which of all these people should succeed him. His wife wished for Charles, and he wished for Joseph Ferdinand, and some of the ministers wished for Philip, the grandson of Louis, and the other countries of Europe, in particular England, interfered and began making treaties with each other for dividing the kingdom, which he thought was worse than anything. At last, little Joseph Ferdinand died suddenly, and the question was now only between the French prince, the grandson of Louis, and the German prince, the son of the emperor. Louis sent an ambassador to Spain, who lived at Madrid, and did everything he could to please the king and make friends with the great nobles and the people. His wife came to live there too, and was a great help to him, for she was so charming that everyone liked to come to his house, and he was then able to say to them all that he wished. In the end he was successful. Charles II made a will, leaving all his possessions to Philip, and if he did not accept them, to Charles the Emperor's son. Directly after this he died. The will was read, and Philip was invited to come to Spain and settle himself there as king. Louis had now gained what he had been wishing for so long, but it brought him great trouble, as well as pleasure. He had just made an arrangement with William of England by which the Spanish kingdom was to be divided between England, France, and Germany, and he knew the English would be angry at his taking it all for himself. However, after some little thought, he decided to accept the will and sent his grandson Philip to Spain, telling him to be a good Spaniard, without forgetting that he was a Frenchman, and hoping that France and Spain would now be like one country. "There are no more Pyrenees," he said to Philip, meaning that the natural division between the 2 countries had come to an end. After this, Louis, in several small ways, offended everyone who had already been made angry by his allowing his grandson to accept this great inheritance, and at last his chief enemies made a league against him and began a war. These enemies were the English, the Dutch, and the Germans. Their league was called the Grand Alliance, and the War of the Spanish Succession. It lasted for 12 years. Peace was made only 2 years before the death of Louis. Soon after the war had begun, William III of England died, and was succeeded by Anne, the good Queen Anne, his sister-in-law, whose general, the Duke of Marlborough, was almost as good a soldier as William, though not nearly so great a man, and carried on the war very successfully for England. Louis had bad generals. He usually appointed men who were friends of his own, or of Madame de Maintenon's, whether they were good soldiers or not. This was one of the bad results of doing everything for himself, and trusting so little to any minister. The Emperor's son Charles, who now called himself Charles III of Spain, attacked Philip V, King of Spain, and at one time drove him from the throne and set himself up there instead. But the Spanish people in the course of this war came to care strongly about Philip, and fought for him faithfully, so that at last Charles was driven out of the country, and when his father and his elder brother died, he became Emperor of Germany, and cared no more about Spain, so Philip and his descendants ruled there peacefully, as Louis had wished. But with Louis himself, as the war went on, things did not go so well. He had 2 specially dangerous enemies, the Duke of Marlborough in England, and the Prince Eugene in Germany. These two were both great soldiers, and they planned the war so skillfully that their armies were always coming up to help one another and destroying the French. A great battle was fought at Blenheim, near the river Danube, where the French were entirely beaten, and lost not only many men, but all the power and force in Germany. This was the worst misfortune that had then ever happened to Louis. The war went on, and 2 years later Marlborough won another great victory of Ramillies. This was in the Netherlands, and therefore much nearer to France and Paris than Blenheim had been. The king and his people were frightened, and Louis tried to make peace with England and Holland separately. However, the war still went on, and the English took the Rock of Gibraltar from the Spaniards, and have kept it as their own till this day. They had constant success, though they lost many soldiers in every battle, and there was a party in England which was very anxious that the war should stop as soon as might be. 7 years after the war began, there came a dreadful winter in France. Till January the weather was so warm that leaves came out, and flowers and blossoms began to grow. Then there came a sudden sharp frost, and everything was killed. The frost lasted for some time, and the people, who were in great poverty and wretchedness to begin with, suffered terribly. Their houses were falling down, their clothes were thin and bad, and when they could buy no food, they fell ill and died in great numbers. Wolves came down from the forests and mountains, and attacked the people in the plains. The next summer Marlborough gained a third great victory, as famous as those of Blenheim and Ramillies. It was at Malplaquet, in Belgium. Here more men were killed on both sides than in any former battle. The English, though they were victorious, had lost more men than the French, and the people in England became more and more anxious that the war should come to an end. The French, who had retreated from the battle in good order, were in rather better spirits, though they had been beaten, than they had been before, and were becoming less afraid of the fierce Malbrook, as he was called in France. After this there was no other serious battle, and 4 years afterward peace was signed at Utrecht. Philip was to remain King of Spain, and Louis solemnly promised that the countries of France and Spain should never be ruled by the same king. Louis recognized Anne as Queen of England, and promised to send away from France the son of James II, called the Pretender, who wished to make himself King of England as James III. There were altogether 10 treaties made at Utrecht, for France made peace separately with all the nations which had joined the Grand Alliance, and Spain and Portugal did the same. Thus, at last, there was peace throughout Europe. A year before the end of the war, a great trouble came upon Louis XIV. His eldest son, the Dauphin, had lived to about 50 without making himself remarkable in any way. The king had taken great pains with his education, and had him brought up by one of the greatest writers and the most famous churchman of the time, Bossuet, Bishop of Meaux, who had written books entirely for him, and done everything possible to make him a perfect king, in spite of all which he grew up with hardly any character, no virtues, no particular vices, and hardly anything is known of him till, when he was 50 years old, he suddenly died of smallpox. He left a son of about 25, who had been brought up with as much care as his father, and with much better success. His tutor had been Fenelon, the Archbishop of Cambrai, who is sometimes called the Swan of Cambrai for his gentleness and innocence, while Bossuet is called the Eagle of Meaux for his strength and activity and king-like qualities. Fenelon's pupil, the Duke of Burgundy, had had many faults while he was quite young, but had been cured of them by his master, and was at once so good and so clever that the people were looking forward to a good king in him. Now that his father, the Dauphin, was dead, he was next heir to the throne, and Louis felt that he should leave a worthy successor behind him. The Duke of Burgundy had a wife who was very gay and charming, made the court amusing and cheerful to everyone, and was especially loved by the old king. Suddenly she fell ill of a violent fever, and died after a few days' illness. The next morning her husband, the Duke, was seized with the same illness. A few days afterwards he also died, leaving 2 children, both boys, one 5 and the other 2 years old. Both children caught the fever from their parents. The elder died, the younger was saved with great difficulty, and lived to succeed his great-grandfather as Louis XV. The poor old king was deeply grieved by these misfortunes, which happened to him one after another. He also knew that his people were in great distress. He found it vain to try and raise any more money from them, There were riots for bread in several cities. The court became more and more gloomy. Even Madame de Maintenon grew tired of the king, who was still devoted to her. He had now been on the throne for 72 years, and was dying of old age. He was calm and grand and king-like, as he'd always been, to the very end of his life. On his deathbed, he had his little great-grandson, Louis XV, who was then 5 years old, brought to him, and said goodbye to the child in words which were afterward painted on the head of his bed, that they might be in his sight night and morning. "You are soon to be king of a great country. What I commend most earnestly to you is never to forget the obligations you owe to God. Remember that you owe all you are to him. Try to keep peace with your neighbours. I have been too fond of war. Do not imitate me in that, nor my too great expenditure." Louis XIV died, left alone by his friends, even by Madame de Maintenon, and his people were glad to hear of his death. They had suffered so much in the last years of his reign that they hoped for something better under a new government, whatever it might be. They could not foresee how bad a king was to succeed their great monarch, as Louis was called during his lifetime and since. Louis was one of the most remarkable kings in French history, and though no one would say that he was altogether a good man, there are many reasons for thinking him a great one. The wars and treaties in the reign of Louis XIV. 30 Years' War, ended by the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, going on when he began to reign. War with Spain, ended by the Peace of the Pyrenees, 1658, by which it was settled that Louis should marry Maria Theresa. War with Spain, about Maria Theresa's rights, ended by the Peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, 1668. War with Holland, lasted 6 years, ended by the Peace of Nijmegen, 1678. War of the League of Augsburg, ended by the Peace of Ryswick, 1697. War of the Spanish Succession, ended by the Peace of Utrecht, 1713. End of chapter 45.
Chapter 46 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Carolyn Emelia Stephen. Chapter 46, Louis XV, 1715 through 1774. There have been very few worse kings than Louis XV of France. He was a bad, weak man, with none of the virtues of his father or the great qualities of Louis XIV. He was not so fortunate as to have any able minister to help him in his reign, as Richelieu helped Louis XIII, and he lived at a time when there were great disturbances and troubles in France and in other countries, so that it was of special importance to each country that its king should be a wise and prudent man. When Louis XIV died, the little Louis was only 5 years old, and his great-grandfather had made arrangements that the country should be governed not by any one regent, but by a body of men, who were to be what was called a council of regency. At the head of this council was a man who had been the nephew of the last king, and was the great-uncle of the present one, and the nearest relation to the young king. His name was the Duke of Orleans. This man had expected to be regent without any council to prevent him from doing what he wished, and when he had gone to see Louis XIV on his deathbed, the poor old king had been afraid to tell him what had been arranged by the will, and so had said, "I have left affairs in such a way as will quite satisfy you." After this the Duke of Orleans was made very angry by finding out that he was not to be regent, and that another man had even been chosen to be guardian of the little king. The Parliament held a meeting to hear the will read, and then the Duke made a speech, saying that he was the fit person to be regent, and that the king had almost promised that he should be, and he succeeded so well in bringing all his hearers round to his side, that it was resolved to pay no attention to the will, but to make the Duke of Orleans regent, and let him choose the men who were to form the council, and help him by their advice. At that time it was supposed that Louis would never live to grow up, and the Duke of Orleans was full hope of getting the crown for himself whenever the little king should die. The regent and his advisers began their government by making everything as unlike as possible to what it had been in the reign of the last king. As he had done everything for himself, and had not even had chief ministers for the different parts of the government, the regent resolved that each department should be managed not by one man, but by a council of several men, who were to discuss together and settle what was to be done. This plan was tried for about 3 years, and did not answer well. It was found that matters were decided less, not more quickly, when there were several men to talk over what was to be done, instead of one, who would only have to make up his own mind. The councils were done away with, and ministers chosen instead. Philip of Orleans, the regent, had some things about him that were good and pleasant. He had a great taste for learning of all kinds. He was fond of music, and had written an opera. He spoke well, and was a good soldier. Besides this, he had kind, pleasant manners, and was never cruel. But he was idle, and so fond of pleasure that his good qualities were of very little use to him, for he spent his time in feasting and amusing himself in bad ways, when he should have been attending to the government of the country. He had a favourite minister, named Dubois, whom he had allowed to manage the affairs of France very much in his own way, and who was a bad, dishonest man, but anxious for the safety of the country, and clever in finding out plans for defending it against the attacks of other nations who were its enemies. One of his difficulties, as is always the case with the rulers of any great nation, was how to find enough money for carrying on the government without imposing any fresh taxes, to which it was known the people would object. There was at this time a Scotchman in France, called John Law, who was full of a plan he had invented for making the government of France rich, without, as he hoped, making anybody else the poorer. The way in which he meant to do this is rather difficult to understand, but its chief idea was to have paper money instead of the usual gold and silver coin. Before this, paper money had been used sometimes by private people who had business together. People have begun to understand that money is useful to us only because we can exchange it for other things we want. Therefore, it was argued, anything which people agree to take in exchange for what they have to sell will serve for money just as well as gold and silver. Law thought it would be a good plan to have money made of something so common that the government could always make as much as was wanted, and every one have plenty. He proposed that it should be made of paper like our banknotes, sheets of paper with the sum of money they were worth stamped upon them. This paper money was to be used as well as gold and silver, and orders were to be given that it should be considered as money all through the country. There was to be a bank, or place where money could be kept, in which the sheets of paper, which were called notes, could always be changed for money when the people to whom they belonged wished to do it. But Law had forgotten one thing, which made his plan fail. Nobody cares to have anything that is not useful in itself, if it is very common indeed, and very easily to be had. If everyone had great quantities of paper money already, it will be of so little value to them that they will not consider a small quantity of it worth having, and they will ask for a great deal of it in exchange for their goods, so that the people who buy will be no richer than before. They will have more money than usual to begin with, but they will also have to spend more than usual. This happened in France when Law's plan was tried there. The paper money became less and less valuable, and at last people began to dislike having it at all, and to ask for gold instead. They all took their notes to the bank to be changed for gold and silver, and then found that there was not enough gold and silver for them to receive what was owing to them. Hundreds of people were ruined in this way. Law had other plans besides that of the notes, and they all seemed to fail at the same time. The French, who had believed in him, had all joined in his plans, taken his paper money, helped him in all he undertook, and hoped to make their fortunes. But many of them, instead of this, were utterly ruined, and found they had lost all their good money, and had, instead, only notes that were of no use to them. Law himself, who seems to have been an honest man, and to have really thought that what he did was for the good of the country, was ruined also. He had bought land in France with the first money he had gained. He left it and wandered away poor, after all his grand hopes, to the neighbouring countries, where he resided till his death 10 years afterward. While in France, everyone was taken up with thinking about Law and his plans, which had turned out so ill for all who believed in them. The affairs of the French abroad were going on very well, managed by Dubois, the regent's favourite minister. The chief enemy of France was Spain. The hope of Louis XIV that, after his grandson became King of Spain, the two nations would always be friends had not come to pass. The very fact of the kings of the two countries being relations made a reason for their quarrelling, for the Spanish king hoped to succeed Louis XV on the throne if he died young, which everyone fully expected him to do. The French, the English, and the Dutch all joined to make an alliance against Spain, and, as there were three of them, they called it the Triple Alliance. After a time they persuaded the Emperor of Germany to join it, and then, as there were four nations allied together, they called it the Quadruple Alliance. After all these preparations there was not much fighting. The Spaniards were not strong enough to resist England, France, Germany, and Holland all at the same time, and peace was very soon made by a treaty called the Treaty of London in the year 1720. The Spanish king sent away the minister who had persuaded him to wish for the French crown, and Spain gave up some places, about which there had been a dispute, to the Emperor and to France. After all, Louis XIV did not die for many years after this, and when he did, he left a grandson to succeed him, so there was no need for the King of Spain and the regent to quarrel about his possessions. What Dubois wished at this time, more than anything else, was to be made cardinal. It was the greatest honour, next to being Pope, that a Roman Catholic priest could have, and the Pope was always chosen from among the cardinals. Perhaps Dubois may have had hopes in his mind of even becoming Pope some day, and as many of the great French ministers had been cardinals, in particular Richelieu and Mazarin, Dubois, who thought himself nearly as great a man as they were, was anxious for the same honour. There was hardly any king or important person in Europe to whom he did not write letters and send presents, begging them to ask the Pope to listen to his wish. In spite of all this, the Pope who was then reigning refused the request, but when he died, Dubois managed that the new Pope should be one of his own friends, and one of the new Pope's first actions was to send a cardinal's hat, which was the way of showing that a man was made cardinal, to Dubois. Very soon after this, Dubois met with an accident while he was reviewing the king's troops, and died a day or two afterward. A few months later, the regent too, who had been ill for some time, died suddenly one evening while the king was sitting in a room close by, waiting for the duke to come up to work with him. Philip of Orleans had ceased to be regent by the time this happened. The little king was now 13 years old, and, according to the French laws, was old enough to rule by himself. Philip of Orleans and Dubois had not been good rulers for France. Philip had thought only of his pleasures, and Dubois had cared more for his own power and fame than for anything else. But still they had done something to make France strong and powerful among the countries of Europe, and the men who were to come after them were worse than they had been. Louis XV was not a promising child. He was dull, silent, took no interest in anything, and cared for nobody. He had a very small cow and a white doe, which were his chief friends. He used to milk the little cow himself, and the doe followed him about everywhere, but he did not really care for them. Just about the time that he came of age, he made up his mind, for no special reason, to kill his white doe. He took a gun and shot it. It was wounded, but had strength enough to crawl up to him and lick his hand. He had it taken away to the right distance, shot it again, and this time killed it. He had never had anyone teach him anything good. His parents had died when he was 2 years old, and the people who brought him up seemed to be trying to make him cruel and self-indulgent and idle. He grew up as bad a man as might be expected. His first minister was the Duke of Bourbon, a man as bad as the regent, and less clever. His second was Cardinal Fleury, an honest, quiet, rather slow old man, who managed the affairs of the country well through the 16 years during which his power lasted. When the king was old enough to be married, a Polish princess was chosen to be his wife. Her father had once been king of Poland, but had been deposed from the throne, and was living as a private person. He was much delighted when his daughter was sent for to become Queen of France. She was several years older than Louis, who never cared much about her. A few years later the King of Poland died. It was a question who should be king after him, whether the father of the French queen, or the son of the last king, who was a German. The Poles wished for Stanislaus, the French king's father-in-law, and he set off for Poland, hoping that Louis would send him an army to help him conquer his German enemy, but he was disappointed. Louis was thinking about other matters, no army came, and Stanislaus soon had to leave the country and come back to France, where he stayed for the rest of his life. Directly after this there was a war between France and Austria, which lasted for 3 years, at the end of which France gained, by a treaty, the province of Lorraine on the east side of France, which, joining on to Alsace and the three bishoprics, Metz, Verdun, and Toul, made a kind of boundary between France and Germany, and was considered then, as has been thought since, very important for the safety of France. At this time the people of France were suffering terribly. A French writer, just after the peace had been made between France and Austria, said, "At this very moment in which I write, in time of peace, men are dying all around us as thick as flies. They are wretched, eating grass." One day when the king drove into Paris, the people, instead of crying, "Long live the king," shouted out, "Misery, famine, bread," as he went by. Once when Louis was holding a council, the Duke of Orleans threw on the table a bit of bread made of bracken or fern, and said, "See, sire, this is your subjects' food." At this time one of the taxes which the people most hated was levied all over the country. It was called the corvée, and it meant that when new roads were made, going from one part of the country to another, the peasants who lived where the road was being made were to go and work upon it for nothing, and lend their horses or carts if they were wanted, both for the making the road at first and for keeping it in repair afterward. As they had to do this without being paid, it made them very angry. About this time the king began to lead a very bad life, doing nothing but amuse himself in all sorts of wrong ways. But the people did not know of this, and cared much more about him than he deserved. Once when he had a dangerous illness, they were all in despair at the thought of his death, and when he began to get better, they could hardly do enough to show their pleasure. When the reign of Louis XV was about half over, the Emperor of Germany died. He had been very anxious that his daughter Maria Theresa should govern the empire after him, and that her husband should be emperor. He had laws enacted to say this should be so, and had been constantly asking the other princes of Europe to promise that they would do nothing to prevent it. Some of them had promised, and others had not, but when he died, they almost all turned against Maria Theresa and said, whoever had the empire, it should not be she. After some disputing, almost all the countries of Europe went to war. Maria Theresa's husband was the Archduke of Austria, so Austria was on her side, and England and Russia. On the other side were France, Spain, Prussia, which last was just beginning to become known as a distinct nation, Poland, and many of the small German princes. The war lasted for 8 years, and while it was going on there were 2 great battles fought between the English and the French, one at Dettingen in the Netherlands, won by the English, and another at Fontenoy, gained by the French. When peace was made at last at Aix-la-Chapelle, it was settled that Maria Theresa's husband should be emperor under the name of Francis I, and that she should have all the possessions her father had meant to leave her, except one which she gave up to the King of Prussia. While this war was going on, the French gained a great deal of land in India. They had 2 famous generals, who conquered Madras and other places, driving the English out of them. The English took nearly all these places away from them about 10 years later, in the time of Lord Clive, but just for the moment the French gained great glory by the triumphs in India. After the war with Austria, there were 8 years of peace, and then 7 years of war, but neither in peace nor in war did Louis XV show any good qualities or do anything that was for the good of his country. An ambassador staying at his court said that he could not find even 1 hour a day for serious business. He spent his time in hunting and other amusements, and there was usually some lady about the court to whom he would listen more than to any one else, and whose advice he took on all sorts of matters, which he ought to have settled himself, or with the help of the ministers. Several great men lived under his reign, among others some fine writers, of whom the chief was Voltaire, a great friend of the King of Prussia. Voltaire wrote many interesting books himself, and had many amusing and curious things written about him, which are to be read in books in various languages. There were other writers, too many for me to tell you their names, though none of them, except Voltaire, were as famous as the men who had lived in the reign of Louis XIV. The last war in this reign was called the 7 Years' War, so called from the length of time which it lasted, and was between England and France, and also between Prussia and Austria. England and Prussia were friends, though their armies did not fight together, but went on separately, each attending only to their own enemies, and France and Austria, who had been such fierce enemies, had now made a treaty and were on the same side. At first the French army seemed to be successful, especially against King Frederick of Prussia, who was beaten in a great battle, and who, with his small army and enemies all around him, expected to be entirely destroyed. But in this great difficulty he showed himself to be one of the best soldiers in Europe. No one had known it of him before, and there was great surprise when he suddenly led his men against the French and defeated them so thoroughly that for a long time he had no more trouble with them. He made marches which took everyone by surprise, and always appeared with a small army just when his friends wanted him most and his enemies least expected him. The English beat the French by sea, and then took from them all they had won in Canada and India. When the war ended by the Peace of Paris in 1763, the English gave up some of the places in India, but kept all Canada, which has been under English government ever since. A peace was made between Austria and Prussia at the same time as the Peace of Paris between France and England, and thus all war in Europe was stopped. While this war was going on, a man named Damiens made an attempt to kill the king. He stabbed him in the back with a knife one day when Louis was getting into his carriage at Versailles for a drive. Damiens always said that he meant only to wound the king, not to kill him, and this seems to be true, for he had stabbed him with the smaller of the two blades in his knife, and had made only a slight scratch, so that the doctor said if the king were any common man, he would be able to go to his work again tomorrow. However, the king was terribly frightened, thought the knife might be poisoned, and even when he found that he had gotten completely well, was so much disturbed that he had Damiens tried and put to death in the most cruel way that had been discovered. The reign of Louis lasted for 11 years after the Peace of Paris, but there is scarcely anything to be said about this period. As we stated before, he had always some great lady for his favourite, whose advice he took about everything, so that when he chose his favourite badly, the affairs of the country went on ill. One was Madame de Pompadour, of whom pictures are often to be seen in old French fashion books, and who seems to have done up her hair in a powdered pyramid on the top of her head, which was probably the fashion for ladies at that time. She gave Louis bad advice, and was the enemy of the Dauphin, the king's eldest son, who died before his father, so that the next heir was the king's grandson. Louis XV died in 1774. End of chapter 46. Recording by zcameo Johnson Kramer.
Chapter 47 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Grace. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 47. Louis XVI. Louis XV was succeeded by his grandson, also called Louis, as every French king since Henry IV had been. He was 20 years old when he became king, and was an honest, well-meaning young man, who fully intended to do what he could for the country, and to undo as much as possible of the harm his grandfather had done. He had a young wife named Marie Antoinette, the daughter of Maria Theresa, who had fought with the French in the 7 Years' War. Marie Antoinette was beautiful, lively, and kind-hearted, very proud and determined, but foolish and ignorant. She was often much provoked with the king, who, though gentle and kind, was weak and undecided, and never could make up his mind as to what to do in a difficulty till it was too late to do anything. However, her advice was often bad, for she knew scarcely anything about the country over which she had become queen. The reign began happily. Louis changed all the old ministers, and did all he could to change the old habits of the courtiers as well. He worked hard himself at his duties as a king, and tried to make his ministers do the same, and to prevent the people about him from wasting their time and money in amusement, dress, and other foolish or bad ways, which had been usual in his grandfather's reign. His chief minister was named Maurepas. He was an old man who had had nothing to do with the government for so long that he did not understand the state of the country, and gave the young king much advice which did not turn out well for him in the end. But Louis was fortunate enough to have one really great and wise man among his ministers. His name was Turgot, and Louis made him finance minister. That is the minister who has to attend to all that concerns the money of the kingdom, to see that the taxes are collected, to know how much the king has in his treasury, and, above all, to think of new ways for getting more, so that the treasury may never be empty. This was still as great a difficulty as it had ever been in France. The people who had the most money to spare paid scarcely any taxes. The poor already paid so many that it would have been useless to ask them for more. Turgot did what he could, and made himself many enemies, so many that at last even the king was persuaded that Turgot's plans could never be carried out, and he was sent out of the ministry. The king at one time used to say, "There is no one but Turgot and me who cares for the people." After this there were several finance ministers, one after the other, who all tried different plans for filling the treasury, and all failed. The most successful one was called Monsieur Necker, who was a great favourite with the people. At this time there was a war between England and the English colonies in America, in which the colonies were successful and separated themselves entirely from England under a government of their own, which they have kept till the present time. While the war was going on, the Americans asked for help against England from many of the countries of Europe, in particular from France, which was nearer to them than Russia, Prussia, or Austria. A band of young French noblemen went over to help the Americans, and they had the pleasure of seeing them get the better of the English, and end the war by a peace in which they had gained all that they had wished. It is said that these Frenchmen brought back to France the idea of a country without a king, and without noblemen, where the people governed themselves, and that hearing of it was one of the reasons which made the French so discontented with their king, and all the hardships they had to bear from the proud nobles. In particular, the soldiers heard of the new ideas, and listened to them eagerly. The war was a fresh difficulty to France, by causing still more money to be spent. The nobles would pay no more taxes, the poor could pay no more, and all Necker could do was to borrow money, which, as it all had to be paid back again, did not really help him so much as he had hoped. He gave up at last, ceased to be minister, and another man was chosen instead of him. By this time the king and queen were no longer such favourites as they had been with the people. The king's faults began to show themselves more. As the difficulties of governing grew greater, he seemed less inclined to struggle against them. His favourite amusements were hunting and locksmith's work. He spent a great deal of time in both of these. He had a locksmith to give him lessons in making locks and keys, and was often engaged in this amusement when he might have been learning things about his country, which it would have been a blessing for him and his subjects if he had known. The queen was gay and lively, and liked to behave as if she had been a private person. She had a little farm made for her, called Trianon, where she often went in plain clothes, and passed the day in looking after the cows, poultry, and butter. She also gave balls and parties of all kinds at her different palaces and places of amusement, and went constantly to the play, the opera, and all kinds of gaieties. She had boating parties and moonlit parties in her garden, and walked or danced with the gayest of her courtiers for hours at a time, while the king was shut up with his locksmith, enjoying himself as any private person might have done. The people, who were in great distress, were vexed to see the queen enjoying herself in this way, and thought her more heartless than she really was, for she seems to have had a kind heart, and to have wished to do well to everybody, though she had no idea in what way to please them. The new finance minister soon got into fresh trouble, as Necker had done. He proposed to put some of the fresh taxes on the nobles and the clergy, and advised the king to call a council of some of the wisest men in the kingdom, in order to propose this tax to them, try to persuade them to agree to it, and to ask their advice as to what else could be done to free the country from its difficulties. These men met together, and they were called the Notables, as they were supposed to be noted, or especially known, for being important people among their neighbours. The Notables could not agree to the minister's proposals, and after a few months the assembly was closed without having done much good, though the angry speeches that had been made might have shown the king's government that the people were growing more disturbed than they had ever been before, and that they were becoming more and more inclined to examine for themselves into what was going on, and to try to set right the matters which Louis and his ministers did not seem able to set right for them. About this time the king and the queen had their first child, a daughter, and afterward a son was born. They gave away a great deal of presents to the poor in honor of these happy events, and so pleased the people for the time. But some of the enemies of the king had at court soon managed again to stir up the people against them. Louis had been persuaded to promise to call together the States General. These had not met since the beginning of the reign of Louis XIII, 170 years before. It was hoped that the States General could settle all the affairs of the country, which had now fallen into so much confusion. In the meantime, Louis recalled Necker and made him finance minister once more. The members of the States General were elected or chosen, as they always had been, by the people, but there had never before been so much interest in the elections. The old lists of complaints were drawn up by the electors and given to the deputies, who were to lay them before the king. 1,200 members were chosen, some by nobles, some by the clergy, and the rest by the people. The members all met at Versailles, and they marched in procession to Paris, 15 miles off, to go to the Mass at the Church of Notre Dame. Out of 1,200 members, 600 had been chosen by the people, so that their deputies were half of the whole number, and had as much power as the deputies of the clergy and the nobles added together. There had been different arrangements to prevent this in the old States Generals, but now no one was strong enough to resist what the people wished. The procession was a very grand sight. The deputies of the commons marched first in plain black cloaks and white cravats. Then came the nobles in cloaks of velvet, dyed bright colors or worked with gold, adorned with rustling laces and waving plumes. After them the clergy in their full dress as priests, and last of all the king himself, with his household, all in their most splendid costumes. All along the road were large crowds of people who had come out from Paris to see them pass, and were looking on from the roofs of houses, windows, lamp-posts, or even from the road, wherever they could find a place to see the deputies pass by. The deputies reached Paris, heard Mass, and next day went back to Versailles, to the hall where they were to meet, and where the king opened the States General. From this time the serious troubles of Louis XVI began. His people had been angry and discontented before, but he had hardly known it, or had thought that the troubles might be easily set right, if he and the people once understood each other. The people themselves had hardly known how much there was which they disliked and wished to have altered in the government, till their deputies met together and began to make their grievances seem worse by talking them over with each other. It was so new an idea to the common people of France that they were strong enough to force the government to give them what they wished, that they did not know how to use their strength wisely. At this time the king felt the bad results of what Richelieu and Louis XV had done in weakening the nobles, and taking away so much of their power that they had no strength left, and could do nothing on the side either of the king or of the people. They might have taken the side of the king, and been ready to defend themselves against the people, or they might have helped the people to gain the things which it was right that they should have, and have resisted them when they became lawless and began to take what could not be given up to them. However, Louis had no idea of fighting with his people, and when the States General began, the people had no idea of fighting with their king. The deputies of the common people decided to give themselves a name. They had been called the Third Estate, the clergy and the nobles having been the First and Second Estates, but now they wished to be something different, and, after some disputing, settled to call themselves the National Assembly, as if they had been there to answer for the whole of France, and the nobles and clergy had been of no importance at all. The other two orders were not strong enough to resist this, especially as the king could not, or would not, help them. After this had been settled, the National Assembly became more and more violent. The king tried to stop the meetings for a time by shutting up the great hall in which they were usually held, but the deputies at once found another place of meeting, and in a tennis court close by they took an oath never to separate, whatever any one might do to dismiss them, till they had finished their work of setting right all that had gone wrong in the government of France. Most of the deputies of the clergy came over to the side of the National Assembly, though the deputies of the nobles still resisted them. The king, at last determined to satisfy his people and leave them no excuse for refusing to obey him, went to the National Assembly and made a speech, in which he promised to make great alterations in the laws, giving them more than they had ever had before of the power, the freedom, and the safety for which, as he knew, they had long wished. Louis fully expected that the Assembly would now be satisfied, but it was too late. The deputies had grown angry, and refused to accept these promises from the king, saying that it was for them to make such laws, not for him. They refused to separate until the next day, as the king had ordered them to do at the end of his speech, went on with their discussions as usual, and when the king's officer came to command that they all leave the hall, They replied that they would not go unless they were driven out by the bayonet. This was the first time the king's subjects had actually disobeyed him, and this was the time at which he should have defended his own rights, if he had ever meant to defend them. But even now it was hard for him to defend himself, for many of the soldiers took the side of the people, and refused to march when their officers commanded them. The king could never make up his mind in a difficulty. He was slow and undecided, listening first to one person and then to another, and always inclined to think other people's opinions better than his own. He commanded the nobles to join with the other two orders of the National Assembly, and they at last did so. The king now began to feel himself in danger, and he ordered that some bodies of soldiers on whom he thought he might depend should be brought up round Paris. The Assembly begged him to dismiss these troops, and he refused. A few weeks later the king dismissed Necker, the Minister of Finance, who was a great favourite with the people, but who was not able to give any help in these troubles. When the people heard that he was gone, they thought that the king must be planning some great attack on them. Some of the king's chief enemies made them speeches, telling them that they were in great danger, and the townspeople marched through the streets in bodies, with green twigs in their hats, carrying busts of Necker in triumph. After this the French guards, the king's own soldiers, joined the people. They refused to march against the mob, or to listen to their officers, and they drove the foreign troops, who were still faithful to the king, out of Paris. The officers of these troops had no orders from the king. They only made matters worse, and the people more angry when they tried to keep order. This was a Sunday. The next day, Monday, no work was done. All the shops, except for those for food, were shut. The people put on ribbons of red, white, and blue, the colours of Paris, and of the army mixed, in order to show that the people and soldiers were friends. This ribbon of 3 colours was called the tricolour, and has been the colour of the French Republic ever since. The people with their ribbons marched through the streets, from one place to another, asking for arms. On their way they came to a debtors' prison, broke it open, and let out the prisoners. Some other prisoners, who were being punished for crimes, not for debt, heard of this, and, hoping the people would help them, began to break up the pavement of their prison, and prepare to escape. But when the crowd came by, they fired down upon the prisoners, and made them stay where they were. There were not many arms to be found, but all the smiths of Paris were set to work making them. They found money, more than 100,000 pounds, in the Hôtel de Ville, or town hall, which they carried off and bought every musket in town. It was reckoned that in 36 hours 50,000 pikes would be ready for the masses of men who were waiting for them. The next day the mob went for arms in the Hôtel des Invalides, a large building used as a hospital for old soldiers. They rushed to the building, and the governor knew that his troops would not resist them. They made their way in and carried off 30,000 muskets and 20 pieces of cannon. The pavement in the streets was pulled up, and those who had no arms carried stones. The city was in uproar, and all this time the king and his advisers and captains could do nothing. The king at Versailles thought that there was no danger. When they told him of what was going on, he said, with some surprise, "Why, this is a revolt." "Sire," one of his friends said, "it is not a revolt, but a revolution." The French Revolution is, indeed, the name by which this great rising up of the French people against their rulers has always been known. Revolution really means a turning round, and so it is used to express a great change in the state of affairs, of whatever kind. There have been other revolutions in France since this first great one, but no other of so much importance. The people in Paris next resolved to attack the Bastille, an old and very strong prison, guarded by a governor and a garrison, in which important prisoners were kept. The people wished to destroy it, because it belonged to the king, and was a strong place from which they might be attacked, and the king had given special orders to the government to defend it, whatever might happen. It had thick walls round it, with towers on them, drawbridges and dry ditches. The people cut the chains of the outer drawbridge, and they were able to make their way into the outer court. For 4 hours they besieged the building, firing muskets, attacking it with stones and pikes, forcing their way in at doors and windows, till at last the governor, who had only 130 men, handed out a paper saying that he would give up the castle, opened the doors, came out with his men, and led in the crowd. A promise had been made that his life and the lives of his men should be safe, but it was not kept. He and many of the others were put to death by the angry people as they went through the streets. The Bastille was destroyed, and the prisoners, of whom there were only 7, set free. The next day the king went to the Assembly, promised that the foreign troops should leave Paris, and assured the deputies that he was ready to do what his people wished. He went into Paris, where he showed himself with a tricolour cockade in his hat, and was loudly cheered by the people. He went back again to Versailles, hoping that everything might yet go well. The nobles saw more clearly that this was impossible. The king would never be able to control the people. He was too weak, and they were too angry to be kept quiet, except by force. The nobles, who were also weak, instead of staying to do the best they could for the king, left him and their country, and went away to Germany and the neighbouring countries, where they waited till it would be safe for them to go back again into France. This is called the emigration of the nobles. Their servants, who were left with nothing to do, went at once to join the disturbances and confusion that were now going on, not only in Paris, but all over France. The peasants were rising up to murder their lords, burn down their houses, and destroy their property. They were not satisfied with putting their prisoners to death, but tortured them first in many horrible ways. In Paris, if a man was of noble family, it was considered reason enough for hanging him in the street, without any kind of trial. The streets of Paris at this time were lighted by lanterns, hung on chains stretched across the road, from one side to another, and so arranged that when the lamp was to be lighted, the chains could be loosened, and the lantern let down as low as to be reached from the street. The usual way, which the people chose of putting their enemies to death, was to lower the lantern in this way, fasten the prisoner to it by the neck, and then draw the lantern up again. All order was entirely at an end in Paris, and as no one did any work, there was soon great distress. A large crowd gathered every morning round the bakers' doors, and formed themselves into a queue, that is, a tail or long row, each going up in turn for his loaf as soon as the doors were opened. The women of Paris were usually sent to stand in the queues and buy bread, while their husbands were joining in whatever was going on. Many of these women were fishwives, or sellers of some kind of goods. Wild, fierce, strong women, often more cruel than the men. One morning in October, a body of these women were waiting, as usual, in the streets for their daily supply of bread. The evening before, the king and queen had given a large party at Versailles. A new body of soldiers had joined the troops the king had with him, and were welcomed by a grand dinner. Louis and his queen went round to see the feast going on, and the soldiers received them with loud cheers, and sang a loyal song, "O Richard, my king, the world has all forsaken thee." The poor queen, who had so few friends left, was much pleased at this friendliness. She gave cockades of white ribbon, which was the royal colour, to the soldiers. They drank her health, and were eager to put on her colours. An account of this had come to Paris. The people were angry to hear of fresh troops being at Versailles. The women were very likely provoked to think of all this feasting going on so near at hand, while they and their children were starving. A young woman took up a drum, and began to walk through the streets, beating it and calling out, "Bread! Bread!" All the other women joined her in a body, and they went to the Hôtel de Ville, broke into it, and took out the arms, and then, finding some of their friends, and of the king's enemies, to lead them, set out for Versailles to speak to the king himself and the National Assembly, and ask for bread. The distance from Paris to Versailles, as already stated, was about 15 miles. The women took nearly 7 hours on the march. It was raining, and they were dripping with wet when they reached Versailles. Numbers of men had followed them, and some of the National Guard, or soldiers of Paris. All these people came to the hall of the Assembly, and sent in a few women to ask leave to go and speak to the king. They were allowed to go with some of the deputies from the Assembly, and the king spoke to them kindly, and promised that food should be sent to Paris, and that grain should be sold cheaply. When the people who had been waiting for an answer to their message heard of the king's promises, they said words were not enough, and they must have food at once. They broke into the hall of the Assembly, and would have broken into the palace if the guards had not kept them back. The business of the Assembly was stopped by the women shouting to the deputies as they got up to speak, "Bread! Not so many long speeches!" This went on all the evening, till at last night came. The crowd had to sleep in sheds, coffee-houses, churches, or under whatever shelter they could find. The king and queen, who had been in great distress and trouble all the day, could even now scarcely decide whether to resist the people boldly, to agree to all they wished, or to make their escape to Germany, where their friends the nobles were, and leave matters in France to take their course. The queen was always brave and active, and she tried to persuade Louis to call out his soldiers and resist the people, but to this he could not make up his mind. Early the next morning a dispute arose between the crowd outside and the soldiers in the palace. The mob attacked the gates, killed some of the guards, and made their way into the palace. The queen had to escape in her dressing gown to the king's room, thinking her own would be broken into by the people. But her guards were able to defend her door till a body of friendly soldiers came to their help. The people were at last persuaded to leave the palace by Lafayette, the captain of the National Guard, who was a friend both of them and of the king and queen. Later in the day the king came out into the balcony, and spoke to the crowd of people. They invited him to go with them to Paris, thinking that if he were there he would be forced to keep his promises for the supply of bread. The king at last agreed to go, and set out the same day with the queen, who had refused to be separated with him, whatever risks she ran, and their 2 children, a daughter and a son. They went back in their carriage with the procession of women, who shouted out jokes and insults at them all the way. "Here is the baker's wife, and the baker's boy," was one of their rude jokes. The royal family were taken to the palace of the Tuileries, and they never, except once, left Paris again. The reign of Louis may be said to be over. A king who is a prisoner in his capital, in the power of a mob, can hardly be said to govern, though he was still called king, and expected by his people to set everything right for them, though they had left him scarcely any power to do anything. I will continue the story of the Revolution in another chapter. End of chapter 47.
Chapter 48 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Carolyn Emelia Stephen. Chapter 48. The Revolution, 1789 through 1792. The people all this time were not obeying the assembly which they themselves had chosen any more than the king, neither were they obeying the men who were called the king's ministers, of whom new ones were being constantly chosen, without anyone knowing or caring who they were or what they wished to do. The real leaders of the people were constantly changing. When a great body of men join together to do anything, they must always have someone to lead them. But when all law and order has been overthrown, the leader is not likely to be able to keep his power long. If he tries to keep order, he is certain to become disliked and to lose his power. This happened to many different sets of men before the Revolution was over. At first the leaders of the people were members of the Assembly, and of these the chief was a man named Mirabeau, who was a great speaker and a friend of the people. He spoke so well that he almost always persuaded his hearers to agree to what he wished, and to think as he did. And as he tried to prevent the people from going too far, and to put a stop to the struggle between them and the king, he was of great use to the country, and if he had lived longer might have prevented some of the troubles which were coming upon the nation. The Marquis de Lafayette was another of the important men of this time. He was a soldier who had fought in America, a brave, honest, sensible man, loved by the people and trusted by the king. He had persuaded the people to leave the palace of Versailles when they were trying to break into it, and he always had great power over them. There were many other men who gave the people far more violent advice. The best known of these are 3 men who had not become of much importance at the time of which I am writing, but who soon afterward became so strong that no one could resist them. Their names were Robespierre, Danton, and Barratt. They were among the fiercest and most cruel of all the leaders of the Revolution. The king and queen soon found that they were really prisoners in their palace. The people were constantly watching them, whatever they did and wherever they went. They would not let them leave Paris. When the king tried once to go out into the country to hunt, the people cut the traces of the carriage so that he could not go on. When the queen went to walk, she was so much insulted by the people that at last she ceased to go out at all, and spent her time indoors, doing needlework, and teaching her little son the Dauphin, a boy about 7 years old. They were always trying to make plans for leaving Paris and joining their nobles and other friends in Germany, who were ready to raise an army and march into France to put a stop to the revolution, if the king would come to put himself at their head. Marie Antoinette was very anxious he should do this, thinking it was worth while taking some trouble and running the risks there would be in making his escape from prison, in order to be free from the dreadful life they were leading. But Louis could not persuade himself that things might not even yet come right, and he could not bear to declare himself openly as the enemy of his people. The Assembly, meantime, went on making very surprising laws, and altering all old habits and customs. The right of making peace and war was taken away from the king. The clergy had their livings taken away from them, so that they were left with no means of earning money. The nobles lost all their rights, and even their titles. They were to be called only by their family names. After a time, people even stopped saying Mr. and Mrs., and called each other citoyen or citoyenne instead, as if we were to say in English, Citizen Smith or Citizeness Brown. When the day came round on which the Bastille had been taken the year before, the people resolved to have a great meeting in honor of the event. Seats were put up in an open space in Paris called the Champ de Mars, and there 300,000 people came together, with the king, those of the nobles who were left, and every one of importance in the country, and solemnly took an oath to be true to the king, the law, and the nation. In the evening a dance was held on the place where the Bastille had stood. But the leaders of the Assembly were not certain of their power. In spite of all these rejoicings, the soldiers were revolting because their wages were not paid, and refusing to obey their officers. The soldiers about Metz were the worst, and Bouillet, the commander there, had to fight regular battles with some of the regiments, killing or taking prisoners almost all of their men before they would yield to him. The disorder grew greater all over France, and more of the nobles fled from the country. It became a common thing for young noblemen, when they left the opera at night, to tell the coachman to drive to Coblentz, a city in Germany, close to the borders of France, where many of the nobles had assembled to make plans for forcing their way back into France. All the king's friends advised him to do the same. Even Mirabeau, who was now openly leaving the side of the people and going over to that of Louis, advised him to leave Paris, put himself at the head of some of the troops who would still have been faithful to him, and resist his enemies by force. It was, however, settled at last that he should leave the country altogether. The royal family made a most clumsy plan for escaping. They meant all to travel together, disguised as the children and servants of a certain Baroness de Corf, who, it was said, wished to leave Paris on a particular day. The governess of the royal children was to be the Baroness, the Queen her waiting-maid, the King her manservant, the King's sister, Madame Elizabeth, her friend, the little Princess and Prince, her children. They were to travel in a large, slow, lumbering coach, so big that no one who saw it could help noticing it, and they were to take with them a great deal of luggage, and some German servants who knew scarcely any French. However, some of their friends arranged the journey itself very cleverly and carefully. Bodies of soldiers were sent to all the towns through which the travellers would have to go till they reached the borders of Germany, which ought not to have taken them more than about 2 days. The soldiers could not come very close to Paris, as the people would have suspected that something special was going to happen. But they stayed at a place so near that it was supposed the coach with the royal family would reach it in about 12 hours. But everything went wrong with the king on this journey, as it did in the other events of his life. The big coach with the royal party escaped from Paris one night and set off on the road for Germany. The king was foolish enough to stop often, to walk up the hills, and to show himself in the villages through which he passed. It was soon found out that he had left Paris, and messengers were at once sent after him. All along the way the big coach and the soldiers waiting to meet it had been noticed. It was easy to find out which way Louis had gone, and not very difficult to overtake him, for the coach went so slowly that he had only gone 66 miles in about 20 hours. However, the king's friends had arranged things so well for him that he had reached the very village in which the soldiers were waiting for him before he could be caught. In the last village where he had stopped, the postmaster had seen him put his head out of the window, and had noticed his likeness to the heads of the king on the paper money that had lately been printed. He was a friend of the Revolution, and he set out after the coach to bring the royal family back. The courier or servant on the coach, whose business it was to know the places through which they passed, had no idea whereabouts in the village the soldiers waiting for the king were to be found. They were in another part, over the bridge, of which he knew nothing. The post horses were also waiting at the other end of the village. It was now about 11 o'clock at night. The royal family had been travelling since about the same time the day before. The queen was in despair. She went from door to door herself, inquiring for the horses. They were delayed for half an hour, and while they were waiting, the postmaster from the last village, who had found out their secret, came up with a friend, passed by them into the village, and blocked the bridge with wagons and barrows so that no one could pass. When the coach at last came up, the postmaster and the mayor of the village, whom he had warned of what was coming, seized the bridles of the horses and bade the coachman stop. Muskets were put in at the window, the passports of the travellers were looked at. The mayor invited the whole party to come to his house till the morning, in order to save them from the crowd, which was beginning to collect. The king soon saw that this man knew who they were. He himself was certain that the soldiers who were to meet him must be somewhere close at hand, probably in the village, and if he had forced his way across the bridge, taking the chance of being shot by the people, he must have found them in a few minutes. But he never could do what was bold and decided. He agreed to leave the carriage and go to the mayor's house, and the poor queen was obliged to follow him. Here they spent the night, and the next morning messengers came from Paris to take them back there. One of Louis's officers made his way to Varennes, the village where Louis had been stopped, and offered to bring his soldiers and cut Louis out from his enemies. But when the king asked if it would be hot work, he was obliged to say yes, and Louis refused to give the order for it. At 8 o'clock in the morning the royal family set out for Paris with a guard. The troop of soldiers who should have saved them came into Varennes after a hasty morning's march an hour afterwards. The family reached Paris after a dismal journey, with two of their chief enemies sitting with them in the coach, their servants bound on the roof, and a guard of 10,000 men walking by the side to keep watch over them. After this, the royal family were more than ever watched and guarded in their palace. Even while they were asleep, guards sat in the room next their bedrooms, and watched to see that they stayed in their beds. It would have been wiser and better for the French people, as well as for the royal family, if Louis had been allowed to leave France as he wished. They did not want to be ruled by the king, and he did not want to govern them. If they had let him go, the difficult question of what to do with him would not have had to be settled. The National Assembly had now done its work of making plans and laws which, it was supposed, would set right everything that had been wrong in France. The king agreed to everything they had arranged, and the Assembly came to an end. An arrangement was made that an Assembly should be elected every 2 years to manage the affairs of the country. The first of these parliaments, called the Legislative Assembly because its business was to make laws, met almost directly after the National Assembly came to an end. The new deputies had been chosen, like the old, from all parts of France, and they were as fierce, as angry, as eager to make changes in everything as the others had been. As the people who had joined in the Revolution had not all the same ideas as to what would be good for the country, they soon began to form into parties, some parties being more violent than others. The most violent of all were the Jacobins, a set of men who used to meet in a church belonging to a convent called the Convent of the Jacobins. The church was now used only as a hall for their meetings. The president, or chief person at the meeting, used to sit on the top of a monument of black marble. The other members of the club sat in the nave of the church. Old instruments of torture were hanging on the walls, and bats used to fly about at night in the dark vaults, interrupting the noise of the meetings by their cries. In this strange place the fiercest men in France met to discuss and to consult. The king, though really he had no power but what the people chose to allow him, was still permitted to forbid any measure of the assembly from becoming law. It was not to be the law of the land till he had to agree to it, and he several times refused to agree to laws about which the assembly was very eager. There was one in particular against the priests to which he would not agree, and one day the people resolved to go in a procession to the Tuileries and force him to yield to them and give his consent to the law. They set off one morning in a body of 30,000 men, women, and children to plant a poplar, which they called a tree of liberty, on the terrace in front of the Tuileries window. They were wearing the tricolour ribbon, waving pikes and olive branches round their heads, and singing some of the songs of the Revolution. There were so many people that it took them 3 hours to pass through the hall where the assembly was sitting, which was the beginning of their expedition. After this they marched to the palace. The gates were shut, but they battered at the doors and threatened to blow them in, till at last they were opened, and the mob rushed into the palace, up the staircase, and at last, breaking down the folding doors, burst into the room where Louis was. Now, when there was nothing active to be done, the king showed great courage, good sense, and good temper. He drew back into a window, with the table before him, to keep off the people, and quietly asked them what they wanted. They told him that they wished him to agree to the laws against the priests. He answered, "This is neither the way nor the time to obtain what you ask from me." The people crowded in with angry cries. One of the men standing near Louis told him not to be frightened. "Frightened?" said Louis. "Feel here," putting the man's hand on his heart, which was beating as steadily and quietly as usual. Someone gave the king a red woolen cap, which was considered a sign of the Revolution, like the tricolour ribbon. He put it on his head, and then forgot to take it off, so it stayed there for the rest of the day. The queen came in with the Princess Elizabeth, Louis's sister, and the royal children. They all stayed with the king, as brave and calm as he. After about 3 hours, the people, finding that Louis would promise them nothing, left the palace by degrees, and at last all were gone, and the king and his family were alone together. This disturbance happened on the 20th of June, and made all the friends of Louis more angry than ever with the men who were the chief leaders of the Revolution, and several of the chief officers in the army and other great men in the country offered to fight on Louis's side against the rebels, but he would give them no orders. Outside France, the king's friends were more active. An army was being formed in Germany by the noblemen who had fled out of France, held by foreigners from different countries, and a German prince, the Duke of Brunswick, took the command of it. It began to march toward France, and the people became frightened and sent for soldiers from the south of France to come up and defend Paris. A band of 600 men arrived from the Marseille, brave, strong townsmen, who sang on their way a song which was now called the Marseillaise, and has become the hymn of the French Republic. When these men marched into Paris, the people there were much encouraged, and began to feel themselves strong enough to resist all their enemies. They began to ask that the king should be dethroned, and that they should have the little prince, who was then about 7 years old, for king, with protectors, who should be friends with the Revolution. As this was not done, the people grew more and more discontented, and at last, on the 9th of August, they resolved to rise up in a body the next day, with the soldiers from Marseilles to help them, and to attack the palace of the Tuileries, make themselves masters of the king, and prevent him from bringing in his friends to do them harm. The king and his family knew what was coming, and had a body of the National Guard with them in the palace, men whom they believed they could trust, but their chief hope was in the Swiss Guards, a body of men who had always been faithful to the royal side, and who were ready to die in the king's defence. These men were posted outside the Tuileries, in a square now called the Place de la Carrousel, between the palace and the people. It was the morning of the 10th of August, soon after daybreak, when the crowd of people began to rush toward the Tuileries. Messengers came to ask the king whether his guards were to fire upon the people. He would answer nothing, but sat hesitating. At last someone advised him to leave the Tuileries and go for shelter to the hall where the assembly was sitting close by. He was told that his National Guard could not be trusted, and that in a quarter of an hour he would not be able to escape. He sat doubtful for a few minutes, then looked up at the Queen and said, "Let us go." She was obliged to follow him, though she would sooner have seen him fight, at the risk of death, to defend his crown and his palace. They walked through the crowd with their children and Princess Elizabeth to the hall of the assembly, and the king told the deputies that he was come to put himself and his family under their protection. They were at once taken into the hall, where they knew their enemies would not dare to attack them. But while they made themselves safe in this way, they left their brave Swiss soldiers to take care of themselves, and without giving any orders as to what they were to do. Now that the king was gone, there was really no use in their staying to guard the Tuileries, but the king sent them no message, and they stood steadily at their posts. The Jacobins, with the Marseillaise and other troops, soon appeared, and when they heard the king was gone, tried to make their way into the Tuileries. The Swiss resisted them. The Marseillaise fired. The Swiss fired back, and soon a fierce fight had begun. The Swiss had no chance against the enormous number of their enemies, but they fought like lions, and at first drove back the French and took a few guns. But no help came, and their enemies came back in greater and greater numbers. They stood in their places till they were shot down one after another, so that at last scarcely any of them were left alive. Too late, Louis sent an order to stop firing. This was impossible, for nothing would have made the other side stop. All through the evening and night the people hunted for any Swiss who might by chance have escaped, and if they found any, put them to death until few were left. These Swiss were among the few men who did their duty bravely and honestly in the Revolution, and were not led away by the excitement and great events of the time to do what was wrong, hoping that it might bring some good to themselves. A stone monument representing a dead lion has been put up in Lucerne in Switzerland to their honor. That evening some deputies from Paris came to the assembly to ask that the king's power might for a time be entirely taken away from him, and to this the assembly agreed. Louis and his family were sent a few days afterward to a building called the Temple, where they would be safe from the people, and could be strictly watched to see that they did not escape. The rest of the lives of almost all of them were passed in this place. The Temple was really a prison, and for the 6 months during which the king and his family were there, they were treated in every way as prisoners. They had guards always watching them, at their meals, when they walked in the garden, even when they slept, or were amusing themselves as best they might in their private rooms. They had many plans by which they managed to hear news from their friends of what was going on in France and Germany, but they did not hear of much to cheer them. The army of nobles under the Duke of Brunswick took one town, but after that the French general sent against him was able to prevent him from coming farther into France, and the people only became more fierce and angry with the king the more they feared his friends. On the 2nd of September, about a fortnight after the king had been sent to the Temple, there grew up an absurd idea in Paris that all the nobles, priests, and people of importance in the prisons had a scheme for rising up against the people of Paris and destroying them. The people were so much excited by this notion, which they had no reason to think was true, that they broke into the prisons, seized upon the prisoners, and murdered hundreds of them. They brought each prisoner in turn before a kind of sham court, where a pretended trial was held to decide whether he were guilty of doing anything against the Revolution. If he were found guilty, he was turned out to the people waiting at the doors, who killed him at once. Women were treated in the same way as the men. Some of the few prisoners who escaped alive have written terrible accounts of all they and their companions suffered in the prisons waiting to be brought up for trial, and of the deaths of many of their friends before their eyes. At almost all the prisons in Paris the prisoners were treated this way, so that more than 1,000 people were murdered in Paris on this one night. They all died without trial or fair judgment of any kind. In this same month a new assembly met to take the power which had belonged to the old one. The legislative assembly had lasted only for 1 year, instead of 2 as had been proposed. But the leaders of the revolution wished for a change. The new assembly, as soon as it met, began making decrees, of which one of the first was that from that day there should be no more royalty in France. The country was no longer to be a kingdom with a monarch to rule over it, but a republic, where the ruler was to be changed continually and to be chosen by the people whom he was to govern. France is a republic at this day, but it has had several kings and several republics as well since the time when this first republic was set up. The ministers who had been carrying on the government in the king's name, though they were always being changed so that no one knew exactly who they were done away with altogether, and a body of men were chosen to manage the affairs of France. Now that the country had become a republic, it became an important question what was to be done with King Louis. He was living in the Temple prison, patiently waiting for what might happen to him, teaching his little son, reading to himself or aloud to his family, and waited on by a faithful servant called Clery, who refused to leave him. The guardians of the temple were rude and unkind to the royal family, and after a time separated the king from his family in order to make his life still harder than it had been. Questions as to what was to become of him began at last to be asked in the assembly. Almost all the deputies looked upon him as their enemy, and wished that he should be punished in some way or other for being the enemy of the republic. At this time some papers which Louis had written a few months before were found in an open iron press which the king had made with the help of the locksmith who used to teach him his trade. This man took the secret of the papers having been put in the press, and took some of the members of the assembly to the place where the press was hidden. The letters were to his different friends, asking them for help and telling them his plans. The people were made very angry by finding that some of the letters were to men whom they had always till then supposed to have been entirely on their side, but who now proved to have been secretly friends of Louis. One morning in December a message was sent to Louis that he was to come before the Convention, which was the name given to the new assembly, to be tried as a prisoner. When he came in, the president or chief person in the Convention spoke to him as Louis, adding no title of any kind, and questioned him as to all the crimes which he was supposed to have committed. He answered shortly and calmly, defending himself so well that his enemies were surprised and disappointed. After this he chose a lawyer to defend him, and his trial began in a fortnight's time. 57 charges against him were read, and his lawyer answered them, defending him on every question. Then the members of the Convention discussed for many days what should next be done. At last they decided to ask 3 questions. Is Louis guilty? Has the Convention a right to try him? If he is guilty, what punishment shall he have? Each deputy gave his vote separately. They all said he was guilty. 2/3 of them said that the Convention had the power of trying him. As to the question of the punishment, it took 40 hours for all the members to give their votes, though they went on voting night and day. One member after another went up into the tribune, or place where the speeches were made, and said what he wished for. Some were for imprisonment, some for banishment, some for death. When the votes were counted, it was found that the greatest number wished for death, and after another long voting it was decided that Louis XVI should die within 24 hours. Louis was allowed to see his family once more to tell them this terrible news. He sat with them for nearly 2 hours on the last evening of his life. His wife and sister on either side of him, his daughter, the Princess Royal, in front, his little son between his knees. When at last they left him all in the deepest grief, he promised that they should see him again in the morning, but this promise was not kept. He thought that another meeting would be too sad for them to bear, and instead of seeing him, they only received his last affectionate messages. No one went with him to the scaffold but the abbot, his confessor, who stayed with him till the last moment of his life. It was early in the morning when he drove through the streets to the place where the execution was to be. He began to make a speech to the people, but one of the Republican officers who stood by made a sign to the drums, which began to beat and drowned his voice before he could say more than a few sentences. What he did say was, "Frenchmen, I die innocent. I pardon my enemies. I pray to God that France—" Here the drums began, and the executioner seized him. The confessor stooped down and spoke these last words to him: "Son of St. Louis, ascend to heaven." The axe of the guillotine fell, and the executioner held up his head to the people. He was little more than 38 years old. End of chapter 48.
Chapter 49, A French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Carolyn Amelia Stephen. Chapter 49, The Revolution Continued, 1792 through 1795. After the death of the king, the people found themselves not much happier or more prosperous than they had been before. There was a riot in Paris for bread, of which scarcely any could be found, and a body of washerwomen came one day to complain to the Convention that there was no soap to be had in Paris. But what was worse than this, the different parties who had joined together to make the revolution now began to quarrel with each other. Some of the men who had voted for the king's death had really been his friends. They voted against him partly from cowardice, and partly because they thought it the best way of helping him, as, if they pleased the Jacobins by saying he ought to die, they hoped afterward to be able to persuade them to change his punishment to something less severe. When they found their hopes were in vain, they were much grieved at what had happened, and they began to hate the Jacobins, who were the men most pleased by the death of the king, and to look upon them as their enemies. The friends of Louis were called the Girondists. They had wished for a revolution of a much quieter and more orderly kind. They did not like to see the laws broken, and they were not really in earnest about helping to free the people from all the wrongs they had had to bear, but wanted a republic which should be like those of the Greeks and Romans of olden times. For the Girondists were, most of them, learned men, and knew about olden times and what had happened in them. The Jacobins, on the other side, were called the Mountain, because they used to sit in the assembly in the part of the hall which was raised up above where the others were. The men of the Mountain were the most violent of all the people who took part in the revolution, and they looked upon the Girondists as traitors to the people, and considered themselves as the people's special defenders. Thus, there were constant disputes going on. Difficulties in Paris grew greater rather than less. At last the people rose up in a body, went to the Convention, and obliged the members to arrest all the leaders of the Girondists. There were 32 chief leaders who were all arrested at once, and some of them were afterwards brought up for trial and put to death. Others escaped from their prisons and had strange adventures of many kinds while they were trying to fly for their lives out of France or into distant parts of the country where they thought they should be safe from their enemies. The Jacobins had made an easy arrangement for having everyone who resisted them condemned quickly, so that there might be no fear of the prisoner's escaping when he was tried for treason to the people. He had set up a kind of court of law or tribunal, which was called the Revolutionary Tribunal, where anyone who was accused of being an enemy of the Republic was brought up and tried, and where almost everyone who was tried was found guilty and put to death. The men who were to judge in these courts were chosen by the people, and so were pretty sure at this time to be Jacobins. The way, in those days, of executing prisoners was by what was called a guillotine, a kind of axe fastened in a frame, instead of being held in a man's hand, as was done in earlier times. The prisoner's head lay on a plank like a window ledge, and the axe dropped down on his neck from above, so as to cut his head off. In this way the king had died, and most of the other people who had been put to death in the Revolution, except those who had been hanged to the lanterns in the streets. The guillotine had been invented by a doctor, after whom it had been named, a kind man who wished to spare people pain by making their deaths as quick as possible. It is said that he was himself put to death by one of these machines that he had invented. The Revolutionary Tribunal was always sending people to the guillotine, more and more every day. There were tribunals of this sort in every town in France. The Girondists were tried before the Paris tribunal, and 21 of them were guillotined together. Before their death, one of their worst enemies had also ended his life. Marat was one of the 3 most violent men of the Revolution. He had made himself hated by his cruelty, and by continually stirring up the people to fierce acts and risings against the Convention and everyone in power. There lived in Rouen a young woman named Charlotte Corday, who was a friend of the Girondists, and who was made very angry by hearing of their arrest and trial. She had heard much about Marat and his cruelties, and she fancied that, if he were but dead, the country would be quiet once more, and the troubles of the Revolution come to an end. Some of his enemies had once brought him up before the tribunal, and had a kind of trial, hoping that he might be sentenced to death or some other punishment for his bad deeds, but the tribunal was on his side, and he had been declared innocent. Charlotte Corday saw that the only chance of his being put to death was that some private person should do it. She knew of no one who would do it but herself. She went to Paris, asked to see Marat, and found him sitting in a covered bath, where he was accustomed to write and do business. She began to talk to him about the affairs of Rouen, and suddenly stabbed him in the heart with a large knife which she had brought with her. He died at once. His friends, who heard him cry out, rushed in, and Charlotte Corday was taken prisoner. 3 days after, she was tried for murder and sentenced to death. She declared solemnly at the trial that it was she who had killed Marat, that she had killed one villain to save 100,000 innocent people, one fierce monster to give rest to her country. She was taken that same evening to the guillotine, and there her head was cut off. She was perfectly firm and brave to the end of her life, and looked so young and good and beautiful that even the people who hated her most, because she had murdered their friend, were sorry for her, and could scarcely help admiring her. Marat was buried with great pomp and honour, and speeches in praise of his virtues were made all over France. At about this time the Convention made a new set of rules for the government of France. There had now been several such made, and it had not been found that the country was much better for them. The new plan gave still more power than they had had before to the common people, who were all to have a share in choosing the deputies who were to make the laws of the country. New deputies were to be chosen every year. In order to show more decidedly that a new state of things had begun, all the weights, measures, and even the names of the days and months were changed, as well as the names and size of the different provinces into which France was divided. There were to be no more weeks. The year was divided into decades, each decade having 10 days instead of 7. There was to be no Sunday, but every 10th day was to be a day of rest, so that there were 3 instead of 4 days of rest in every month. This arrangement lasted in France for 12 years, after which it was given up, and the old names were used again for days and months. Though the weights and measures in France have never been altered back to the old plan, the new one being better and more convenient. The money of France, too, has stayed as it was made at the time of the Revolution, and the division of the country into 85 departments instead of 36 provinces has remained unaltered. The names invented for the months were taken from the different natural events that might be expected to happen in them. This is a list of them. January changed to Nuvose, the snowing month. February changed to Pluviose, the rainy month. March changed to Ventos, the windy month. April changed to Germinal, the budding month. May changed to Floreal, the flowery month. June changed to Prairial, the meadows month. July changed to Messidor, the harvest month. August changed to Thermidor, the heat month. September changed to Fructidor, the fruitful month. October changed to Vendemiaire, the vintage month. November changed to Brumaire, the foggy month. December changed to Frimaire, the freezing month. The month of Vendemiaire, or October, another person of great importance was brought up for trial in the Revolutionary Court at Paris. This was the former Queen of France, Marie Antoinette. When King Louis was put to death, 9 months before, she was left living in the Temple with her 2 children and Madame Elizabeth, her sister-in-law. In August she was separated from them, and shut up in the most miserable prison that was to be found in Paris. It was small, damp, and gloomy, with nothing in it but an old mattress and a bed of straw. She was not allowed to have any employment. Madame Elizabeth wished to send her some knitting, but her jailers would not let her have it, lest she should try to kill herself with the knitting needles. When, after 2 months of this horrible treatment, the queen was brought up for trial, there was much excitement in Paris, and the few friends she had left tried to stir up the people to do something in her defence, but it was of no use. She was an Austrian by birth, and had always been considered as a foreigner, and it was now thought unsafe for the country that she should be kept alive. She was accused of the same crimes as the king. She was still beautiful, though she looked old and sad, and all her hair had turned white. Nothing was found for which she could justly be punished, but it had been already determined that she was to die, and sentence of death was passed upon her. 9 months after the death of her husband, she was taken in a cart to the place of execution, and there her head was cut off, and all her troubles were ended, while a crowd of people looked on horrified, but, on the whole, wishing her to die. Her last words were, "O God, pardon my enemies. Farewell, my beloved children. I am about to join your father." A few months after her, Madame Elizabeth, who she had charged to take care of her children and be like a second mother to them, was also brought up for trial and guillotined. She died bravely, cheering her friends who were to die with her by her last kind words. The children of the king and queen were left alone in the temple. The little prince was now about 9 years old, and his sister 14. They were not together, the little boy having been taken away from the others before his mother left them. He had been kept since in a room by himself, with no companions or amusement, no one to teach him or talk to him except the man supposed to be in charge of him, who treated him unkindly, and at last cruelly, not even giving him clean clothes or fresh air. He grew dull and silent. By degrees he fell ill and seemed to be almost an idiot. His keepers asked him questions about his mother, and persuaded him to say things which they repeated at her trial, and which they told in such a way as to make it seem that she had done wicked and horrible things of which she was entirely innocent. The little prince heard of this, and was so much grieved that he declared he would never speak again, and for some time kept his word. After the worst part of the revolution was over, he had a kinder guardian, who tried to amuse him and to restore his health by kindness, but it was too late, and the poor boy died a year or 2 after his father's death. His sister lived to escape from her prison, and grew up to be a woman, and to write an account of all that she and her relations had suffered. After this, a time began in France, known by the name of the Reign of Terror, and no name could better describe the state of the French people at that time. All over France the revolutionary tribunals were at work, bringing before them one person after another, trying them as enemies to the revolution, and sending them to the guillotine. In some towns the guillotine was thought too slow. At Nantes, on the river Loire, a company of women, with their babies in their arms, were sent on a flat-bottomed boat into the middle of the river. The bottom of the boat was then opened, the water rushed in, the women found themselves struggling in the river, and soon all sank and were drowned. This happened night after night. Sometimes old men or clergymen were sent out instead of women, but whoever went out, the people along the banks took good care that no one should come back alive. At the same place, 500 children, girls and boys, all under 14 years, were brought out in a body and arranged in lines to be shot. They were so short that many of them were not touched by the bullets which went over their heads. After the first shot, they broke out from their lines and rushed up to the soldiers around them, begging for their lives, but the soldiers killed them all with their bayonets. In other cities the same kind of executions were going on. There was at this time a war in the western province of France called La Vendée, where the people, peasants, and noblemen alike had risen up to resist the revolution, and do what was possible for the royal family while they lived. These people made a brave struggle, but were defeated at last, and it was some of the prisoners from this war who were the most cruelly treated and put to death with the worst tortures. One of the places attacked by the revolutionists was St. Denis, where the kings of France had been buried. Their tombs were opened, and many of the bodies were found preserved, so that they looked just the same as when they were buried. They were taken out of their graves and destroyed. Soon afterward, it was resolved that a great feast should be held in honour of Reason. The people who had given up so many of their old beliefs had also given up their religion. Many of them said that they believed all they had been taught of God was a fable, and that there was no God. But, still wishing for something to worship, they said that Reason should be their God. They dressed up a woman whom they called Reason, and then held a feast in her honour, carrying her on their shoulders and dancing and singing before her. The same was done in most of the other towns of France. It was as if, for a time, people had lost their senses. In Paris, meanwhile, the prisons were crowded more and more. There were sometimes as many as 8,000 prisoners shut up at one time. Every evening carts went round to the prisons to collect those who were to be guillotined that night. The chief leaders of the people were now Robespierre and Danton. These two were at this time the most important men of the Revolution. They were cruel and bloodthirsty towards their enemies, though in private life Danton was kind and generous, both to friends and enemies. They have always been remembered as almost monsters of wickedness, though something might, no doubt, be said on their side by people who knew all that the French nation had had to bear before the Revolution began. Danton, who had always been gentler than Robespierre, now began to wish to put a stop to the executions. Robespierre then turned against him, and accused him before the Convention of having always been an enemy of freedom. The Convention set him to be tried before the Revolutionary Tribunal, which he himself had invented. He was tried for some days, and then sentenced to death with some of his friends. He was guillotined, as so many of his enemies had been before him. When he was on the scaffold, he said to himself, "Danton, no weakness," and then to the executioner, "Thou wilt show my head to the people, it is worth showing." These were his last words. Robespierre was left, and Robespierre was now the most powerful man in France. He had friends who for the time seemed faithful to him, though the deaths of Danton and Marat might have shown him that he had not much good to hope or expect for himself. The people in the prisons suffered terribly. They were at first, all of them, either nobles or people of high family, who had been accustomed to comfort and riches, and who were now crowded together in small, low, dirty rooms, hardly ever allowed to go even into the prison court, with scarcely any air to breathe, no change of clothes, coarse, unwholesome food, old ragged mattresses for almost their only furniture, and large rats, which sometimes came out from the walls and gnawed their clothes, for companions. At night the jailers would come and rattle chains outside, on purpose to distress them by making them think that some of their friends were being taken away for execution. At first 30 were sent to the guillotine each evening, but the number grew greater. At last 80 often went out together, and their places in the prison were at once filled by new prisoners sent in from the country round Paris. A plan was made for a new kind of guillotine, which could cut off the heads of 4 people at one stroke. But at last this grew more than the French people could endure. They saw, too, that when all the more important men in the country were destroyed, the turn of others, who were more nearly of the rank of common people, would follow. They began to turn against Robespierre. The Convention suspected that he would not be satisfied till some of them had also been put to death, and resolved that, if so, he himself should die first. His different enemies, the friends of the Girondists who were still left, the Jacobins who were becoming afraid of him, and the people who had seen their friends and relations put to death by him, all joined together against him. He was accused in the Convention, as Danton had been, and arrested. His friends brought up a guard and set him free. The struggle went on all day, but by the evening his enemies had been successful. They came into the room where he was to arrest him. He took out a pistol and tried to shoot himself, but only managed to give himself a severe wound. The next afternoon Robespierre was carried to the guillotine, and was treated as so many other people had been by his orders. His head was cut off and held up to the people. This was the end of the Reign of Terror, and, it may be said, of the Revolution as well. That evening, for the first time, no prisoners were sent to the guillotine. The people in the streets, as soon as he was dead, ran around embracing each other and calling out, "Friends, rejoice! Robespierre is no more, the tigers are dead." This was on the day called, in their new calendar, the 9th Thermidor, which meant the 27th of July, and the party who had triumphed then were called the Thermidorians, in honour of the date. All the peaceful and more respectable men in France rose up to support and help them, so there seemed, for the first time, to be some chance of the government in France being strong enough to resist any fresh attack that might be made against it by the people. This ends the chapter of the Revolution. End of chapter 49. Recording by zcameo Johnson Kramer. Chapter 50 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. French History for English Children by Emelia Stephen. Chapter 50, The Revolution Continued, 1792 through 1795. Before the fall of Robespierre, it had always happened that each great change in the course of the Revolution had been made by someone rising up against the people who till then had been chiefly carrying on the government, driving them out, and taking the power from them. But now the Convention, which was the government, had all the strength on its side. After Robespierre's death, a number of people suddenly showed themselves, who had been hiding out of sight till the reign of terror should be over. They all became Thermidorians, and in particular there appeared a large troop of young men ready to fight for the Convention, and keep down any tumult or disturbance that might arise, who were called the Gilded Youths, because they wore bright clothes and made themselves look very gay. They carried clubs with lead at the end, and were always ready to fight with the Jacobins, whom they usually managed to drive away when fights did happen between them. If some of the young nobles and other people who were attacked at the beginning of the troubles, before the Bastille had been taken, had been able to fight like this, it is very likely that the worst horrors of the Revolution might have been prevented. The execution stopped, and by degrees order came back to Paris. People began to dress themselves well, to give dances and festivals of all kinds, and to amuse themselves as they had not cared to do while the Revolution went on. There was one kind of dance called the Victims' Dance. No one might come to it who had not lost some relation by the guillotine, and everyone who was allowed to be present wore a band of crape around his arm to show that he had some victim to mourn for. The Jacobins were driven out of their hall, and allowed to hold no more meetings there, which caused fresh rejoicings all over France. The prisoners who had been sent up from the different parts of France just before the death of Robespierre, so that they had escaped being put to death as he meant them to be, had terrible stories to tell of all that had been going on in the different provinces. All over the country the same troubles had happened as we heard so much of in Paris. The war in La Vendée had come to an end. The Royalists there had been beaten by the Republican soldiers, and all the chief leaders of the Vendéans had been either killed in battle or put to death. The war of France with the countries round, Germany, Austria, and Prussia, was still going on, and after the execution of Louis XVI, England had also declared war against France. There was great distress in the country, as there was very little money and a great want of food, which made the people restless and angry with the government. They were stirred up by the Jacobins, who had still a little power, though their hall was closed, to attack the Convention and ask for bread, and for their carrying out of the laws that had been made by the National Assembly 2 years ago, before the death of Louis. On the 20th of May they rushed into the hall of the Convention with loud shouts, and killed one of the deputies, but they were driven back by the body of Gilded Youths, who came to help the Convention, and their leaders were taken prisoners and put to death. The Convention now began to make what was called the Constitution, that is, a set of laws arranging the government of the country for the future. The Convention itself was to come to an end, having lasted since the trial of Louis, which was about 3 years. The chief governors of France were to be 5 men called directors, of whom one was to leave the government every year, a new one being chosen in his place, so that there would be a constant change. They were to be chosen by 2 large councils, who were also to help them with the work of governing the country, and to turn them out of their places if they behaved improperly. There was some resistance to this arrangement in Paris, but the Convention was strong enough to make everyone submit to it at last, and, when all was settled, the Convention gave up its power and came to an end, and the Directory began to rule over France. The Directory kept its power for about 4 years, during which time the affairs of the country did not go on specially well. What was chiefly wanted in France now was some man strong and clever enough to make other people obey him, so as to be able to put an end to the confusion which had followed the Revolution. All the old ways of carrying on government had been overturned, and the work of planning new ways and carrying them out was so difficult that it could not be done by any common person. Just such a man as had been wanted now appeared, and though he afterwards showed qualities which brought much trouble upon himself and his country, there is no doubt that at this time he did for France what no one else could have done so well, and helped the country out of the great difficulties for which its violence had brought it. His name was Napoleon Bonaparte, and he was born in the island of Corsica. His father was a private gentleman, and he himself was brought up at a school for young soldiers, and sent into the army as soon as he was old enough. At school his master soon found out that he was unusually clever and thoughtful. He was specially quick at learning mathematics, but was also very fond of reading, and thought about other matters besides what were wanted for a soldier's business. Soon after he joined the army, the Revolution began, and he was in Paris the day that the people broke into the Tuileries, on the 21st of June, when Louis XVI stood for so many hours behind the table with the red cap on his head, and also on the 10th of August, when the Swiss guards were attacked by the people and put to death. Soon after this, he was sent to help in a siege that was going on against the town of Toulon, of which the English had made themselves masters. An old French general was besieging this town, who knew scarcely anything about his business. He was very glad to ask advice of Captain Bonaparte, though when it was given, he was so stupid that he could hardly be made to understand it. Bonaparte undertook to manage the siege by himself, and succeeded so well that the town was soon taken and the English driven out of it. He was afterwards sent to Italy, where he was again of so much use that he was at last made general of the army there. In Italy his great powers showed themselves more and more. He always thought of unexpected ways of coming up with the enemy when they believed him far away, of cutting off one division of the enemy's army from another, and of moving his own men about more quickly than had ever been done before. The soldiers were delighted at the victories to which he led them, and soon became devoted to him. They used to call him the Little Corporal, and had many stories about his courage and kindness to his men, and his readiness to take part in everything they did. Once, when one of the gunners was killed in besieging a town, Bonaparte stepped into his place and fired the cannon himself for some time, and he would often show the men how to point the cannon, and encourage them by always appearing himself when they were in the greatest danger. One of his first battles was fought and won on a wooden bridge called the Bridge of Lodi. One of the principal streets in Paris is now called after another of his Italian victories, the Rue de Rivoli, and there were others too many to mention. The list of Bonaparte's battles lasts through almost the whole of his life, and is a long one. For many years he almost always won the battles in which he commanded. His soldiers fought better under him than they would have done under any one else. Before going into battle, he often made them a little speech, by which he so much pleased and excited them that they called out eagerly to be led against the army at once, and his kindness at other times made them all feel him to be their friend, as well as admire him as the greatest soldier they knew. One night, after a long and anxious march, Bonaparte felt too anxious to sleep, and went out to visit the outposts. He found a man who should have been keeping watch asleep at the foot of a tree. Without waking him, he took the gun from his hand and watched himself as sentinel for about half an hour, when the man woke and was terribly frightened at seeing what had happened. The general only said, "My friend, here is your musket. You have fought hard and marched long, and your sleep is excusable, but the army might be ruined by a moment's inattention. I happen to be awake, and have held your post for you. You will be more careful another time." It was such stories as these that his soldiers delighted to tell one another about him. Many years afterwards, someone repeated the story to Napoleon, and asked him whether it were true. He said, "No, certainly not. I was far too tired that night to do anything of the kind. I should have been more likely to be asleep than the sentinel." However, there is no doubt that the story was told of him for many years, and it shows the opinion his soldiers had of him. By the end of the second year, Bonaparte had defeated the enemies he had been sent to fight in Italy, and a peace had been made. He himself went back to Paris, and found the directors in great trouble and anxiety, for they had begun to quarrel with each other, and the government did not go on well. They soon grew jealous of General Bonaparte, who was looked upon as a hero by all the Parisians. They determined to send him away again, and gave him the command of an army which was going to invade Egypt, as part of a great attack which they were preparing against England. The army was the same which he had commanded in Italy. The men were worn out and tired with all they had had to do already, and no one but Bonaparte could have kept them in good humour, and have prevented them from losing courage among the deserts of Egypt, where they suffered from heat, thirst, and illness, besides being so many 100 miles from their homes, and in a place so unlike any they had ever seen before. However, they fought and gained a great battle against the Turks and Arabs, who were the soldiers of the country, and who were some of the best and fiercest horsemen in the world. It was called the Battle of the Pyramids. After this, Bonaparte was called in the country Sultan Khyber, or King of Fire, in memory of what the Turks suffered from his muskets. But while this went on inland, the English Admiral Nelson brought a large fleet of ships to the coast of Egypt, and fought a battle against the French fleet at the Bay of Aboukir. The battle was a fierce one. It lasted for 20 hours, and went on through the whole night in spite of the darkness, though each ship could only just see the one against which for the moment it was fighting. A great French ship called L'Orient was blown up just at midnight. The tremendous noise of the explosion was heard all through both fleets, and was so awful that for a few minutes the battle stopped entirely, and no gun was fired. Then it went on again as before, till at last the French were completely beaten, and had only 2 ships left. Still Bonaparte kept up his own and his soldiers' courage. He stayed in Egypt about a year, fought several battles, and besieged several towns, some of which he took. He conquered a good part of the country, but was then obliged to go back to France, where important events were happening, and to leave the army in England in command of one of his generals. When he arrived in Paris, he found that the directors had brought themselves into such difficulties that it was impossible for them to carry on the government. All the soldiers in Paris were his friends, and many of the chief men were willing to change the government, and give the power, for a time at all events, to him. Bonaparte had 2 of the directors for his friends. He was first made commander-in-chief of all troops about Paris, and soon after the directors gave up their power, and it was decided that there should be 3 men named consuls, after the old Roman consuls, who should carry on the government, and of whom Bonaparte should be the chief, and should be called first consul. His power was to last 10 years, after which other consuls were to be chosen. From this time Bonaparte, who now began to be called Napoleon, grew stronger and stronger every day. He behaved already very much as if he were King of France, and the people who, 10 years before, had risen up in rebellion against Louis XVI., had resolved to have no more kings in France, were now tired out with all the horrors they had brought upon themselves in their struggle, and were willing to submit to the only man who seemed strong enough to keep the country in order. The soldiers, too, who would have obeyed no one else, always obeyed him. France was still at war with England, Austria, and Italy. Napoleon left the other consuls to take care of affairs in France, and went himself with an army over the Alps to Italy, sending another army to Germany. His crossing the Alps was a wonderful feat, which took all his enemies by surprise, as it had been supposed that at that time of year it was impossible. The passes were slippery with ice and snow, so that it was hard enough for the soldiers to get over themselves, even if they had not had to take their arms, luggage, and food with them. The heavy cannon was especially difficult to manage, but all the difficulties were overcome at last, and the first consul and his soldiers marched down into the plains of Italy. Here Napoleon gained one of his most famous victories at the Battle of Marengo, and a few months afterward his general in Germany won another great battle at Hohenlinden, which is commemorated in Campbell's poem, "On Linden when the sun was low," etc. After these 2 defeats at Marengo and Hohenlinden, the Germans agreed to make peace, and a treaty was signed at a town called Luneville, by which all the country between the old boundary of France and the Rhine was declared to belong to France. When Napoleon went back to Paris, he found most of the people his warm friends and admirers, but he still had enemies, both among the Royalists and the Jacobins. The Royalists went so far as to make a plot to murder him, which very nearly succeeded. They filled a cart with gunpowder and shot, put it in the street through which Napoleon was to drive one evening to the opera, and when they saw his carriage near, put a lighted match into the car, and left it to explode as he passed. Fortunately, his coachman was tipsy, and drove faster than usual, and the explosion did not happen till half a minute after the carriage had passed. 20 people were killed, several wounded, and windows broken on both sides of the street. Napoleon persisted in going on to the theatre, where he appeared looking as calm as usual, and the people, having heard what had happened, received him with loud cheers and every sign of joy at his escape. The war still went on with England, though the peace of Luneville had put an end to it as far as Austria and Italy were concerned. Some of the northern countries, in particular Denmark, joined in a league to help Napoleon against England. The English, under Lord Nelson, attacked the Danish fleet at Copenhagen and entirely defeated them in a battle known as the Battle of the Baltic. Soon after this battle a peace was signed at Amiens between England and France. There were great rejoicings at this event in both countries, and now at last there was peace all over Europe. Napoleon now turned his thoughts to many matters which had to be settled in France. He restored many of the old customs which had been overthrown by the Revolution. The expressions Sir, Madam, Mr., and Mrs., which had been given up by the Jacobins, began to be used as before. Citizen and citizeness were disused. Napoleon also made friends with the Pope, and brought back the Roman Catholic religion into France. The churches were opened, the priests were recalled or new ones chosen, and Sundays were observed again. Napoleon also set up schools, and took great pains to make a new code of law, to construct roads and public buildings, and to improve the country in every way. At the same time, his ambition began to show itself more and more. He had done so much that he imagined he could do everything, and was always interfering in the affairs of other countries, and trying to win fresh glory and honour for himself. At this time, he and the other consuls governed with the help of 3 bodies of men who were supposed to give them advice, and to have some control over the affairs of the country, but there was really scarcely anyone in France who dared to resist Napoleon in anything. Soon after the Peace of Amiens, it was decided that he should become consul for life, and it was afterwards decided that he should have leave to choose himself an heir to succeed him when he died, as it did not seem likely that his wife, Josephine, whom he had married many years before, would ever have any children. Unhappily, peace only lasted for 1 year. Napoleon was gaining fresh power in one country after another. He had now interfered in the affairs of Switzerland, and the English, who saw him growing stronger and stronger, were afraid that soon all Europe would be in danger from him. They refused to give up to him the island of Malta, which had been promised to him by the treaty, and thus the war began again. As soon as war was declared, the English seized a great number of French ships which happened to be in English harbours. Napoleon, in return, took prisoners all the English travellers he could find in France, of whom there were as many as 10,000. But there had been no idea that the peace would end so soon, and everyone wished to go and see the country where there had been war for so many years, and where no Englishman could have travelled before since the Revolution. All these innocent people were thrown into prison, and some of them were kept there for many years before the French government could be persuaded to let them go. Napoleon then made a scheme for attacking the English in their own country. He collected together a great number of boats at Boulogne, opposite Folkestone, where the straits between England and France are so narrow that it is possible to pass from one side to the other in a few hours. He also collected a large army of soldiers, and made every possible arrangement for their being taken across to England and marching upon London. His difficulty was to escape the English ships, which would try to prevent his crossing. Many people would not believe that Napoleon really thought of invading England. Still, the English sent Lord Nelson to watch carefully all that was done by the French ships, and the young men of England became volunteers, and learned to march and shoot and perform all the other duties of soldiers, so as to be able to help the regular army if there were need for it. However, Napoleon had other matters to think of besides invading England. The old friends of the Royalists, who had been living in England, and had always been plotting more or less against him, made a more serious plot than usual, and some of them went to France and made friends with some others of Napoleon's enemies, who hated him because they were Republicans, and wished for that form of government. A plan was made for killing the first consul, but he found it out, seized George Cadoutal, the chief royalist plotter, and had him tried with several of his friends and put to death. It was very difficult to catch Cadoutal, for he was specially clever at all kinds of disguises, and the story of his adventures is a very interesting one. After his capture, Napoleon committed what is perhaps the worst and most cruel action of his life. A young prince living in Germany, called the Duc d'Enghien, was the friend of the Bourbons, the brothers of Louis XVI. He was living quietly out of France, and there was no reason for thinking that he had been in any way concerned in the plot. But some of the prisoners had spoken of a stranger whose name they did not know, and who used to come and join in their plots against the First Consul, and Napoleon thought, or pretended to think, that this might have been the Duc d'Enghien, and, glad of some excuse to show his strength and be revenged of an enemy, he had the Duke suddenly carried off from his home in Germany, brought to Paris, tried in the middle of the night, and, without any just reason, declared guilty of treason and instantly put to death. Scarcely knowing of what he was accused, he was taken out into a courtyard and shot by the soldiers. This cruel and wicked act of Napoleon's made him enemies all over Europe. Soon after this, the people were persuaded to ask Napoleon to become Emperor of France instead of First Consul. He, who had first proposed the idea, of course at once agreed to it, and the Pope was persuaded to come to Paris and crown him solemnly at Notre Dame. His wife Josephine was Empress, and he was to be succeeded on the throne by some member of his family. Thus France came back to the same kind of government that it had had before the Revolution, only with Napoleon on the throne instead of Louis XVI. Napoleon's reign, as it must now be called, will be finished in another chapter. End of chapter 50. Recording by zcameo Johnson Kramer.
Chapter 51 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty Chen. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Chapter 51. The Emperor Napoleon, 1804 to 1815. Napoleon was crowned emperor in December of the year 1804, and early in the year he left Paris to march against his enemies. He was obliged to give up his plan of sailing against England, in spite of all the pains he took to entice away the English fleet that was guarding the Channel and to bring up his own ships there to protect the passing of his soldiers. Lord Nelson was too quick for him, and followed the French about so closely that he could not be taken by surprise. At the same time, the Russians and Swedes joined with the English against Napoleon, and Austria was persuaded to do the same. Napoleon marched first against Austria and fought another of his greatest battles, the Battle of Austerlitz, which is as famous as the Battle of Marengo. The Austrians and Russians had joined their armies, and the two emperors, Alexander of Russia and Francis of Austria, were both present at the battle. The Austrians and Russians were entirely beaten. The French took 20,000 prisoners, and all the Russian standards, or flags. The French soldiers called this the Battle of the Emperors, because the three emperors of Austria, Russia, and France had all taken part in it. The battle had been fought on a very beautiful day, and the son of Austerlitz became a common expression with the soldiers. The Austrians at once made a treaty with Napoleon, who, even before the Battle of Austerlitz, had made himself master of Vienna, the capital of Austria, so that there was no hope of resisting him. The Emperor Francis had to give up a good deal of land, which Napoleon either kept or gave to his friends. The Emperor of Russia led his troops back to his own country and still went on with the war. At the same time as the Battle of Austerlitz, another battle was fought, which had a very different result. Lord Nelson met the French fleet in Trafalgar Bay and forced them to fight him. Everyone knows the story of the Battle of Trafalgar, how Lord Nelson gave the signal, "England expects every man to do his duty," how he attacked the fleets of France and Spain together and destroyed them completely, how, in the beginning of the battle, a shot from the top mast of a French ship struck him in the breast, wounding him, so that he was carried to his cabin and died a few hours afterward, living just long enough to know that a complete victory was won. Napoleon had heard of this just before the Battle of Austerlitz, and was furious with the French admiral, who had been beaten at Trafalgar. He seemed to think that if he himself had been with the fleet, he could have beaten Lord Nelson. However, he took his revenge, as we have seen, at the Battle of Austerlitz. Next year, the King of Prussia declared a war against France, and Napoleon fought another of his great battles at a place called Jena, where the Prussians were beaten as completely as the Austrians had been at Austerlitz. Napoleon marched to Berlin and treated the Prussians not only with great harshness and cruelty, but with great meanness, and robbing them of pictures, statues, and works of art which they had at Berlin, and all of which he sent to Paris. It was his habit to do this in all the countries he conquered, and he made himself many enemies in this ungenerous treatment. He took away the sword of Frederick the Great, the most celebrated king of Prussia, from his funeral monument, and to the end of his life he had Frederick's silver watch hanging in his room. After the Battle of Jena, Napoleon still had to conquer the Russians, and he found more difficulty with them than with the Austrians and Prussians. However, the next spring he fought the Battle of Friedland, after which, though it seemed on the whole to be a drawn battle, the Russians were anxious to make peace, and a treaty was soon signed between the Emperors of France and Russia, who met on a raft in the middle of the river near a town called Tilsit. By the Treaty of Tilsit, peace was made between France and Prussia, as well as between France and Russia, so Napoleon had now no more to fear from the east of Europe, and could turn his attention to England. The English, however, were at that time taken up with fighting the Dutch, and Napoleon had a short period of quiet, which he spent in arranging the government of France in every particular. He had a great wish to see and understand everything for himself, and his ministers worked well and actively, never knowing when he might come to examine their work, and being sure that he would discover anything that was going wrong. However, it seemed impossible for him to rest satisfied with governing the country to which he had a right, though to do that well would have been work hard enough for any man, however wise and diligent, who soon began to mix himself up in the affairs of yet another country. This was Spain, where there were constant quarrels and disputes between several people, who all wished to govern for the king, a weak, foolish old man, who could keep no order. The king's son asked Napoleon for help. The story of all that happened is too long to tell here, but Napoleon managed so well for himself that at last the king, the queen, the heir apparent, and the chief minister of Spain were all prisoners in a French town, and Napoleon's brother, Joseph Bonaparte, was declared the new king of Spain. The Spaniards resisted Joseph, and the English came to help them. There were many battles all over Spain, and the war went on for a long time, while Napoleon was away in Germany attending to other affairs. It was in this war in Spain, which is called the Peninsular War, that the English general Sir Arthur Wellesley began to make himself famous. He won several battles and was made Lord Wellington, and afterward became Duke of Wellington, Napoleon's worst enemy. Napoleon had a short war with Austria, in which he won the Battle of Wagram and took Vienna a second time. He made a peace with Austria, at which some of his enemies were surprised, wondering how the Emperor of Austria had escaped with such easy conditions. But this was explained afterward, when it was announced that Napoleon was going to divorce his first wife Josephine, who had never had any children since she married him, and who seemed as if she would never have any, and to marry instead a daughter of the Emperor Francis, a princess named Maria Louisa. This he did, poor Josephine, who could not help herself, agreeing to do as he wished, and the next year Maria Louisa had a son, who was declared King of Rome as soon as he was born, and who was to be Emperor when his father died. At this point Napoleon's good fortune ended. He had not used it in a way which would be likely to make it last long, and now his misfortunes began. The year after his son was born, he went to war against Russia. He hoped to be able to march to the capital, St. Petersburg, as he had before marched to Vienna, Berlin, and Madrid, and not to have to fight more than perhaps one great battle. But he was disappointed. The Russians had a new plan of resisting him, and as soon as he came into their country with his huge army, they began to retreat before him. But as they went, they destroyed all the trees, corn, and whatever could be used for food that they passed. Napoleon found only a desert and had nothing to give his soldiers. He called this a barbarous way of making war, and decided to change his plan and march not to St. Petersburg, but to Moscow, the old capital of Russia. As he went along, he quite often saw the Russian troops, but they never stopped to fight him or resist him in any way till they came almost within sight of Moscow, and then the Russian soldiers refused to retreat any more, and their emperor was obliged to let them wait and give battle to the French at a place called Borodino. The battle was a very fierce one. It began at 4 o'clock in the morning and lasted the whole day. Great numbers were killed on both sides, but, after all, neither side could be said to be the conqueror. The next morning the Russians retreated again, going on with the plan they had already begun, and the French followed them, till at last Napoleon was within sight of Moscow. It was a beautiful city, full of steeples and domes, with the towers of the Kremlin or palace of the Emperor of Russia rising over all the rest. When Napoleon saw it from the top of the hill overlooking it, he stopped his horse and said, "Behold at last that celebrated city." Then he added to himself, "It was time." The army waited for a time to see if anyone would come to them out of the city, but when no one did, they went in, and to their surprise, found it quite empty. The Russians had left it and were gone away. The French established themselves in the houses, and the Emperor lodged in the Kremlin, but at night a fire broke out. The wind happened to change, and at once another fire broke out in the quarter from which the wind then blew, and afterwards others, showing that the fires were not the works of chance. They were put out with some difficulty. But next night the same was done again, and this went on till 4/5 of the city were destroyed, and at last the Kremlin itself was partly burned. The Russians had left a few citizens hidden in the cellars of Moscow to light the fires, and in this way had given up their capital sooner than allow the French to become masters of it. Napoleon was at last obliged to retreat and led his army back through Russia. But it was the middle of winter. The supplies that were to have come from Paris had not been able to pass along the road, and Russians had made the whole way a desert, and the French soldiers were without food. They died of the thousands, of cold, hunger, and misery. Sometimes the Cossacks, or Russian soldiers, attacked them, and then killed anyone who stayed behind or strayed from the ranks. At night they were often so benumbed by the cold that they sat almost in the fires that were lighted in the camp, till their clothes were burned without their knowing it, and when the fire went out, they died of cold. There was one terrible battle where the French were attacked as they were crossing the river Berenzia, which was only partly frozen, and in which many thousand men were drowned. At last Napoleon determined to leave the army to its fate, and to go back himself to Paris. He knew that he was wanted there, and he does not seem to have felt it his duty to stay with his soldiers. He disguised himself and set off in a sledge with only 3 attendants. He arrived safely in Poland and Saxony, and at last in Paris. The army followed as best it could, but only about a 20th part of the men who had left France at the beginning of the war came back there afterward. Besides the men who had been killed, nearly 1,000 pieces of cannon were lost, and a number of standards and eagles taken by the Russians, which had been a sign of the old Roman emperors, was used in the same way by the French Republic. It was on all of Napoleon's flags. Napoleon began at once to do what he could to repair his misfortune. He called out all the young men in France to come and serve as soldiers. These young soldiers were called conscripts. With them, Napoleon was able to fill up his army again, though of course they were untrained, and were not so much use in fighting as his old soldiers who had died in Russia. Prussia now joined Russia, and an army from Sweden marched against France. The Duke of Wellington also, who had been fighting successfully in Spain, brought an army up from the south against the Emperor. But Napoleon would not try to make peace with his enemies, which he easily might have done. A great battle was fought in Germany, at a place named Banson, which lasted 2 days. The Allies then retired, with Napoleon following them. But this could hardly be called a victory for the French, as nothing had been gained by it. Soon after Austria joined the Allies, and Napoleon now had almost all the countries of England united against him. He might still have made peace with them all if he would have given up forcing a king upon the Spaniards, and been satisfied to stay quietly in France, but he could not make up his mind to do this. The great battle of the war was fought in Germany at Leipzig. It lasted for 4 days, and was one of the sternest and fiercest battles ever fought. The people of the town of Leipzig were able to watch it from their steeples. At last Napoleon retreated. His troops marched through Leipzig, where was the King of Saxony, his friend. They retreated with great difficulty, as they had only one bridge on which to cross the river outside the town. Great numbers of them were unable to cross, and gave themselves to the Allies. Napoleon left the rest of his army into France. A few weeks after this, the Allies were also in France and near Paris. Napoleon fought them again and again. His sudden marches, his attacks when he was least expected, were as wonderful as any he had ever made before, and he still refused the offers of peace which his allies made him. He said goodbye to his wife and child before he left Paris, and gave them into the charge of the National Guard, or soldiers of Paris, who were all devoted to him. He never saw them again. At last, after much marching backward and forward, the Allies found themselves between Napoleon's army and Paris. They at once marched towards Paris, leaving the Emperor behind him, and began an attack by throwing shells into the city. The people were soon frightened. The few soldiers in the town found that it was of no use to resist. Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother, who was commanding, left the city. Maria Louisa and her son were also taken away. Then Paris gave itself up to the Allied armies. Napoleon hardly heard that it was in danger before it had been surrendered, and the Emperor of Russia and the King of Prussia had gone into the city together, and had been welcomed with loud cheers by the people. Napoleon came back as soon as possible, but found it impossible to get into Paris. He was obliged to stop at Fontainebleau, about 40 miles away, and there, after a few days, finding everything against him, and even his friends deserting him, he resolved to resign the crown. He consulted with his marshals or chief officers, and then wrote a declaration, saying that he would abdicate the throne and leave it to his son, with his wife for regent. But his enemies took no notice of this, but declared the brother of Louis XVI king under the name Louis XVIII. A few days after this, Napoleon had his old soldiers of the guard drawn up in the court of the castle of Fontainebleau and came out to say a last goodbye to them. He made them a speech, telling them how all Europe had joined against him, how France had deserted him, and how he was about to leave the French to the king they had chosen. He then said, "Be faithful to the new sovereign whom your country has chosen. Do not lament my fate. I shall be happy while I know that you are so." He called for the flag with the eagle on it, kissed it, and said his last farewells. Then, while many of his soldiers burst into tears, he got into his carriage and drove away from the Fontainebleau. It had been determined that he should go live at Elba, an island in the Mediterranean Sea, and that he should stay there as a sort of prisoner, doing whatever he liked in the island, but never able to leave it. Meanwhile, Louis XVIII began to reign as King of France. But after a few months, Napoleon grew tired of Elba. He was so near France that he could hear about everything that went on there, and he was told that the French did not like Louis XVIII, and that many of them would have been glad to have him back to rule over them again. The next spring, he left Elba secretly and sailed to France. He at once marched toward Paris. The people welcomed him back as he passed. The soldiers that were sent against him put on the tricolor ribbon and marched with his army as soon as they saw him. His own old officers, who had been put at the head of the armies by King Louis, could not bring themselves to fight against him, and many of them, who had deserted Napoleon for Louis before, now deserted Louis for Napoleon. At last, Louis fled from Paris, and Napoleon arrived there, went to the Tuileries, set up his court again, and found most of the people in the city delighted to welcome him back. But this did not last long. Allies soon joined together again to help Louis. The Austrians, the Prussians, the Russians, the English united their armies, and Napoleon was obliged to march against them at once. His soldiers were proud to be under him once more, and went to battle feeling as sure of victory as ever. They met the English and German armies in Belgium. The English were commanded by the Duke of Wellington, the Prussians by Marshal Blucher. The Battle of Waterloo was fought on the 18th of June, 1815, and there the French army, after fighting bravely for a whole day, was entirely beaten, and even Napoleon's old guard, who had never been resisted before, was beaten back and almost destroyed by the English. In the evening, seeing that everything was lost, Napoleon left the army, rode to Paris, and, finding everyone there turning against him, resigned his crown for the second time a few days afterward. He then left France, went on board an English ship, and asked to be taken to England. This was done, and after some discussion as to what should be done with him, he was sent to St. Helena, an island in the Atlantic off the coast of Africa, which is about as large as the city of Paris. He was to live here as a prisoner, closely watched by an English governor and a body of soldiers, with 4 of his own friends, whom he was allowed to choose for himself to keep him company, and here Napoleon passed the rest of his life. He made many complaints of the way in which he had been treated by the English, but he was far too dangerous a man ever to be allowed to come back to England again, and, remembering his escape from Elba, they were obliged to keep a strict watch over what he did. It was a sad ending to a life of such a man. 5 years after he reached St. Helena, he died. He was buried under a willow tree in the island, and some years afterward his body was taken to France and buried at Paris with great pomp. This is the story of Napoleon Bonaparte. Few men have had so remarkable a life. He was not a good man, but it is impossible to say that he was not a great one. He was one of the best soldiers that had ever been known, and had so good an understanding that he seemed able to do everything well. But he was selfish, cruel, and ambitious, and carried away by the idea of his own greatness, and these faults led him to throw away the great opportunity he had of being of use to his country, and leaving a glorious name behind him. End of chapter 51.
Chapter 52 of French History for English Children. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ginger Cucolo. French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen. Conclusion. 1815 to 1880. Napoleon's death happened only 60 years ago, within the memory of our grandparents, and what has occurred since in France is so near our own times that I think there is no need to say more than a few words about it. Many of the people now alive remember it all, and there have as yet been scarcely any books written about it, so I will make my account of it very short, and I hope all my readers will live to read longer and better accounts of it hereafter. When Napoleon was sent away to St. Helena, Louis XVIII. Was brought back into Paris by the Allies, and set up there as king as he had been before. He was called Louis XVIII., not Louis XVII., because it was considered by the royalists that Louis XVI. Had gone on being king to the end of his life, and that his little son Louis became king at his death, just as would have happened if Louis had died of a natural death. Little Louis was called Louis XVII. By them while he lived, and spoken of by that name after he was dead, so that the next king had to be called Louis XVIII. He had learned that it was necessary to yield in some degree to the wishes of the people. He gave them a charter or agreement to govern in a particular way, by which he promised them many of the rights for which they had asked at the beginning of the Revolution. The right of believing what they liked, of publishing what books they pleased, and other rights of the same kind. After this he ruled quietly for 9 years, when he died, and was buried with all the ceremonies that were usual in old times at the funerals of the kings of France. His brother succeeded him, and was called Charles X. This is the third instance of 3 brothers succeeding one another on the throne in French history, and each time there have been no more of the same family after them. It happened when the family of Cate ended with the 3 sons of Philip le Bel in the 14th century, when the Valois ended with the 3 sons of Henry II in the 16th, and now began with the Bourbons, the grandson of Louis XV, in the 19th. Charles did not succeed so well as Louis had done. He made himself disliked by being entirely under the control of the priests and doing whatever they wished. The king and his ministers quarrelled with the chambers that had been appointed to help him govern. After he had reigned for 6 years, the quarrel came to a head. Charles published 5 decrees, or acts, taking away some of the rights that had been promised to his subjects by the charter. At this the people were so angry that they rose in rebellion and made barricades in the streets as they used to do in old times. The king would not yield to them because, as he said, yielding had brought his brother to the scaffold. But at last he agreed to change his ministers and choose some who would be pleasing to the people. But when he found that this was not enough to satisfy his subjects, he gave up the crown. He wished his grandson to succeed him and to be called Henry V. But the people would not hear of this, and offered the crown to his cousin, the Duke of Orleans. Then Charles X. left France altogether. He went to England and lived there for some time as a private gentleman, and afterward went to Austria, where he died. His grandson, the Count de Chambord, is alive now, and it has been often proposed that he should be made King of France. But he has refused the crown, and there is no prospect of the French being governed again by any of Louis XV's descendants. The cousin of Charles X, who had been the Duke of Orleans, was known as king by the name of Louis Philippe. He was called king not of France, but of the French, to show that he had been chosen by the French people, and was not king either because of birth, or from having taken the crown by force, which had been till then the only ways by which a man could become king of France. He reigned for 18 years. There were some troubles during his reign, both in and out of France. In France there were risings up against the government, and one year a terrible illness called cholera, of which more than 1 million people died. Out of France there were wars in different countries in which the French king was concerned. There were 2 or 3 attempts made to murder Louis Philippe, but he was never hurt, and on the whole the people seemed satisfied with his rule. In his reign, the bones of Napoleon were brought from St. Helena to Paris, and solemnly buried in a fine building called the Hôtel des Invalides, on the shores of the Seine. Just at the same time a nephew of Napoleon, the son of his brother Louis and his stepdaughter Hortense, whose name was Louis Napoleon, came secretly to France and tried to stir up the army to revolt against the government. He was taken prisoner and shut up in a castle, from which he escaped a few years afterward in the dress of a working man. It was not long before he was able to go back to France in triumph. The people grew discontented with the king. They held meetings and set up barricades in the streets. The king then gave up the crown, as Charles X had done before him, and left Paris with the queen and his children. The mob had taken away the royal carriages, and they had to drive out of Paris in cabs. After this it was resolved that there should be a republic as there had been after the Great Revolution, with a president for chief, and 2 councils, called the Senate and the Assembly, to help him govern. All over France deputies were chosen to make up the Assembly. Louis Napoleon was one of them. A little later he was chosen president of the Republic for 4 years, and before the end of that time he had managed to prepare everything for having himself declared emperor, as his uncle had been before him. The army was on his side, and no one made much resistance when Napoleon declared that the Assembly was at an end, arrested his principal enemies, and filled Paris with troops. He now governed by himself for about a year, and then the crown for which he so much wished was offered to him by the people, and he was crowned emperor at the palace of St. Cloud, and took the name of Napoleon III. Napoleon II was a son of Napoleon I, and died when he was about 19. He had always lived with his mother in Germany, and had never really governed anyone. Napoleon III was emperor for 18 years. He helped the English in the Crimean War against Russia in the year 1855, but he was not successful in his different undertakings, and he soon ceased to be popular in France. In the year 1870 he went to war with Germany, thinking he was certain of success, and wanting to turn away his subjects' attention from his government in France. But he found his enemy stronger than he expected. His armies were driven back, the Germans marched into France without his being able to stop them, and at last a battle was fought at Sedan, after which Napoleon gave up himself and his army as prisoners to the King of Prussia. The French, who had long been tired of the emperor, now turned against him. He was declared to be deposed from the throne, and France for the 3rd time became a republic. Napoleon went away to England with his wife and son, and lived there for about 2 years, when he died. His only son went with the English army to Africa, where he was killed by Zulus when he was 23 years old. Meanwhile, the Germans took several towns in France, defeated all the French armies, besieged Paris for 4 months and took it, made a peace called the Peace of Frankfort, by which the province of Alsace and part of Lorraine were given up to them, and went back again to Germany, all in less than a year from the time when the war began. France has ever since been a republic, with one president after another at the head of affairs. I have now given you some account of the history of France from the time of Julius Caesar to that at which I write, and I hope that all my readers will feel inclined to learn more about it when they grow older. For if people care at all for history, that is, for knowing what has been happening to the people who lived in the world before they were born, they ought to care about the history of a nation which has been concerned with so many of the important events happening in all the other countries of Europe. The French are one of the greatest and most important nations in the world. Their history is full of interesting and amusing events, of which I have been obliged to leave the greater part untold, because there was not space in this book to hold them. And now, being come to the end of all I had to say, I will wish all my readers who have managed to come so far as the journey's end with me a friendly farewell. End of chapter 52. Recording by Ginger Cucolo. End of French History for English Children by Caroline Emelia Stephen.